Thank you, Kim. Good morning to all the members of the Interim Finance Committee and all the staff that's helping make this happen today, and the public that's joining us and the agencies that will be presenting. We can get started this morning with our first agenda item, which is roll call. Mr. Weber, if you could please call roll.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblywoman Kusama.
Here.
Assemblyman Levitt.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Here.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager. Vice Chair Carlton.
Here.
Senator Canizaro.
Here.
Senator Dennis.
Here.
Senator Don Darrow-Loop.
Here.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Hammond.
Here.
Senator Harris.
Here.
Senator Severs-Ganser.
Here.
Senator Tatro.
Here.
Chair Brooks.
Here, so we have everyone present, and please mark Assemblyman Yeager present when he arrives. Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. And I just want to remind the committee that we have a really full agenda today, and so we're going to try to get through this as efficiently as possible. But I still do want to take a break somewhere midday for lunch, a quick break if we could, and we'll find a good place, and I'll give you some warning before we take that break. Our next agenda item is going to be public comment, and just a reminder for the public that the call-in number and the website that you can submit any written public comment to is on the agenda, and it was posted on the agenda when it went up a few days ago. And I want to also remind all the public commenters that we want to limit comment to 2 minutes each person so that we can make sure that we have plenty of time for as many people to get on as need to, and so that we can keep the meeting moving along. So if broadcast services, if you could open up the lines, and we'll wait just a minute for anyone to get on, and we'll start with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. To participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Again, if you wish to participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-E-R, UNLV Chapter President and Government Affairs Representative, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee for your consideration. Nevada state employees and their families number more than 70,000. So far, proposed expenditures of American Rescue Plan funds leave state workers behind, including 7,000 Nevada faculty and their families. An unprecedented number have quit their jobs during the pandemic, including at NSHE, and many more are on the verge of doing so. Among the reasons state workers are leaving are budget cuts to PEB, which have not yet been restored. State employees are left with health insurance not sufficient to meet our needs. Out-of-pocket maximums are now over $5,000 for an individual and $10,000 per family. Life insurance is cut in half. Long-term disability insurance is eliminated during a time when, because of the risk of contracting long-haul COVID-19, the likelihood of disability has increased. In 2020, the legislature took back $25 million in its employer contribution holiday, the first time PEB has been swept in this way and not paid back. Overall, state contributions to PEB are about $20 million per year less than 3 years ago. We have asked repeatedly for American Rescue Plan funds to remedy these cuts, Clear in U.S. Treasury guidelines for ARP is restoration of state healthcare budgets. We've been told no by the powers that be, with no explanation why. We ask you, on behalf of more than 70,000 covered lives, to restore PEB healthcare and benefits to pre-pandemic levels, or at least give us an explanation. It's hard to keep faith with state leaders who leave us in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unger. Next caller, please.
Good morning. My name is Jamelle Nance. It's spelled JAMELLENANCE. I work for the Children's Advocacy Alliance as the Strong Start Director of Prenatal to 3 initiative. There are a number of work programs on today's agenda under item F2 that impact children and families. And while I would like to highlight each of them, for the interest of time, I will highlight only a couple. The efforts I want to bring to your attention, work program item 59, which would provide needed funds to maternal and child health program. The maternal and child health program works to improve the health of Nevada's families, specifically for pregnant people, infants, children, and adolescents. Additional funds are needed to ensure the program can continue to improve services that aid to improve health for families by providing health education, prevention activities, and resources. I ask that, I'm sorry, hold on. I'm asking, I'm sorry, I lost my place. I ask that this committee provide needed funds to support these programs and services. Next, I would like to highlight program item 80 regarding the addition of funds to continue to promote the integration of behavioral health in pediatric primary care facilities. Working in the field of early childhood, I know that pediatricians are often one of the first trusted relationships a parent makes regarding a young child. When a parent suspects that a young child may need mental health services or even attempting to understand what that looks like in early childhood, it is often a harsh reality that only trusted professionals can facilitate. These relationships are built long before a child ever enters school and can have lasting positive outcomes with early intervention. With special training and close follow-up, should a referral be necessary, families can receive the help they need to ensure families and children are school ready with the social emotional support to thrive in and out of the classroom. We support the addition of funds to continue the integration of services, and we would like the program to consider equity measures like audio-only methods, such as phone calls for families who may not have access to telehealth features due to connectivity issues and internet access. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Nance. Next caller, please.
Good morning, members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Matthew Kaplan. That's M-A-T-T-H-E-W and K-A-P-L-A-N. I'm the president of the Nevada Police Union. We represent all Category 1 state peace officers and other public safety workers, and that includes state troopers, parole and probation officers, game wardens, park rangers, university police officers, and dispatchers. I'm calling today to ask the legislature to consider these frontline workers who did not work from home during the COVID-19 pandemic. I know there is a general knowledge that there is a retention issue at the state level. However, it's become an emergency, as seen recently in many news articles about the spike in highway deaths, particularly in Las Vegas, and the high caseloads for parole and probation officers. Unless something is done soon to address this enormous gap in pay and benefits, public safety in Nevada will become much worse. I believe waiting until the 2023 legislative session will be much too long, and I ask that you use ARPA and other funding sources that you have available to address this issue now. And I thank you for the opportunity to make a comment today.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Interim Finance Committee. My name is Heather Richardson, and I am the Program Coordinator of the new UNLV Fostering Scholars Program. My program is the first campus-based program in Nevada dedicated to support college students who have been in foster care. I would like to call in support of Agenda Item Number 77 regarding educational and trade voucher funding for young people who have aged out of foster care. I recently left my career of 16 years at Clark County Family Services supporting young people in foster care to launch this grant-funded program at UNLV, taking with it a 50% cut in pay and only a 2-year guarantee my job would exist. This program and ETV dollars are essential to young people in foster care. I know because I am a former foster youth myself. There were times I lived out of my car while attending UNLV. I'm now a 2-time UNLV graduate with a master's degree in social work and also a mother of 5 children, including 3 UNLV students. If it weren't for someone believing in me 25 years ago, as well as a 6-figure student loan balance, I wouldn't have the opportunity to speak before you today as the program coordinator of the new UNLV Fostering Scholars Program. The students I serve are the most deserving students you will ever find, with an average GPA of 3.2. They are tenacious and they persevere. Without access to essential funding for higher education and trade programs, our young people in foster care cannot support themselves to have the bright futures they deserve without leaving school with the looming debt that I now face. Thank you for your time in investing in Nevada's children and families.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Next caller, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and fellow committee members. My name for the record is Terry Laird. I'm the Executive Director for Rpen, Retired Public Employees of Nevada. Formed in 1976, we are a nonprofit dues-based member organization with close to 8,000 members, most of whom are retired public employees. We know you'll hear about funding requests from the Nevada Public Employees Benefits Program, PEB, today, as PEB deals with budget issues stemming from the COVID pandemic. We realize many state employees, some of whom are also members of Rpen, have struggled with rising healthcare costs, and now PEB plans to impose a COVID surcharge upon non-vaccinated state employees July 1, which could cost as much as an additional $225 per month for an unvaccinated worker and 1 unvaccinated dependent over the age of 18. While we do recognize the need for PEB to cover their unexpected expenses stemming from the pandemic, we also realize it's an additional cost burden on state employees who've already faced additional cuts to life insurance and the elimination of long-term disability, cuts PEB had to make before the last legislative session at the urging of the governor. And now with the state receiving close to $3 billion in American Rescue funds to help state agencies in need, like PEB has been told by the governor's office that they won't be receiving any of those funds. So like you'll hear from other state agencies representing state employees, we do urge this body to consider PEB as you are distributing those rescue funds in the coming months. It's often said people enter state service not for the salaries, which are historically less than other local governmental entities, but for the benefits. And the recent erosion of state benefits, especially for those hired after December 31st, 2011, who will never receive retiree health care contributions like those hired before that date, has led to a loss of interest in state jobs, leading to critical job shortages, as well as those who are also retiring because of those rising health care costs. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Laird. Next caller, please.
I apologize, Chair. One moment, please. Caller with the
morning,
last three digits. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Apologize. Good morning to the Interim Finance Committee. This is Annette Dawson Owens, ANNETTE Dawson, DAWSON, Owens, OWENS. I have the pleasure of serving as the School Readiness Policy Director at the Children's Advocacy Alliance. And we are calling in support of funding for those means that especially serve our most at-risk students, but want to note item 20, specifically providing a high-quality education to all students. Item 16, use of Title I funding. And of course, item 14, concerning the Office of Early Learning and Development. We also have been posed the question, as it is brought to our attention, to ask how were students with special needs being served or supported during this pandemic? For the fiscal year 2020 to 2021, it appears that not all funding was utilized for item 22 to 23 under IDEA. Hopefully, we can provide some insight and clarification. There may have been some programs in place that we're not aware of, but this is a legitimate concern that some of our parents have had, especially our parent ambassadors that we work with at the Children's Advocacy Alliance. So thank you for all your time and energy, and I look forward to the meeting.
If you recently
Ms.
joined the
Dawson
call,
Owens.
if you recently joined the call and would like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue.
Good morning. Hello,
Yes, go
Interim
ahead.
Finance Committee. Hello, Interim Finance Committee. My name is Shelley Speck, and I am here today in support of work program C57769 and C57770, item number 22 and 23. This is for IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Act. There's a special education grant funds to continue providing special education and related services for children with disabilities. As a mother to a child diagnosed under the Nevada Child Sign preschool program, I am forever grateful and will continually be a supporter of these services. With that being said, my child is one of many that still utilizes special education services within the Douglas County School District, where a veil-thin budget is used to provide auxiliary services in our school for dozens of students with IEPs. That's individualized education plans. I believe many members of the support staff are unable to adequately accommodate each student as a result of an overburdened caseload. Ultimately, this will lead to more children with disabilities being prematurely removed from their IEPs due to a lack of resources. It is my hope that additional funding will provide vital supports for children with disabilities in Nevada to continue receiving these services, including speech and occupational therapies, as well as social and emotional support in order to thrive in the school environment and develop into effective learners. Many of those effective learners will grow into hardworking Nevadans, making positive contributions in their communities and to the state. As a parent of a kindergartner who utilizes these services, I ask that you please consider the benefit to our children and approve this funding to use for special needs for children with disabilities. Thank you for your time and for investing in Nevada's children and families. Shelley Speck in Gardenville, Nevada.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Next caller, please.
Good morning. My name is Deshaun Jackson. I serve as the Safety and Welfare Policy Director with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. And we support Agenda Item 77, in addition to Agenda Item 81. We believe that it is essential that the agencies are well staffed, as evident here in Clark County with Child Haven, and the staff being overburdened. It's definitely important that these facilities remain staffed and that they that the staff feel supported and safe, as well as the youth that reside there. And so the Children's Alliance stand in support of agenda item 81. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-I-N, for the Nevada Faculty Alliance, the independent association of faculty at our public colleges and universities. Agenda item F.2.111 authorizes the Public Employees Benefits Program, PEB, to use roughly 20% of its excess reserves to partially restore benefits for FY 2023. This should be approved, but it doesn't go far enough. PEB has fully funded, conservatively estimated mandatory reserves. The catastrophic reserve is currently set at $35 million, and that includes the actuary's contingencies for future COVID expenses. The catastrophic reserve has never been used in the past dozen years, even during the pandemic budget crisis. So what's a catastrophe? There's no good reason to keep any excess reserves above the actuarial reserves. The excess reserves represents premiums paid to PEB for benefits for employees, not as a rainy day slush fund. The cuts at PEB targeted the most vulnerable employees, those with chronic conditions, and anyone who might become disabled in the future due to an accident or a diagnosis. Long-term disability insurance is not being restored to today's action. Life insurance is not being restored. Health saving account contributions are not being restored. The new deductible for the HMO EPO option is not being eliminated. With ample American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA revenue loss funds, and state gaming and room taxes revenue now at all-time highs, it is shameful that state workers have not been made whole after working on the front lines throughout the pandemic. Today, you are allocating tens of millions of dollars in ARPA funds in Agenda F.1 for worthy causes. When will ARPA funds be allocated to reimburse PEB for COVID-related medical claims after the CARES Act reimbursements ran out in December? When will state workers be compensated for their sacrifices during the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers at this time wishing to participate in public comment.
All right, thank you. So we can now move on to our next agenda item, which are a approval of the minutes of the April 1st, 2021 meeting. Do any of the members have any revisions or corrections that they're suggesting to make to those minutes? All right, seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the minutes from the April 1st, 2021 meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? All right, no discussion. All in favor, please raise your hand to indicate aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Raise your hand, indicate nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. And we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item D. It's work program revisions. And this is an informational only item. This was approved by the governor as an emergency work program. And we have Miss Deputy Administrator Julia Peak to explain to us briefly what that work program was. And again, this is an informational work only item since it's already been approved, but I'd like to get just a brief description.
Perfect. Happy to do it. Good morning, committee. Julia Peak, again, for the record, I serve as one of the deputy administrators at the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. In front of you today is an emergency work program to bring in $5 million to allow us to purchase at-home test kits. With that funding, we were able to purchase almost 590,000 kits. Around 100 sites, from libraries to chambers of commerce to our welfare offices to our health districts, community-based organizations have accepted those kits and will be distributing them to the community. They started arriving last week, and due to storms, they're still on their way from the East Coast to Nevada, but we hope all will be in our state by the end of the week. And I just want to speak to why this was an emergency. I totally appreciate that's not the best way to bring work programs in front of you, so appreciate your allowance for this. What we were seeing when Omicron hit is just major delays with the brick and mortar labs that had really good turnaround time prior, but just the nationwide demand issues were causing them to have issues. And also there was the long wait times at the physical sites that we have available for testing. We also saw a substantial back order on point of care tests, which have really been such a pivotal part of the COVID response, especially by our healthcare facilities and similar entities. And so what we did was, based on the governor's direction, we purchased the at-home test kits. Again, our idea was not to put them in a warehouse. We wanted them with our communities. And so our community-based partners stepped up to accept those. We are asking for weekly updates from them on quantity so we can see how they're moving out of that facility. We also will be ordering another volume of those test kits because we've had many providers and entities come forward after that who are interested and have a community in need. And so that will be pending as well. We've developed several maps. If it's helpful to the committee, we can share about where they are physically, if that's helpful to your community and residents so that they can understand how to navigate that. But all of that is updated on our NV Health Response website. So 2 things I'd like to highlight on that is all residents should go in there and get their 4 free test kits from our federal partners. That's available now. And then as our community-based partners get delivery slips, we're posting that location on our website as well so they can see where the kits are in real time as we know. Happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Peak. Appreciate the update. And this is such an important part of our health response and our economic recovery, having Nevadans understand where they are and if they're infected. And again, that is nvhealthresponse.nv.gov. There's a wealth of information, including the maps that Ms. Peak just spoke about. Members, do we have any questions for Ms. Peak on this item? Senator Gocochea, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Peak, just one question. There seems to be a lot of discussion about the accuracy of these tests, or at least some of the tests. Can you give us some reassurance that they're better than 50-50?
Yeah, Julia Peak for the record, great question. And they do vary based on efficacy. We did a lot of research and reached out again to the experts in our state, specifically Dr. Pandori, to help us understand which purchase made the most sense based on efficacy. And so we did end on the FlowFlex. Also, this has been shown to be more effective with Omicron because that is another risk. We don't want to purchase a kit that then would not be appropriate for the variant. So this one did appear to be the most effective and available to us. They are most effective if you're symptomatic. So if you're symptomatic and test positive, that result is very accurate. So we do want Nevadans to have these tests, and then if they become exposed and or if they become symptomatic, they could just take it off their shelf and test themselves. If they are symptomatic and negative, that's when they should seek additional testing through, again, the gold standard is the PCR. So at that point, again, symptomatic and negative, you should seek additional testing. But if you're symptomatic and it's positive, consider it positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And up next, I believe I have a question from Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. Ms. Peak, as I've asked in the past regarding these tests, it's great to have them sent out. As a matter of fact, I ordered some for my household, and I did receive some for tests. So we have them available. And thank you for answering the question about the accuracy of these. And again, and reinforcing, only use these tests if you're symptomatic, because it will not be as accurate if you're not symptomatic. My question is the concern I have regarding once you have these tests and you take these tests at home. Last time when we were on this call, I asked you about the hotline and availability, and a lot of folks don't have the internet or may not trust the internet or necessarily know how to use the internet, and we have some broadband issues and access issues. Phone calls, have you been able to rev up a little bit about what to do with these tests, and if somebody calls in for some help, have we changed that or increased access along those lines?
Julia Peak for the record. Thank you, Dr. Titus. So a couple things we're working on that front. We have developed a survey that's going on our NV Health Response website that'll walk people through I tested positive, and then it'll help them determine what they do next based on the type of test they did, how to notify contacts, how to figure out their isolation period, and walk them through that in addition to should I look for therapeutics and how to do that. So you mentioned the broadband issue, and that's a very real thing. And then it also, folks could have a challenge navigating the website for whatever reason. So we're working through right now with our call center to develop the option to talk about testing and therapeutics in addition to vaccination. And so it's going to basically walk the individual through that same thought process, just not online. And so you tested positive, which test? Even how do I use my test? You know, I have the box, but what am I supposed to do exactly? And so we can work with them on the type of kit that they have. It may not be the one we purchased, and how to complete it, collect a specimen, read it, and then what to do next. So we are hoping to launch that very soon. We're working on finalizing that script now, and it's going to address both the testing and then how you navigate therapeutics as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, if I might. Just out of curiosity, are there any YouTube videos to show everybody turns to YouTube to how do you fix something, how do you do something, and you walk it through it? Has the state or the company done YouTube access on showing folks how to do these tests?
Julia Peak for the record. Yeah, we posted those on NV Health Response, I believe, but we'll confirm. But there are great YouTube videos that the company has put together, which takes you step by step through the process. So it's really easy to follow. But again, we don't want, if folks are struggling, we don't want them to have a hard time. So they could just call the 800 number as well, and we can walk them through what that looks like, or help them navigate to the right location on our website to watch it themselves at home.
The final question, since this is a money committee, these tests cost about $6.50 a piece, I see, according to what you submitted. Was there any, it didn't go out to bid, is this the average cost of these tests? What if somebody goes into, let's say they go into one of CVS pharmacy and they were to purchase one of these tests, what does it cost? And we spent $6.50 each.
Julia Peak for the record again. So initially when we put forward the work program, we were going to work with one vendor who was charging $6.50 a kit. They sold that out from under us before we could even finish the work program because the demand was so high. So we ended up having to go with a different vendor, settled on $8.50 a test for this order, and are trying to negotiate a lower per test. I happened to go to my local drugstore and saw this on the counter as well, and it was $9.99 a kit. So we are getting a volume deal. We also did not just talk to this vendor. Our federal partners have put together a list of vendors, and we, our PHP team, called them and tried to get not only the lowest dollar amount, but also the quickest turnaround time. The first vendor at $6.50 a kit then wouldn't be able to fill another order until March or April, and that was not what we needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And I just want to reiterate that this is not the same tests that we're getting from the federal government. This is in addition to that, and this is from our state funding for tests for Nevadans. And I too have, for the same test, have gone in and seen them for $10 a piece at the local drugstore. And so I appreciate, looking out for the state's funds and trying to get the best deal. This also speaks to that the timing also speaks to why this is an emergency work program. That we need to act fast or we lose the opportunity. Any other questions from the committee on this informational item? All right, I see none. Thank you, Mrs. Peak, and keep up the good work, and we'll move on to our next agenda item. Our next agenda item is agenda item E, which is a statement of American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund obligations and remaining reserve balances within that account. This is a new item, and I think it's really helpful to set the stage on conversations about the federal funding that we're talking about. And I think it's also a great reference for the general public and for legislators to take a look at where we're at, where we're going. And hopefully this will be a continuing IFC agenda item. And we do have Mr. Leiser here today to walk us through that statement. That statement is in your materials and online. And Mr. Leiser, if you go ahead and walk us through that, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Brody Leiser. I serve as a Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I appreciate Chair Brooks going over his comments to start this agenda item, as it is a new statement, and I won't repeat some of the words that he spoke in regards to the purpose of this statement and hopefully it becoming a resource for both members of the committee as well as members of the public. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the statement here. Hopefully you can all see that. I understand that the print's a little bit small, but that is on full screen. The statement can be found in volume 1 of the meeting packet, beginning on page 71. This will be in volume 1, part 1 for those accessing the packet online through Nellis. First, I'd like to make just a couple clarifying points. The statement displays 100% of the authorized amounts that have been approved for obligation, as well as items submitted for presentation to and consideration by the committee today, regardless of the fiscal year in which the funds may be expended. A good example of this would be the $54 million that was approved through the passage of Assembly Bill 484 for the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation for their upgrade to the Unemployment Compensation Information System. We fully understand that it's going to take the department several years to complete that system upgrade, and we don't know of the $54 million how much may actually be needed to complete that project. But for this statement, we're going to show the entire $54 million that was approved as an obligation. There's a one-page summary that's on page 71 of your meeting packet, as well as a detailed statement of obligations on pages 72 through 75. Both of which are structured consistently in regard to the layout. Beginning with the summary statement, which I have here up on the screen, we have the total $2.7 billion in American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds at the top of the statement. I'm going to first walk through the vertical columns of the statement in which dollar amounts are displayed, moving left to right. The statement breaks out the $2.7 billion amount into 3 reserve categories. This is consistent with the reserve categories established within the COVID-19 relief program budget and includes $1.086 billion in reserves associated with revenue loss pursuant to Senate Bill 461 of the 2021 session. There's $1.622 billion in what we have referred to here as the main reserve. In other words, not associated with revenue loss. And then there's $30 million, which has been reserved for the nonprofit community recovery grants, as discussed by the governor's office during the December 9th meeting of the Interim Finance Committee. The statement will break down which reserve bucket each allocation is drawn or requested to be drawn from. And on the far right side of the statement, there is a column to display the total funds, obligations, and remaining obligated balance of funds. The statement is split into 3 sections, which are displayed on the horizontal rows of the pages. The first lists the amounts that were obligated through actions of the 81st session of the legislature, and this totaled approximately $770 million. Oops. Sorry, I got a little, the scroll bar got me there. The second section here on the summary page are amounts obligated under the authority of NRS 353 and lists the corresponding IFC date in which these items were presented and total $25.5 million to date. The third section would be work programs that are presented to and or for consideration at the IFC at today's meeting. And those total approximately $40.8 million coming out of the three reserve buckets. At the bottom of the summary statement, you'll see a bolded row which displays the remaining balances in each reserve bucket after accounting for approved allocations and if all items submitted for consideration today are approved by the committee. There would be approximately $1.9 billion in total unobligated funds remaining across the three reserve buckets if all items requested today are approved. The detailed statement begins on page 72 of the packet material and follows the same structure and provides additional information on the three sections that I just referenced. Page 72 displays the descriptions and amounts for the amounts obligated through actions of the 81st session of the legislature. Page 73 displays descriptions and amounts obligated for approval under the authority of NRS 353, including the IFC date in which the item was presented. And third is the section on pages 74 and 75 of your meeting packet that display descriptions and amounts submitted for consideration at today's meeting of the Interim Finance Committee. I will focus just for a moment on this section as it has two parts. The first takes up the majority of this page and references the agenda items you can see here in bold towards the left side and program descriptions for allocations that would be transferred from remaining reserve levels if approved by the committee today. Similar to the one-page summary, there's a bolded row here to display the remaining balances, again, based on the obligations that have been approved to date and if all items presented at today's meeting of the IFC are approved. The second part of this section of the statement is towards the bottom of page 74 and begins below that bolded line. And there's notes here. It provides a description. These items are also on the IFC agenda and work program list today. And these would reconcile funding transfers, approved transfers of previously approved allocations, and or adjust existing expenditure authority. Therefore, do not have dollar amounts reflected on the statement as to not duplicate amounts already identified as being obligated. A good example of this will be here, agenda item D. As the committee just heard, the governor had approved this as an emergency measure to allocate $5 million for over-the-counter COVID testing. That $5 million was actually approved as part of the $20.9 million that was initially authorized under Senate Bill 461, Section 1, Subsection 2, Paragraph B. And so what you'll see here is there's a note here by this item, note number 1. If we were to go back to the detailed page with the obligations from the 81st session of the legislature, I can see here from Senate Bill 461, Section 1, Subsection 2, Paragraph B, you've got these footnote referencing that number 1. And that's just to indicate again that the $5 million for the over-the-counter tests represented a portion of this overall $20.9 million authorized in that legislation. And we just, again, don't want to duplicate the amounts. And with that, Chairman Brooks, that concludes my remarks on this agenda item. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leiser. Do we have any questions from the committee on this summary? All right, I do not see any.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I apologize. I could not make my button work. It's Assemblywoman Carlton.
Please go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Leiser, and whoever thought this up. It's an excellent idea. It's going to make it so much easier to keep track. And will this be an ongoing list? Will this list from today be incorporated into future presentations? Or do we need, or is it more like the contingency balance statements where we're going to get a snapshot in time? And if we want more detail, we're going to have to hold on to the previous documents. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and keep all the information current.
Thank you. For the record, Brody Leiser. My understanding is that this may be a standing agenda item for the Interim Finance Committee as we move forward. And so our intent would be to update this statement based on actions of the committee today. We'll update the statement following the actions of the committee today and present the information based on those items that are approved and continue to update this statement on an ongoing basis while the state continues to allocate these funds and spend down the funds. As the committee members are aware, these funds can be obligated until the end of the calendar year of 2024, and then the state has until 2026 to actually spend the funds. So I would expect that we will continue to update and revise this statement as additional obligations are approved with the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand you correctly, Mr. Leiser, updates will be in addition to the current list. So we're not going to have to combine lists. We'll be able to take a look at one document to see everything at the same time.
That is, sorry, for the record, Brody Leiser, Vice Chair Carlton. Yes, it will be a consolidated statement that will provide all of the information and will be updated so that you do not need to refer back to prior versions.
Okay, thank you. And it's much easier for the public and for everyone else who's watching us. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the follow-up. It's just much easier for the public to not have to figure out where it is if it's all in one place. So thank you very much. I think this is an excellent idea.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leiser. And I agree, having this, it will grow, but not considerably because the format is really concise and lends itself to just updating it. And so I look forward to seeing this every IFC meeting and this being the document that I refer back to. This is actually the most concise kind of description that we've seen so far, in my opinion, of how we've allocated and obligated the funds. So thank you for that. If there are no other questions from the committee, and I'll be scrolling back and forth through screens all day today, looking for hands or people wanting to be recognized. So bear with me. So with no other questions, we can move on to our next agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Leiser. And our next agenda item is going to be agenda item F1 and F2, which is the approval of gifts, grants, work programs, revisions, and position changes. You should have all the items of F1 and F2 in your materials. And Mr. Thorley, could you go over the work programs and informational items that we've identified to be pulled for discussion? And then once Mr. Thorley's done, I'll reach out to the members of the committee to see if there are any additional items that we would like to pull for discussion. And then what we haven't pulled, we can vote on in a batch for approval. All right, so Mr. Thorley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCV Fiscal Analysis Division. As the chair mentioned, I will go through lists F1, F2, and the informational item list, which is list M. For the committee's reference, because this is the first time the committee is seeing the work program list broke out in two separate lists, I just briefly wanted to note how it was divided. List F1 includes all work program revision requests where there is a request to allocate American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So this is part of the $2.7 billion that Mr. Leiser just discussed. So any work program that deals with that funding source is included in List F1. List F2 contains the remaining work program revision requests, grants, or requests to approve gifts and grants and position changes in accordance with Chapter 353 of NRS. You might note that in List F2, there are work programs that request acceptance of American Rescue Plan Act grant funds, but those are grant funds that are made available directly to agencies for specific purposes, so not part of the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. So List F1 is only Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund. List F2 has all others, including ARPA grants that are direct grants to state agencies. So beginning with List F1, which begins on Volume 1 of the meeting materials, tab F, page 77. The first item that will be pulled for discussion is F14. And there is a revision to this item. This revision was received after the agenda was posted, so it's not reflected on the meeting materials that the members have. But I will explain the revision, and the revision is large. It's only it's an accounting change. The dollar amount isn't changing. So in your meeting packet for F14, it indicates a request to transfer just under $7 million from reserve to the ARPA Senate Bill 461 reserve category, and then $3.9 million from reserve to the ARPA project category. That is actually a combined number, so add those two together. So it's $10,880,014. That is requested to come from the reserve category to the ARPA project category. So it's simply a correction in which category that the reserve funding would go to. Again, the dollar amount is not changing. The revision does not alter the agency's plan for this money. It's simply an accounting fix. Agenda item F14 will be heard together with three other items: F16, F18, and F112. So again, F14, F16, F18, and F112 will all be pulled and heard together. Next on page 3, list F1. Agenda item F113 will be heard together with F117. This is part of the Community Recovery Grant Program, the $30 million that Mr. Leiser mentioned previously that was set aside in reserve for nonprofit organizations. Next, agenda item F114 will be pulled for discussion. This is also part of the Community Recovery Grant Program. F115 and F116 will both be pulled and heard together. These are also part of the Community Recovery Grant Program. And I will note a minor error on F116. At the bottom, it mentions it relates to item F1.1.16, and that should actually be relates to item F.1.15. So F115 and F116 will be heard together. Next, there is F118, which will be heard together with F119. And then lastly, on list F1, F.1.20 will be heard together with F.1.21. So just real quick summary of the items in F1 that are being pulled for discussion. F14, F16, F18, and F112 all together. F113 and F117 together. Then F114. Next, F115 and F116 together. Then F118 and F119 together. And then finally, F120 and F121 together. I'll move on now to list F.2. This list begins in volume 1, page 201 of the meeting packet. There is no tab to go directly to this. So just wanted to make note again of the page if you're following along in your meeting materials. This begins on volume 1, page 201 of the packet. For F.2, the first item that will be pulled for discussion is F.2.1. And that will be heard jointly with agenda item L, which relates to a request for a CIP project scope change from the State Public Works Division. So F.2.1 jointly with agenda item L. Next is agenda item F.2.39, Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. Also F.2.40, which is also from the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. F.240 relates to F.2.105. So that will also be pulled. So F239, F240, and F2-105. Moving on to the next page of the list F2, agenda item F246, Aging and Disability Services Division. That has been identified to be pulled for discussion. Next, I will note two revision requests that were received after the deadline was posted. So these revisions are not in the meeting materials, but I will go over them briefly. These items are not recommended to be pulled for discussion, and if they're not pulled, will be included in the consent vote. But I did want to note the revision requests so that when the motion is made for the consent vote, that it's accurately reflected. Item F.2.72, Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, Welfare Field Services. This has a revision that was received yesterday. Instead of addition of 974,168, that has been revised to addition of $400,059 in federal Family First grant funds. The next revision is F.2.94 from the Department of Public Safety, State Fire Marshal Division. As listed, it says transfer of $47,200 from the personnel category to the equipment category. That has been revised to transfer of $50,528 from the personnel category to the equipment category. Again, those two revisions are not requested to be heard, but those revisions should be included in the consent vote. Next is agenda item F.2.111, Public Employees Benefits Program. Moving on, a large group of healthcare financing and policy work programs will be pulled. Those are F.2.13, F2.14, F2.15, F2.16, F2.19, and F2.20. Again, that's F2.113, 114, 115, 116, 119, and 120. Those 6 work programs will all be heard together. Agenda items F.2.117 and 118 from the Department of Public Safety, Division of Parole and Probation. Those will be heard jointly together. So F2.117 and F2.118. And that is all the items on list F2 that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. And then lastly, on to list M, which is the informational items list. Item M1B, Office of Project Management, Smart 21. That has been identified to be pulled for discussion. And that is the only item on list M. And Mr. Chair, if anybody needs me to go over those again, would be happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. Maybe we can request, see if the members have any requests for additional items to be pulled for discussion. And then at the end of that, we can summarize briefly what the items were. I will put the offer out there to all of our members. If they have any other items in item F1, F2, or informational item M that they would like to see pulled for further discussion. I see, I'm going to go in order here. I see Assemblyman Watts. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Could we pull item M4A for a brief discussion?
Thank you. We will pull that. And Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could pull from F2, 109, and 110.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. We'll pull those. I saw Senator Gokachia. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could pull F2 124, I'll be very brief, I promise.
So we will pull F2 124. And then I have Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we might pull F5 and then F2.2.50.84 and 119, please. And again, I'll be brief.
Assemblywoman, could you repeat those for me?
Okay. Sorry. F1.2. I'm sorry, 1.5, keeping this in order. So F1.5 or -5, F2-2, 50, 84, and 119.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And Assemblyman Roberts, did you have any that you wanted to pull still, or did you get the question, your answer you were looking for?
Chair, thank you, Chair Brooks, for checking. I got the answers to the ones that I previously told you about, so no need to pull those. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. And do we have anyone else? Okay, it appears if that is it. So Mr. Thorley, if you want to run through a summary again, that would be great.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. What I have right now, and this will be in order, starting with list F1, F14, F16, F18, and F112 together. Then F15, then F113 and F117 together. Next, F114. And a quick note on F114, while this is a community recovery grant request, it is not recommended to come from the $30 million that was set aside. This is the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. It's recommended to come from $7.6 million that was set aside for food insecurity in Senate Bill 461. So just a quick clarification on that. Next, F115 and F116 together. Then F118 and F119 together. And then finally on list F1, F120 and F121 together. Moving on to list F2, F21 and agenda item L together. Then F239, then F240 and F2105 together. Then F246, then F250, and then F284. Next, F2109 and 110. Then F211, then F213, or F2-113, 114, 115, 116, 119, and 120 all together. Then F2-117 and 118 together. Then F2-119, and finally F2-124. And then on to list M, the informational items list, item 1B and 4A. And I think I got everything.
I might not have heard it, but I think we need to do F22 per Assemblywoman Titus's request as well.
I did miss that one, so thank you. Yes, F22 then.
All right, that's quite a list. We got our work cut out for us, team. So with that, we'll get started. So we will pull those items, but before we do that, I would like to take a motion to approve the items not pulled in item F1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis to approve the items in F1 not pulled for discussion. Do I have any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Wayne Thorley. I think I heard you say items F1. I believe the motion is for F1 and F2.
Okay, great. I was going to take them separately, but if we can take them together, that's even better.
Yeah, I apologize. Yes, the motion I think can be taken together if you want to clarify with the motion maker.
Okay, so I would take a motion to approve items F1 and F2 that were not pulled for further conversation.
Second.
Okay, I think we have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis.
Yeah.
All right. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion, aye. Thank you. Any opposed, nay? All right, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. And so items F1 and 2, we've approved those items that weren't pulled for discussion. So now we can move on to the discussion of items F1. And our first item up for discussion is going to be item F1, 4, 6, 8, and 12. And we'll hear all of those together. And with us this morning, we have Eric Jimenez from the Treasurer's Office and Tara Hagan from the Treasurer's Office. And we have Susan Brown and Shauna Tilley from GFO are available if needed. So Mr. Jimenez, if you are available, if you want to start walking us through, starting with F4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Jimenez with the Treasurer's Office for the record. Before you on item F1 sub 4, you will see a supplemental request for additional money to the Transforming Opportunities for Toddlers and Students grant. This is a first in the nation program that has provided $5,000 grants to an initial 1,000 children with disabilities for a variety of purposes to help them recover stronger from the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw a tremendous response, much like all of the grant programs that the Treasurer's Office runs to this program. When we launched it, we got a little over 2,100 applications. So this work program in front of you, you will see two pieces. The first is a little under $5 million to get through the backlog of applications to ensure that we can fund as many of those accounts that came through the initial application process as we can. And the second is a group that we unintentionally left out of the process when we started this grant program. When recipients apply for the grant, to ensure that we do not break any of their Medicaid, Social Security, food assistance, or housing assistance programs, we require that the $5,000 go into an ABLE account, which you've heard our office talk about the benefits of for people with disabilities and helping them save without losing their benefits. In order to sign up for those accounts, someone has to be an authorized individual. Children in the foster care system need the county social service department to sign up for an ABLE account for them. So to ensure that they had access to this program as well, in working with the governor's office, we decided that it was a priority to make sure that we had a separate slug of money available for them. So you will see $2 million of this $6.9 million work program will be dedicated to children in the foster care system with disabilities to ensure that they have access to this program. Otherwise, I would just say that this is literally life-changing for these families as I talk to them every day. So thank you for your continued support of the program. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And do we have any questions for Mr. Jimenez before we move to item 6, which is part of this same work program, well, in conjunction with this work program? Assemblywoman Peters, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited about this program and the opportunity to backfill all of the need. At least that's been applied to this program, but I wanted to make sure that in my notes, I had it correct. What you're asking for today will cover 100% of those initial applicants, so we won't be leaving anyone behind.
Eric Jimenez for the record. That is correct, Assemblywoman. What we saw is a little bit of drop off in the program due to eligibility and not having a defined COVID need or just non-responsiveness. So we got about 2,150 applications. There might be a few more in that. Some of those fell off, and then we also had a waiting list for funding. So we're confident that this slug will fund every one of the eligible applications that we have in front of us.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And Assemblywoman Gorlow, did you have a question as well?
Yes, I had a quick question. I was interested in knowing what the factors would be considered in the Treasurer's Office to determine
who received the grant awards for the children in the foster care system?
Yes, thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Erica Jimenez. For the record, several of the requirements are similar to the provisions of SB 461, so we're not changing eligibility there. So the child would have to have a qualifying disability to open an ABLE account, which we define on our website if you'd like to look. 2, they have to be under the age of 18. And then 3, most importantly, with the ARPA state fiscal recovery funds, they have to have a defined COVID hardship due to the pandemic or its negative economic effects. And then finally, for the foster care population specifically, they have to be enrolled and receiving services from either the county social service department, so the county foster care agency, and or the Division of Child and Family Services, which handles rural foster kids as well. And we are working with those foster care providers on the social service side directly, so we can verify which children are receiving foster care services.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other questions from the committee on that particular item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I did raise my hand, but I know it's hard to find them all.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And thank you especially for taking the time to answer some of the questions that I had about this so that I would understand it a little bit better. I was not involved with all of the discussions about this program. I guess my follow-up question would be that as this program fulfills its responsibility and begins to wind down because it's strictly COVID related, when do we think we would have a report on how the dollars were spent, how they were used, so that we could really evaluate the program?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. Eric Jimenez, for the record. We are working through that program right now, so I'm really proud of the speed that we're getting this first $5 million out. I think we'll have all of it out today. Moving into accounts, we've had about 4.6 million out so far. We have been waiting for this moment, so assuming the committee approves this, we will work as fast as humanly possible to get these new dollars out to families. Once we finalize all of the grant awards, my intention is to prepare a report for you shortly thereafter, which we're happy to provide to this committee and or the subcommittee on the American Rescue Plan spend, whichever is more appropriate. I don't have a preference there, but it will just take us some time to do that. So I imagine sometime within a month after the close of the program. So we're hopeful to get these dollars out in the next month, but once we do that, we will work with LCB staff to get that report to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And any other questions on the TOTS piece of this work program from Mr. Jimenez? All right, I don't see any. All of this work program also makes transfers to the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, Division of Child and Family Services, and Division of Forestry, which are 6, 8, and 12 of the work program. And I just wanted to know if anyone, any of the members had any questions on those as well. All right, I don't see any. So I believe that we can I think we can move on if there's no questions on those other work or those other items that are associated with this work program. And I believe that would take us, if we're trying to stay in order here, to F15.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Wayne Thorley, LCB Fiscal. Would you like to take a vote on those 4 items before moving on?
That's probably a great idea. And hopefully you don't have to remind me too many times today to do that. So yes, so what we'll do is we'll take a motion. I would look for a motion to approve F1, 4, 6, 8, and 12.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton, a second from Senator Dennis. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Chair Brooks, just a quick comment that although we didn't discuss it, just a comment that I'm so impressed with the work that's being done with the Victims of Crime Act and all the many dozens organizations that are being funded by those dollars. It's great work.
Thank you for that comment. I agree wholeheartedly, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other comments on the motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. Thank you. Any opposed, nay? And the motion passes unanimously. And now we can move on to item F15. And F15 is from the Office of the Governor, COVID-19 relief programs, and it's a transfer. And with us to present that this morning will be Susan Brown. And Susan Brown will, from the Governor's Office of Finance, please go right ahead.
Good morning. This is Susan Brown, Director of the Governor's Finance Office. I'm going to hand this actually over to Shauna Tilley. And we have DEM David Bogerson on the line as well if there are specific questions about the PPE.
So Shauna Tilley, the lead of the Fiscal Recovery Funds office here in the Governor's Finance Office. And so this work program is requesting to transfer funds from reserve into an expenditure category to allow the Governor's Finance Office to move those funds to the purchasing division in order to fund the lease for the warehouse storing personal protective equipment related to the COVID pandemic. Do we have questions?
Yes, may I go, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Please go ahead, Assemblywoman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'm especially happy that Mr. Fogerson is on the line, because my question really is this is now, we have this protective equipment that we're storing in warehouses, but it's not just in Southern Nevada. We have protective equipment and other, we call them PPEs, but other equipment that we have heard about multiple times on this committee stored throughout this state. And I'm wondering how long we're going to have to continue this lease when the ARPA funds were out. Is intention then to find funding somewhere else? And is it just this one warehouse? And how are we looking at all the other warehouses that we have? And I'm going to add another one on that. How many warehouses do we have that we're storing this type of equipment?
David Fogerson, for the record, through the chair to Dr. Titus, thank you for the question and great questions. We've been trying to work through how we make this work best for the state. We do have two warehouses currently, one in Northern Nevada, one in Southern Nevada, and it has PPE, mobile field hospitals, and all the additional equipment that we've gained through COVID. We're doing everything we can to try to push out as much PPE we can to our locals and nonprofits and our healthcare facilities, so that way we're not stockpiling it. The governor did ask us to maintain a 60-day supply, so our goal is to turn down all of our PPE to that 60-day supply. And this is part of that phased-in plan, is that the Northern Nevada warehouse is a month-to-month warehouse, and that's our primary one we're trying to get the PPE out of. And then we're going to go to the Southern Nevada warehouse as one and only warehouse. And we're transitioning that warehouse from Division of Emergency Management as we start getting out of the pandemic. And we're going to move it over to purchasing, so that way they can maintain that warehouse. And we find like Department of Corrections needs a lot of PPE just for the normal daily operations for their healthcare system. And so Department of Corrections can buy that PPE through purchasing that's stored in the warehouse. And that way they can maintain a 60-day supply for whatever the next pandemic that shows up is, while still utilizing that stock. So that's the overall plan. We've had multiple meetings on it. And this is one of the next steps of us moving forward to get out of that emergency phase and more into preparedness for the next disaster.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that answer. And that's what I was looking for, kind of a global or overall view of what we're doing with the stockpiling that we do and not stockpiling. So, Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have and would be happy when you're ready to motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Any other questions on this item from the committee? All right, I see none. So I would take a motion from Assemblywoman Titus to approve F15.
Yes, sir.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Titus.
Second.
A second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. Thank you. Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes unanimously, and we can move on to our next agenda item, which I believe our next agenda item is going to be F113, and we're going to hear that with F117. And with us today to present that is Bailey Bordelin from the Governor's Office, as well as Susan Brown, Director GFO, Shauna Tilley, and Heather Hilliard, excuse me. And so, Ms. Bordelin, if you are available, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Bailey Bordelin for the Record, Office of the Governor. I will ask GFO to get us started.
Thank you, Ms. Bordelin. This work program is a request for funds for the Family Support Center to provide services under the Community Recovery Grant Program, the $30 million nonprofit program, which we ran over pretty much over the end of December, ending January 3rd applications. And this is part of the first wave of those requests.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Any questions from the committee on what this award, this is, please help me clarify if I'm wrong. This is part of the grants, nonprofit grants process that you launched a few months back and got all the input on. And is this one of the first, or I guess in our agenda, the first award?
Yes, Chair Bailey Bordelin for the record. So we have 4 nonprofits who are the first grant recipients of the Community Recovery Grant that you have before you on this first agenda. This first item is the Family Support Center, which provides mental health services in rural Nevada. And so we have each agency that will be overseeing these items prepared to speak to how these dollars will be spent and their role in partnering with these organizations. So we can have Department of Health and Human Services speak to the specifics of what these dollars will do for the Family Support Center if you'd like.
I think that'd be great. I mean, that we don't have any I think questions or issues necessarily. I just wanted to highlight the good work that we're doing and that this process that we put in place and through the grants that you're offering to the nonprofits, what their actual outcomes are going to be and who they're helping here in the state of Nevada. So yeah, if you just briefly want to walk through what this grant is going to do, I would appreciate it.
Great, and I will just say for the public watching that these 4 are the first round, and so we expect to come back with a set of nonprofits that we've worked through to develop these programs each time we meet for IFC. So those decisions have not all been made or all been allocated, and that these are just the first few, and we'll continue to roll these out. But with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Woodard.
Good morning, Chair Brooks and committee members. My name is Stephanie Woodard. I'm the Department of Health and Human Services Senior Advisor on Behavioral Health, and very happy to be able to present to you today the work programs to the Family Support Center. The Family Support Center is a nonprofit behavioral health organization situated in Winnemucca, Nevada, and serves families, youth, and children, as well as adults in Humboldt, Lander, and Pershing counties. This funding will be used to expand existing services for behavioral health in the region. These services include family support, wraparound services, and programs who support individuals who are court-ordered to treatment. The funding will provide the needed staffing to decrease wait times and increase the availability of services. So currently, the average wait time for individuals seeking services is ranging anywhere between 3 to 6 weeks. So the additional staffing will certainly help to address those needs and also support supervised visitation for families involved in the child welfare system, childcare for parents engaging in behavioral health treatment, and also initiate an important peer recovery support program.
Thank you for that explanation. It's good work and much needed right now. Do we have any questions from the committee on that award and this work program? Assemblywoman Titus, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. And I highly support the program. I'm just wondering, I know it's going to pay for increasing staffing, but where are you going to find the staff?
So Stephanie Woodard, for the record, Family Support Center has had a long-lasting relationship with the communities that they serve, and the staffing really for the funding is relatively small. So they're seeking to add 1 substance use disorder treatment provider, 1 mental health provider, and 1 case manager. I anticipate that with these funds, they'll be able to recruit highly qualified individuals while also being able to pay them what a standard market rate is currently for behavioral health providers.
I thank you for that. I just worried that we're just moving people around as opposed to actually having additional folks. And so if you find your staff, I worry that it's going to be taken from somewhere else, and just want to just put that out there, that huge concerns about lack of staff. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions on this particular item? All right, it looks like we do not. So I'd like to move on then. So I'm going to be taking 13 through 17 all together and voting on those all together. So I'd like to hear 13 through 17 back to back to back, if that's okay with the committee. And so that moves me on to item 14. And item 14 is the Department of Agriculture Commodity Foods Distribution Program. This is also part of the Community Recovery Grant Program and one of the first 4 awards. And so Ms. Bordelin, if you want to kick us off on that and hand it off to whoever might be able to briefly explain to us what this grant is going to do for Nevadans.
Sure, thank you. This grant is for the Northern Nevada Food Bank, who we work closely with at the state as a partner in our food security plan. And so Director Jennifer Ott with the Department of Agriculture can walk you through the specifics.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Ott, Director of the Nevada Department of Agriculture. I'm here today to provide a brief synopsis of the first of what I hope is many projects addressing food insecurity in the state. The first award we're recommending is to the Food Bank of Northern Nevada in the amount of $629,026 drawn from the ARPA State Fiscal Recovery Funds, and as Mr. Thorley had said, from SB 461. The Food Bank of Northern Nevada is a center of an extensive food distribution network in Northern Nevada. And this amount covers the expenses of 4 positions over 3 years to conduct food security and nutrition outreach to those that are experiencing health disparities and lack of access to healthy food, as well as to 18 tribal communities that are supported by the food bank. We're also supporting a driver to stock food pantries at schools and school backpack programs as well. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ott. Do we have any questions from the committee on this grant award? All right, I don't see any. This is much needed assistance in rural Nevada, and we really appreciate the hard work that you're doing, and the many Nevadans will be appreciative as well. All right, so I will move on to item F115, and this is also in conjunction with the Community Recovery Grant Program. And this is a sub-award to Baby's Bounty for diaper bank and diaper bundle programs. And Ms. Bordelin, do you want to start this off as well?
Sure, thank you, Bailey Bordelin, for the record. Our third award is with Baby's Bounty, as the chair said. So this is a program for moms in need, and this is in Clark County, and this will also be overseen by the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. So I'll pass it back over to them.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Julia Peak for the record with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, and I'm very happy to be joined by Vicki Ives, who serves as our Deputy Chief. As was mentioned already, this is a sub-award to Baby's Bounty, and what they're going to be able to do with this is provide diapers, wipes, and baby bundles, and baby bundles include portable cribs and car seats. These funds will expand Baby's Bounty's current diaper bank and bundle efforts, specifically for those families that have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. These programs provide services to disproportionately impacted communities that live at 130% of the federal poverty level, who are unable to provide those diapers, wipes, safe sleeping environments, and car seats for their infants and toddlers. With that, we are happy to take any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Peak. Do we have any questions from the committee on this grant?
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate this one. I deal with folks on a daily basis who come to get diapers and wipes, and we've even moved into providing some cereals and other things that need to be done. It's unfortunately, it's not just, they're just so expensive, and it's something that really isn't optional. So I really appreciate all the work that Baby's Bounty has done over this last year or so to get these products out to these families in need. It's an excellent program, and I've heard wonderful things about it. And I just wanted to congratulate them on all the good work that they've done.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Many of us on this committee have had multiple children at home in diapers at the same time, and you know, it's very trying a working family, and so this is an important piece of this recovery, and we appreciate that work that you're doing. Any other comments or questions? Senator Dondero Liu, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would just like to echo those comments, because I think we forget that not only how expensive diapers are, but we all forget that clean diapers help keep babies healthy. Because when you have diapers that you keep on children, you know, other things happen, from diaper rash all the way. So, you know, those clean diapers are really important. And I too really appreciate Baby's Bounty and all that they are doing. And thank you for this.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions, comments from the committee on this item? All right, thank you, Ms. Peak, and that moves us to our next item, which is item 17. And item 17 is part of the Community Recovery Grant as well. And Ms. Bordelin, if you want to start that off for us, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bailey Bordelin, for the record. So our last program for today is a subgrant to Goodwill of Southern Nevada for an evidence-based workforce development program that helps members of the Southern Nevada community who are out of work get into the nursing field as nursing assistants and medical assistants. And so this will allow them to expand this.
Ms. Bordelin, I think that you jumped to maybe 18. And which is also a amazing program. So thank you, but we'll hear that next. But if we just wanted to describe work program from item 17, that work program.
Mr. Chair, Wayne Thorley, LCB Fiscal. Item 17 relates to 13. So it's the Family Support Center grant that's already been discussed.
And it's just the mechanics of catching the money, right?
Yes, it's the pitcher and catcher.
Thank you. So I guess we do not need to discuss that. And so if we have any questions from the committee on items 13 through 17, please speak now before we look for a motion. All right, we have no questions or comments. So I would take a motion to approve items 13 through 17, F1, 13 through 17.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis.
I have a comment, if I may.
Yeah, please go ahead, Vice Chair.
And thank you very much. And we realize that we're all working fast and we're trying to get things done. And the administration heard us loud and clear when we said, get us these programs as quickly as we could. But I think it deserves recognition that the programs we just discussed were all submitted after the deadline. But yet our fiscal staff did the work that needed to be done to make sure that they hit our agenda for today, to make sure the money got out. I hope in the future that we have a little more time to be able to evaluate them and be able to send questions out to the agency. But I thought it was worth recognizing that if you look at each one of those items, they were submitted after the deadline. So I'd like to just say thank you to everyone that worked so hard to get them to us so we can get the money out into the community.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I would like to also comment that this is the first of many under this particular Community Recovery Grant Program process that we'll be seeing. This is the first 4, and there'll be several after this. And so committee members, these are going to be brought over, and in our discussions with the governor's office and with the GFO, these will be brought over in small batches as they get vetted and approved. And I ask the patience and flexibility of the committee members, because we will probably be scheduling some really relatively quick IFC meetings to approve future ones that don't fall. This one happened to, and that speaks to the timing that Vice Chair Carlton was talking about. This one happened to fall within a regularly scheduled IFC meeting. I don't foresee that will always be the case. And so I can anticipate possibly several IFC meetings moving forward where we will just be reviewing these grant awards and discussing them for approval and moving forward, and not in regularly scheduled IFC meetings. So just get ready, because there's going to be a bunch of these coming, hopefully, because they're doing wonderful things for Nevadans. So we have a motion for approval and a second, and any further discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. Okay, thank you. Any opposed, nay? And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we can move on to our next agenda items, which are F1, 18 and 19. And we'll hear F1, 18 and 19 together. And to present those, we have Bailey Borderland from the governor's office, but we also have the Dieter team with Ms. Caffaretta and her whole team. So if Bailey, if you want to kick that one off, or excuse me, Ms. Borderland, if you'd like to kick that one off, please. 18 and 19.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I got ahead of myself there. So this is our last and final community recovery grant just for today's meeting. And as you emphasized, we will be coming back to you as often as we can to continue to get these dollars out. And to Vice Chair's point, it has been a labor of love for our staff and LCB and everyone involved. So we appreciate everyone accommodating us and allowing us to move these dollars to urgently needed programs as quickly as we could. This last one will be overseen by Dieter, so I will let them speak to the specifics of it, but Goodwill of Southern Nevada has a program that they will be able to ramp up that assists members of the community who are out of work with getting into the medical field as nursing assistants and medical assistants. This is particularly important right now with everything that the community is experiencing during COVID, to provide that support to our medical community and to fill those needs from a staffing perspective. So with that, I will let Dieter explain it.
Thank you. This is Elisa Caffaretta. I'm the director of DEEDR here, as you know, with my team. This is going to be a subgrant from DEEDR to Goodwill for workforce training programs. We would note that Goodwill is an existing workforce training partner of ours, and this represents an expansion of an existing training program that has already begun successfully placing folks in healthcare fields in entry-level positions that are high demand and high pay. So it's a great beginning place for these folks to get started in their employment journey, and then they can continue to get additional training in the future and move into different positions in the healthcare industry, which, as we've noted, are highly needed. This does recruit, train, and help place disproportionately impacted populations in the certified nursing and medical assistant positions. The money will be used to pay for the trainings and assessments and any support services that these clients need, as well as one coach to support the trainees through their journey. We will be able to sustain this program with existing workforce dollars as we move forward. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Caffaretta. And I think we do have some questions from the committee. And I'd like to start off with Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Caffaretta, for the explanation of the program. I'm excited about this program, but I just have a question about the marketing. If the funds that you're requesting today are provided to Goodwill this month, February, why is the marketing of this program not anticipated until July of this year?
This is Elisa Caffaretta. It looks like Linda Parvin is jumping on.
Yes, for the record, Linda Parvin, Administrator for the Employment Security Division. The terms of the contract, because we have to get the contract with Goodwill, are for July 1st through December 31st of 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I have a few more questions?
Yeah, please go right ahead.
Thank you. So you're estimating 175 graduates from this program. When would they be ready and prepared to enter the job market?
For the record, Linda Parvin, again, Administrator for the Employment Security Division. The anticipation is that 25 candidates would be enrolled each month, and so for 75 a quarter. And then it would just depend on, as they finish their training, how soon that they would each be ready to go to work.
And I saw in our notes that you have a number of healthcare employment partners. Not sure exactly how many of those partners would be working with you, but because this is the contract with them wouldn't start until July and December, as you just said, would you be willing to come back to this committee and give us quarterly updates of where we're at, that we have the 25 that we're anticipating being in the program, the 75, and how that program's going, so we can keep track of it?
This is Elisa Caffaretta. Yes, we would be willing to provide those updates to you.
Thank you so much. I am excited about this program, as I'm sure so many others, especially those displaced workers, are. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Caffaretta, for the answers.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions or comments?
Chair?
Assemblywoman Hadeghi, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I lifted my hand, but I figured I'd jump in just in case. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Caffaretta. I just had two really quick questions because I was reading through the notes and I didn't see anything about salaries or wages. Could you just identify to us what kind of salaries or wages the medical assistants and nursing assistants will are expected to earn after they complete the program?
Elisa Caffaretta, for the record, these are sort of entry level positions into the field, and the target, now you're making me go through my notes. The target earnings are between $15 and $18 an hour plus overtime and shift differentials, which translates to about $37,000 per year. And again, in the healthcare industry, these are sort of starting positions with sort of the first certificate, and then you can get additional training, which we provide through our other workforce investment grants. So you can continue to move up in the industry as you sort of discover what you're interested in and get additional training. And as I said, this is an existing partnership with Goodwill. So we have sort of ongoing assistance and support for them to help their clients.
Thank you, Ms. Caffaretta. And then Chair, if I could, just one more question.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. And then I know it's a sprint, like a shortified training program, but do you know exactly how long the training program is? And is there any cost incurred by the students who go through this program, or is it all taken care of?
Elisa Caffaretta, for the record, the sprints are 16 weeks, so it really is a very accelerated program. There is no cost to the participants for these programs. And again, because we're partners, if the clients have additional costs that they need to secure work cards, OSHA cards. For a lot of healthcare, there's a requirement for CPR. We can support those clients getting those prerequisites as well. So it truly is a partnership, and we want to make sure these folks are successful.
Thank you so much, Ms. Caffaretta. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Go ahead, Assemblywoman Moreno. And then I have Senator Sievers-Ganser.
Thank you. Just one more question. I'm sorry. Something you just said sparked a question in my mind. This program is free for the program attendees. And is there any requirements that they stay here in the state of Nevada and work? We know that we're having a shortage of healthcare professionals. So once they go through this program, are there any requirements that they stay here and work for a certain period of time?
Elisa Caffaretta, for the record, we are not aware that they have any requirements to stay. I would add to that, we are definitely working with Goodwill to target folks from these communities to make sure that we start seeing people in healthcare that are representative of the communities that they are serving. And so I think that model builds in sort of more incentive to stay here and work in your own community and provide services to, your neighbors and your families. It's a successful sort of community-based model. The support is there for them to continue to grow in their careers. And so we think it's a great model. And the people who complete these certificates are likely to stay.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional question.
Thank you. Senator Sievers-Ganser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm looking over this. I think it's a great idea, but I think Ms. Caffaretta, you said at the beginning that you would be able to sustain this. And so I'm wondering, I know we get a lot of workforce dollars pushed down from the federal government every single year, millions of dollars. So you're taking $1 million out of the nonprofit bucket to be able to do this. And I'm wondering why you're taking it out of the ARPA nonprofit bucket instead of using some of the workforce dollars that the state gets already.
This is Elisa Caffaretta, right? So yes, we do get a formula of workforce investment dollars, and generally those have been, it's a fairly consistent amount. So it was pre-obligated for the existing workforce activities. This grant will allow us to sort of ramp up this program in a shorter time frame and provide additional services to what we're already doing.
So I appreciate this work program. I think we just have to be really cautious about which buckets we use because the nonprofit bucket's pretty limited. And this is something we could be using other federal, dollars to be able to do. And I heard what you said about already being obligated, but I also know that we have to have flexibility with the way that we use our federal dollars to make sure that they're most effective, the most effective as they possibly can be. And also like healthcare is a natural, right? I'm sure we already use some federal dollars for healthcare. And, when we bring these work programs forward, I want to make sure that given the constraints of the ARPA dollars that we're using those dollars where we can't use other dollars that we already have. So thank you. And I think it's a good program, but again, you got to pick your buckets. And this is a bucket that's so limited for the nonprofits that are out there.
Chair, may I respond to that as well?
Thank you, Senator. And Ms. Bordelon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bailey Bordelon, for the record. I do want to speak to that because the Senator makes a great point that we have been making as we work through this, that it's incredibly important that we go for the highest and best use of the dollars, given how dollars can be utilized across the spectrum. So I do think it's informational for the committee to know and understand from our process perspective that one of the most rewarding parts of going through all of these applications has been able to redirect folks to other funding opportunities as they exist throughout our state. So Dr. Woodard has worked very closely with everyone who has submitted applications on behavioral and mental health, where there are other direct allocations that are specific to behavioral and mental health. We are doing the same thing on food security. As you will see in the coming months, we have dollars coming up specific to seniors. So that does inform how these programs will come to you. Some are great programs, but that are urgent needs, and we've found them a different can be more streamlined and specialized that way. So that's absolutely part of the process that we're undertaking.
Thank you, Ms. Bordelon. And Senator Sievers-Gansert brings up a great point. But I also want to make sure everyone's aware that $30 million for this initial nonprofit program is just an allocation of moving money from one account to within the same account for a purpose that this IFC decided to do a few months back. But it's not. There's no limitation. We could do that again if that were the case. There's nothing that says that we can't put more money into nonprofits. And so as the need progresses and as the situation changes, we could make more allocations. But I want to thank you, and I want to thank Ms. Caffaretta and the entire DETR team for the work that they're doing. And this is just a great program that I think will be incredibly helpful. So do we have any other questions from the committee on items 18 and 19? Assemblywoman Titus, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for this program. And the statement was made earlier that it's important, especially we've identified in healthcare, that people want and trust folks that look like them and come from their community. And I think it's important that we have these in the communities and again, folks stay there. My question, however, is on the workforce development and the kind of monies that we're spending on this. Do we have an overall assessment on the number of nurses aid, medical assistants, those kind of training level, because that's what this addresses, what we are lacking in the state? I know that there's surveys done that we could use X number of doctors, we could use X number of veterinarians, we could use X number of different professions. Do we have an overall view from our workforce development on how many positions we really need in the state to fill? Because I'm hearing this is going to train 175. Is that correct? And then how many do we really need in our state?
Elisa Caffaretta from DETR, thank you for the question. As you note, I think Nevada is in every category of healthcare professional underserved. And so the work that we can do to immediately start to address any of those needs is going to be a benefit to the state. And sort of taking a step back from this specific proposal, a couple of things are happening that are going to start getting really more at a finer level to your question of how many folks do we need in each of these sort of specialties or arenas, and how much training is available and what are the gaps. So there's two specific things that are going to try to answer that question. One is the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation is reinvigorating the industry sector councils. So the Healthcare Sector Council will start to put together that inventory. What are the needs? And there are some guidelines from the national organizations of you should have so many nurses per 100,000 population, those sorts of questions. So we'll start looking at the needs, what training is available, what gaps there are, and what programs we need to build. In addition to that, I know DPPH is looking at that specific question in very much detail around the area of public health. And the other effort that's underway is the AB 450 task force, which is looking at the community colleges and their role in workforce development. They're inventorying the classes, certificates, and programs that they have to see what the needs are and what needs to be added to in that arena. So there are a lot of efforts going on to really quantify what's available and what the needs are and make sure we're addressing those gaps.
Thank you for that. And then when do you anticipate actually getting that report back? Because I know that the Office of Rural Health, and I know that the universities, especially Dr. Packham has already done lots of this information gathering. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be another study, or do we already have that information? We just need to kind of put it together and deal with some solutions, not just more studies.
Elisa Caffaretta for the record. Yes, we do have a lot of information. It's just putting all the pieces together so we can really sort of get our arms around how many nurses do we need? How many training programs are available? How many students are in them? And do we need to add to that or not? So I know the report from the Community College Task Force is due to you in August. So you'll see that very soon, and it will have, I'm sure, actionable recommendations for steps we need to take. I don't have a timeline for the industry sector councils. They are just reconvening, but we can certainly make sure we report back to you as soon as we can. And I share with you, we need to focus on actionable next steps and not just studies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions on items 18 and 19? It does not appear as if we do. So thank you again, Ms. Portland. Thank you, Ms. Caffaretta and all of the DEEDR team. And I would take a motion to approve these two items.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis to approve these two items. Do I have any discussion on that motion? I see no discussion on the motion, so all in favor, aye. Thank you. And any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we can move on to the last two items that we have in F1, and that's F120 and F121. And with us this morning, we have, again, Ms. Bordelin from the Governor's Office and the entire GFO team. We also have Ms. Shurich from DPBH to explain to us items 20 and 21. So please go ahead.
Good morning.
Go ahead, thank you.
Good morning, Lisa Sherrick, Administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. I'm joined today with Fred Olmsted, General Counsel for the Board of Nursing. The Nevada Nurse Apprentice program has been an approved program by the Board of Nursing for a number of years. However, with just over 900 new nursing students in Nevada, and only about a third of students becoming nurse apprentice, the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services and Nevada State Board of Nursing have partnered to address ways to maximize this program as a way to address healthcare staffing shortages in a variety of healthcare settings, while also providing opportunities for nursing students to maximize the skills they have learned and support career obtainment upon graduation and becoming licensed registered nurses. This apprentice program is a time-tested teaching and learning model that makes the workplace a location that connects theory and practice for nursing students. This work program is seeking IFC approval of an additional $20,739,792 of the American Rescue Plan Act state fiscal recovery funds to support the nurse apprentice program. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question from Assemblywoman Kasama. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding, we have the current nurse apprenticeship program. The real question is, does this speed it up at all with this new funding? How long are we currently taking to get nurses through this system? And will this help to speed it up? Because the need is so immediate out there right now. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Lisa Sherrick for the record. So each nursing program has different timeframes of how long that program is. While it won't necessarily speed up the coursework and that piece, it does allow for nursing students to start working in facilities as it's determined by that facility and the nursing student. They have an agreement, and that student can work up to the skills that they've already learned in their coursework. So while it doesn't directly impact increasing their school being expedited, it does allow the facilities to hire these nursing students that will help some of the nursing shortages that they're experiencing.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Kasama. And I think I have a question from Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson, Senator Gokachia, and Assemblywoman Titus, and I can take them in that order if possible. So go ahead, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thanks, Chairman. This is just a quick question. It's just on a piece of information that I wasn't seeing, but love this program, love the last program. The more we can support these kinds of programs, it's economic development at our state at its best for an industry that needs it and for people that need it, quite frankly, especially that last one. So in this one, I'm just seeing in the materials that the program and the funds are going to be operated by a fiscal agent, but unless I'm missing it, I don't think I'm seeing who that fiscal agent is going to be. I see that there's going to be an administrator managed by the Nevada Rural Hospital Partners. So I just didn't know if that administrator and the fiscal agent were one and the same.
Lisa Sherrick for the record, yes, it will be the same organization. So Nevada Rural Hospital Partners will be administering the program as the fiscal agent.
Thank you. And I believe we have Senator Gokachia up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but the question Assemblywoman Thompson had was exactly what I want to know, who was going to administer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And Assemblywoman Titus, do you still have a question?
Well, sir, it's been answered. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I have a question based on the timing, and I'm hoping you didn't answer this while I was jumping back and forth from the screens, but about the need and benefits for requesting the funding over an entire 3-year program period, as opposed to just looking for the startup costs and then coming back and assessing what the funding needs are after that.
Lisa Sherrick for the record. Nevada really needs long-term solutions, and it was determined necessary to fund this program for the next 3 years, given the periodic facility surges Nevada has faced over the past 2 years, along with no definitive way to determine when the nursing shortage will level out. So really going beyond, 3 months, 6 months really seems to make the best sense at this time for this program and the Nevada facilities and shortages that we're facing.
Thank you. And how does this work in conjunction with existing programs? With the existing, not programs, but positions within the existing program?
Lisa Sherrick for the record. And I'm not sure if you're talking about the programs within the facilities or other programs in the community, but regarding in the facilities, these nursing apprentice would work alongside other nurses. They have a supervising registered nurse that guides their activities that they need to conduct during their shift. Essentially, the nurse apprentice are an extension to the nurse, the RN supervisor, and so they would augment the services necessary within the facilities. I hope that answered your question.
Well, specifically, I was talking about existing. Would this supplant funds for existing apprenticeship nurses in the existing nurse apprenticeship program?
Lisa Sherrick for the record. So I don't believe so. This program is being developed obviously to secure the nurse apprentice, and the programs that will be eligible for this, specifically nursing facilities and state-run facilities, they have not used this program in the past. So this would be a new program. There's no current nurse apprentice that exists in those areas. As it relates to critical access hospitals, they are reimbursed on a cost-based system by Medicare, Medicaid, or CMS. And per CMS instructions, funds provided by any grant would be listed on the cost report under a line item for grants, and the employed nurse apprentice would not be listed on the cost report since they would be funded through a grant. Therefore, the cost of this program would not be captured on the cost report nor funded at the cost-based reimbursement, and would not appear to be a concern regarding supplanting.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, any further questions from the committee on these two items? Vice Chair Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the only concerns that I have is, as I stated earlier, a number of these were submitted past some of the deadlines. This one was really late. It came in on the 27th. I don't believe staff or anyone had any time to send out any questions, get any clarifications. The only level of comfort that is out there is that this program has gone on before and we've had some really good questions about it. I would request, especially with this program, that we do get a report back and understand how many nurses, where did they go, what this really did, because we really didn't have an opportunity. And I know people are working hard, but this one came in extremely late. So I think it would be very important for us to get that follow-up data on what actually happened with this program.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Agreed. And I understand the timing associated with it so that you could make some of the cutoffs and get in so that we're actually, without scheduling a future IFC or waiting till a future scheduled IFC. But as a result of that, we do need some more follow-up information, as Vice Chair Carlton said. And so if we were to approve this, I would definitely request that the division submit detailed reports at the end of each fiscal year, including program expenditures and how many additional apprenticeship positions have been created and in which facilities specifically geographically located across our state. And so if this were to be approved, I would say it would be with that caveat. And so any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I would look for a motion to approve with with the request that reporting is done at the end of each fiscal year.
I would move for approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Chair Carlton, a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on that motion from the committee? I do not see any. So all in favor, aye. Thank you. All opposed, nay. Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously, and that is for the approval of items 20 and 21. Thank you for, presenting that this morning, and look forward to seeing the progress. So that takes us, that should be all of the items under agenda item F1, and it takes us to agenda item F2. And our very first item is going to be F2, item 1, and that will be heard in conjunction with item L. And that is from the State Office of Energy, and I think with us, and also with the State Public Works Division. And we have with us this morning Ms. Taylor, and we also have Mr. Ward Patrick. And I think Ms. Taylor, if you want to kick that off for us, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman Brooks, Vice Chairwoman Carlton, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Taylor, and I serve as the Deputy Director at the Governor's Office of Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to present GOE's request to approve funding for the installation of EV charging infrastructure at certain state buildings through an interlocal agreement with the Department of Administration's State Public Works Division. GOE requests authority to transfer $535,126 from budget account 4875, CAT 85 to budget account 4875, CAT 11 for disbursement to fund that interlocal agreement. Just by way of a little bit of background on these funds, in 2009, the Governor's Office of Energy received American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds for a revolving loan program to support renewable energy and energy efficiency programs. In 2019, Senate Bill 536 was passed, amending NRS 701.590 and converting GOE's previously authorized ARA funds from loans to grants. GOE's funding for this proposed interlocal agreement comes from these repurposed ARA funds. This proposed interlocal agreement with State Public Works would support the installation of EV charging infrastructure at 11 state agency buildings, including 6 locations and 30 chargers at buildings in Carson City, and 5 locations and 20 chargers at buildings in the Las Vegas area. This requested interlocal would continue to advance the state's climate goals by utilizing available funds to deploy charging infrastructure at these state-owned facilities. The governor's and legislature's direction to state agencies to incorporate zero-emission vehicle use into operations also needs the charging infrastructure installed to support this transportation transition. GOE has programs currently in place to support the emplacement of EV charging infrastructure, including the Nevada Electric Highway and GOE's partnership with NV Energy on EV charging infrastructure incentives. This partnership with NV Energy does include public agency charging incentive, and NV Energy incentive funds would supplement GOE's funding. At this time, I will pass it to my colleagues from the Department of Administration and State Public Works to provide more detail on the implementation of this interlocal and the installation of EV charging.
Morning, Chair, members of the committee. Ward Patrick, Administrator, the State Public Works Division, for the record. Item L requests approval to add 60 electric vehicle charging stations to state-owned property. If approved, these will be paid for, as you've heard, partially by the Governor's Office of Energy and partially by NV Energy. Charging stations will be installed in locations available to the public and state vehicles. We're available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patrick. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I think that we have a question, our first question from Senator Harris, and then I think we have one from Assemblyman Roberts, and we'll go from there. Senator Harris, and then Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. What threshold of electric vehicle adoption or electric vehicle charger energy consumption would we look for to start the imposition of user fees for the charging stations to start, kind of considering implementing
that? Matthew Tuma with the Department of Administration. That has not been defined yet. If there is an opinion on that from the legislature, we would be more than happy to incorporate that, but we haven't set that target yet at this time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I know that there is a lot of changing opinions and thoughts on rate structures around electric vehicle charging as it pertains to ratepayer owning the charging infrastructure. And so I look forward to those conversations because everyone in the country is kind of struggling with when and how we do that right now. And I believe we have Assemblyman Roberts had a question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. And mine was along the same line. I was just curious. I know we're free of charge now, and I was wondering, what that cost to the state is, and then at where the threshold would be that we start charging. But I see we'll get that information later, and I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
And I know as part of the ongoing conversation about especially a process that's put in place in the integrated resource planning process of the utility, that there is a rate structure is a big part of that. And electric vehicle rates are usually far lower than regular rates. So I'm curious to see how that works out too, and what the impact's going to be. Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Mine is more just kind of informational when I'm looking at the information provided in the highlights. I'm just wondering if you could just touch on, I'm sure there's a good reason, but just for my information, the difference in the cost, like I'm looking at the Bryan Building, Carson City Ford chargers is $39,000, but at the Capitol Building, they're $99,000. What are some of the big reasons? And you can see disparities kind of all over in that summary. But just kind of curious, what are some of the factors contributing to that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Ward Patrick, for the record. Yeah, as you can see, the Bryan Building is a total cost about $39,000, and then there's various $70,000 up to $90,000 per area. And these projects are all very similar, and they're providing 4 chargers, which means one pedestal and 2 cords. And so at the Bryan Building, there's available space in the motor control center, in the switch gear within the building. And there's also available conduit there from the planned location. So this is why the Bryan Building is a lower cost. Certainly all these costs will have the standard equipment that we see out in the charging area. And all these will have some of the conductors, meaning the copper cabling. And so the distance in which that copper cabling needs to run is a factor, as well as if there needs to be additional conduit installed. And so those are the reasons why there's a little variability in the prices, because each one of these installations is a little different. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee? I have a few. Senator Dondero Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is I know that the cost to charge your car is different in different locations. Some are free, some aren't. But did anybody reach out to Tesla or any of the other car manufacturers to see if they would be willing to assist with those expenses so that their vehicles could be charged at those locations.
Ward Patrick, for the record, we did reach out to other states and I believe the entire state of Utah does not charge at all. But then there's varying levels of how much the costs are in other neighboring states. We here at Public Works have not reached out to Tesla, although we're working with them on other projects. And we can certainly do that and report back on the results of if they're willing to support this effort. I do know that they have Tesla branded chargers, and so that might be an opportunity. We'll look into that. Thank you.
Matthew Tuma, for the record, I would just like to add on to that, that generally what we've seen with EV infrastructure is that the grants and the funding support comes in the form of the one-time shots for the infrastructure investments. And then the site locations are usually responsible for the ongoing costs of maintenance and operations and the actual energy costs of usage. So that's the case here, where we're getting a significant amount of funding from the utility for the actual infrastructure investments, and would be on the hook for the ongoing energy costs. But like Administrator Patrick said, we'd be happy to reach out. There is an issue with brand propriety if you're using a specific brand like a Tesla, and its availability to charge other car manufacturers as well.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I just, even when you go to a shopping center where there may be charging stations, I could be totally wrong, but I can't help but think that at some point the consumer is paying somehow for that to happen, because there is an electrical fee of some sort to do that. And I know that Tesla got quite a bit of benefit from our state, so I was just thinking that maybe that would be something that they would say is part of their responsibility. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I do know I've worked on projects with the Nevada Electric Highway in a previous life, and while Tesla, as an example, has basically a for-profit proprietary charging solution for just Tesla owners, there is shared infrastructure that can be used where you have the state or whoever the host is, and then you have a proprietary for-profit charging infrastructure provider. There could be some shared electrical infrastructure, which, believe it or not, is the bulk of the cost in most of these installations. And so I think there's opportunities there. It's just complicated because of the business models associated with it. Whereas what the state's proposing to do will charge every vehicle, regardless of their manufacturer. Assemblywoman Kasama?
Thank you, Chair. You just answered my question. I wanted to make sure that all state chargers support any electric vehicle, not just one name brand. But I think you just addressed that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have another question, two questions. One is about, looks like 50% of them are in or around Carson City, and the other 50% are down here in big old Las Vegas. And that seems a little skewed, but my main question is, how would the agency address cost increases beyond these initial project cost estimates if they inevitably happen, just because that's what happens with construction? How would that be addressed if it was beyond the funding that's being requested today?
Thank you, Ward Patrick, for the record. Certainly, we do have some contingencies in these projects, but of course, it could inevitably have some inflationary impacts. And so the NV Energy portion of the bulk of these projects is a very fixed amount. So you'll see these at $7,500 per charger. And so we've been in conversations with the GOE on this, and it sounds like there may be some flexibility in their number, and I would leave that for Jennifer to address.
Thank you, Administrator Patrick. I do know that in the discussions that have been had with the office, there have been conversations around some of the pricing that SPWD has secured, and there is an understanding that there may be contingencies, but we're hoping that those the proposed pricing will be covered by what we have granted. I don't know if Deputy Director Tuma has anything to add on to that.
Matthew Tuma for the record. I would just add on that, we take all these projects like any CIP with an expected budget. And if there are cost constraints or price changes that we can't complete the project, then we would work with the Energy Office and see if we could identify other funding for it. But if not, we would either not move forward with the project and report that back to the legislature, or we would come back and ask for additional funding through the same IFC process.
Thank you. And at the risk of me and Assemblywoman Kasama dominating this conversation, Assemblywoman Kasama has yet another question, and I do as well. Go ahead, Assemblywoman.
I apologize, Chair. It just dawned on me that since most of these are public buildings, I just wanted to make sure the goal is for the public to be able to charge their cars, any brand, and that I don't know the configuration of all these places, but I don't know if any of the parking lot areas are fenced up in the evening or things like that, or on weekends. I just want to make sure that we address that with the design and plan, that it's readily available at all hours for the public to charge.
So this is Matthew Tuma for the record. So most of these sites are readily available to the public whenever the parking lot is available. I think one or two may actually have some hours on the parking lot, but they would be brand agnostic. And I think our approach is to get a base level of charging infrastructure that would be available for workforce, be available for the public use, as well as be available for the acquisition of agency-owned vehicles there. And so we want to kind of cast the broadest net with this first incremental step. I think as we see the trends of electric vehicle adoption, both in fleet electrification as well as the public, we're going to need to be building more of this infrastructure. So I think this is going to be the first of many items that the legislature considers on expanding EV charging capabilities. But our goal here is to make these kind of a hybrid use for the public and for fleet electrification options.
Patrick, for the record, if I may add, so the criteria for the NV Energy is that it is available to the public, and so those have been considered on all these sites. So you're going to see these available to the public. They're not behind fenced-in areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And just an observation on the disbursement of these. While 50% of these projects are proposed to be in Carson City, 0% of them are proposed to be at the legislative building, where the body that you're in front of today requesting this funding be approved is housed. So I don't know what the thought process behind that was, but y'all know me well enough by now that might have been an oversight. So I look forward to future projects, including the other branch of government, the legislature, when you're proposing these. So any other question? Oh, Assemblyman Roberts and then Assemblywoman Garlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for going down this rabbit hole. So do we have, I noticed on the list, it said the placement of an additional number of chargers at Grant Sawyer. So I would assume, maybe I haven't noticed it, but we already have chargers there at Grant Sawyer. And if we do, can we estimate the cost? What have they cost so far to operate those and maintain those, since we're going to be picking up the additional amount? Just curious what that looks like going forward.
Matthew Tuma for the record. Yes, those costs and estimates of what the cost of all of these chargers were provided to LCB staff in preparation for this meeting. And so our cost estimate of an annual cost for all of these chargers to be roughly around $16,000 or $17,000 potentially came from the usage statistics at that site, as well as a couple of others where there's existing level 2 chargers. And to answer Chairman Brooks's earlier statements, I think we would be happy to work with the legislature on citing any EV charging on legislative property. This submission reflects sites that the Department of Administration would have control over, and primarily B&G operated sites. But we would be happy to coordinate with legislative staff if that's your desire.
And Jennifer Taylor for the record. Oh, if I can just quickly add on to Deputy Director Tuma's comments. Chairman, I think that some of the infrastructure under the Economic Recovery Transportation Electrification Plan from Senate Bill 448 may be slated for additional locations that would serve the legislature in Carson City.
Nice save. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And as whenever I go and try to find a parking spot at Grant Sawyer, since the legislature has no designated parking at the Grant Sawyer building, if I'm in my electric vehicle, that one electric charger that they have there is always used, which is great because we want to see them be utilized as much as possible. So I look forward to seeing another one, and hopefully I can park there. All right. Any other questions from the committee on this side? Oh, Assemblywoman Gorlow, I apologize.
Thank you so much, Chair. I had a quick question regarding the 4 chargers that are going to be located at the Henderson DMV. It was my understanding that that DMV was going to be closed and moved to the southwest. So I'm curious why that DMV was selected.
Sorry about that, finding the Ward Patrick for the record. Yes, the Henderson DMV has been on our kind of our hit list here. You'll notice that the costs are lower there. Also, there's no plans to raise or remove that building. So you know, certainly we are funded for the design of the Silverado Ranch facility for a new DMV. And so the future use of the old DMV is not yet determined, although that is a building that was built in the late 90s or mid 90s. And so we anticipate that building being of future use. And also up until the time that the new DMV comes open, which will be approximately 4 years from now, if not longer, there'll be the benefit of having the charging stations there where there's a lot of citizens that could benefit from the charging. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
All right, thank you. And do we have any other, Senator Gocochea, and then I have a final question from me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator.
I'm really struggling with this. You know, I understand that we've got charging stations all over, you know, all up and down the electric highway and across, and different utility companies provide them. But I'm really concerned about this. We're talking about state buildings, and the state's going to pay the power bill. And that is taxpayer money, and it's only available to those people with electric vehicles. I'm a little concerned about that.
Thank you, Senator. I just want a clarification on that list. The Stewart Street parking lot, was on there, and I wasn't sure. Is that the one on Musser that kind of goes all the way up to Stewart? Which one is that? That's called the Stewart Street parking lot on that list.
Thank you for the question, Ward Patrick, for the record. And so this one might be the one that is close to the legislature. So it's immediately across the street from the Supreme Court there in the legislative printing buildings, and I call it kitty corner or adjacent to the LCB parking garage.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think that there's some overflow from the legislature that goes there sometimes. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification. All right, I've driven thousands of miles of rural and northern Nevada on that electric highway in an electric vehicle, and just to see our state and see what our infrastructure looks like. So I look forward to any additional infrastructure, and really appreciate this effort. And I think that this will help kind of accommodate the growing number of EVs. Just read that, we went up over 130% year over year. And so next up, fixing the highway funding formula. But that's a conversation for another day. So with no other questions or comments, I would look for a motion to approve items F1 and F2.1 and agenda item L.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on the motion? Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I absolutely cannot support this motion. I will be a no on this. I do not think that the state, should be supporting this on taxpayers' dollars. I feel strongly that with the cost of fuel going up for those of us who still drive those vehicles that are gasoline vehicles, the state's not certainly helping us with that. And I feel it's wrong for us to be helping the elite lists that have these electronic vehicles. The average citizen does not have these. And so I think the state should not be involved in this. I think it should be involved with private enterprise. If indeed they want to put these electronic or electric stations on, great, do so. Or if they have funds from the corporations, do so. But for the state to be doing this, I think it's a wrong use of our taxpayer dollars when we can't even fund our highway patrol folks to monitor our highways. So I will be a no. Thank you, Chair.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. Senator Gocochea has a comment on the motion as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also will be opposing it until we come up with a mechanism that at least allows the state to recapture the actual cost of the electrons.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. Any other comments on the motion? All right, Senator Severs-Gansert has a comment. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a really tough choice because we've got some dollars from NV Energy, but so I'm going to oppose it because we really haven't figured out how we recoup the costs, and there is this idea of people who are paying for their own fuel, but if you have an electric car, then you can charge for free. But what I want to make sure we do, because I'm pretty sure this is going to pass anyway, is that we track, and it's been discussed before, we track how much electricity is used, because we don't really have any accountability if someone can just pull up and charge and sit there all day. Like you mentioned earlier that you've pulled into the parking lot and it's not available. So we need to be able to support charging electric vehicles because that's the wave of the future. But I don't think the state should be picking up the cost. And we do need to promote private industry because we are going to have to make the electric highway much, much better because the capacity is not there. So thank you. So I will be opposing this because I really think we shouldn't be subsidizing individuals, but we do need to track this because in the future, we're going to have a lot more charging stations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Severs-Gansert. Any other questions or comments on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, since I made the motion.
Vice Chair Carlton, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do understand some of the concerns, and I think they're general concerns, but we don't have a rate that we can charge. And we can't just pick a number out of thin air. That wouldn't be fair either. Electricity is a regulated product in this state, and we have to be careful that we don't overstep our bounds. We have bathrooms in every single state building, and we don't charge people for the water at the bathroom. So let's just try to incentivize this. It doesn't mean people have to use them. It means it's an option for them to use. And hopefully we'll be able to get the data in the future, but we can't charge for something we don't have a rate for. So actually the state is ahead of the curve on this, and I'm proud of us for being ahead of the curve. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to just put my 2 cents in.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Assemblyman Haven has a question or comment on the motion.
Just quick, brief question, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can answer this because I know you do drive an electric vehicle. When you stop, do you pay for your charging throughout the electric highway, or is it free throughout in other states?
Assemblyman Haven, there's a variety of business models, and one is privately owned and where you do pay. One is the state provided electric vehicle highway, which is more of the dispersed and rural. In your district, there's a few of them that I've used. And then there is what's being proposed here, which is a hybrid of funding from the electric utility that provides the electricity and from ARA funding, federal funding that came into the state 10 years ago, 13 years ago now. That will be a portion of the funding. So there's several different models. But in your neck of the woods, your wonderful electric utility out there provides it for free, and I appreciate it every time I'm there. All right, any other questions or comments from the committee on the motion?
Chair Brooks.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you very much. And I feel fortunate that NV Energy has provided these charging stations to the state. I think we should support it moving forward. The cost, I believe they estimated to be $17,000, and I think that's a good investment so that we get an opportunity to figure out how much we can charge at these stations, so that if they're abused or the cost gets too far out of hand, we can actually make adjustments. So I'll be supporting it today with the caveat that we're going to look at this moving forward and watch for abuse and excessive spending.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, aye. Okay. Thank you. All opposed, nay. And so I'm going to try to see if I can read off the nays. Assemblywoman Kasama, Senator Gokachia, Senator Hammond, Assemblyman Levitt, Senator Tatro, Assemblyman Hafen, and Assemblywoman Titus, and Senator Severs-Ganser. Who knew this would be the controversial agenda item? Interesting. All right, so a motion passes with the majority of those, with the majority of the committee, and we can then move on to our next agenda item. And the next agenda item is going to be F2, I believe. I believe that was requested from Assemblywoman Titus. F2.2, and that is from the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. And is that the item that you requested, Assemblywoman Titus? Sorry.
Yes, Chair. And just a real quick question, whoever's going to be on.
Okay, great, great. So if we have anyone from OSIT that can answer those questions for us and present that item.
Brian Mitchell, Director of the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology for the record. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So I have been commenting about the poor connectivity and broadband in rural Nevada and areas of urban areas also. It became, for many years now, it became very evident during this COVID pandemic and shutdowns where our students were at home trying to access the internet and just being available. And we recognized for years now that we needed to upgrade our broadband services. We've heard about this a long time. We've heard from the state how they're going to resolve this. So I see it on this agenda item. Now we're using some of these ARPA funds for it. And I just want to try to wrap my head around exactly the timeline. Are we going to see a change? Where's the needs? I need more information, not just more studies. It's frustrating that we still are having almost $1 million on feasibility and consultants where we're not really, are we doing the cable? Are we getting the satellites? What are we doing here? It frustrates me that we're doing another feasibility study.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Titus. Brian Mitchell for the record. The governor's connectivity goal is universal access to high-speed broadband that's affordable, reliable, and scalable. So we don't want to leave anybody behind, and we know that we need to provide both infrastructure as well as digital equity supports to meet that objective. And the governor's goal is achievable directly due to the assistance and advocacy of our congressional delegation, particularly our 2 senators, that resulted in funding being made available through the American Rescue Plan's Capital Projects Fund and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And so today's work program really has 2 essential parts that I think really get at that, at your question, Assemblywoman. And the first is a request to use the federal administrative dollars. And I want to be clear that these are not dollars from the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which you considered earlier, but these are dollars, administrative dollars directly from the Capital Projects Fund, which is a broadband-specific fund within ARPA. And so the first is to commission a study of Nevada's middle mile network to identify gaps and present recommendations for enhancements. Middle mile infrastructure is essential in our quest to deliver faster and more affordable last mile service to those who need it, especially in rural areas, which I know are near and dear to your heart. And, we have a limited amount of funding available for this purpose. And there are a number of different thought processes and equations that we need to consider in order to spend the funding effectively. We'll need to present, in order to draw down Nevada's share of the federal funds for middle mile infrastructure, we'll need to present a comprehensive and well thought out plan to the U.S. Treasury Department. And this middle mile feasibility study that we wish to commission is an essential part of making sure that the plan that Nevada submits is approved on its first go round. The second part of the work program is to license and then map broadband serviceable locations fabric data. And so this request would provide the state with with the same proprietary data set that is used by the federal government when making its funding decisions. So this data set contains accurate broadband serviceable location coordinates that can be universally tied to other data attributes like service availability, construction and cost, and engineering economics, demand demographics. And so as we seek to think through and to plan how we're going to do our capital spending allocations and how we want to guide local stakeholders and broadband action teams to identify the types of projects that are more likely to be funded by the federal government, this data that we plan to license is crucial in that regard. We'll be able to also create very granular public-facing maps to communicate with stakeholders and develop designs and cost models that'll make sure that when we deploy infrastructure, that we do it in the areas that are most in need and in the way that is most cost effective. So I'm with you 100% on the need to start digging and to start putting infrastructure in the ground. But in both cases, with both the Capital Projects Fund and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds, the Treasury and the NTIA are requiring OSIT to develop some very specific plans. And so this work program today is what is going to provide us with the tools to make those plans as effective as possible.
So follow up on that, if I might, Mr. Chair. So what has happened to all the plans that we've had in the past? Because this has, again, been a discussion that we have had for a long time. And I'm just wondering, do you not have a template already? Do we not know where there's these voids? Do we not know what we need? And if we don't, what's the timeline before we have to submit this? So maybe we really could start laying some new cable or putting up some new towers and actually fixing the problem, not just always addressing the problem.
Great question, Assemblywoman Titus. Brian Mitchell for the record. So the timelines for the infrastructure funding that's coming from the NTIA is reliant on the completion of the FCC's new data fabric map. So when Congress passed the legislation, the funding allocations that every state will receive are based on the completion of the FCC's new map. So we actually don't know how much money we're going to get yet because the FCC hasn't finished the map, and they anticipate that that map will be done sometime this fall. So because we don't have the money in the bank yet, so to speak, we can't put any infrastructure in the ground. So rather than sitting around and waiting for the NTIA to notify us of our funding allocation once the FCC completes its map, we've determined that the best course of action for Nevada is to license the same data that the FCC is using to create its new map. And then from there, we'll be able to determine the locations that are eligible for funding in advance of receiving our funding allocation, so that when, as soon as we receive the notification that we're good to go, we can submit our plan and have it approved in short order, as opposed to having to wait until the federal map has been published in order to begin our planning. Now, what I want to say is that the data that we hope to license is significantly more comprehensive than what will be in the public-facing map that the FCC has. The other benefit, I think, to starting now is that if we identify any holes in the map where the data that the FCC is using describes an area, say in rural Nevada, as served when we know it isn't, then we'll have time to build a case to challenge the map and to communicate with real data that a certain area isn't served and that Nevada's funding allocation should be higher. So I think there are a number of advantages to going down the path that we're of planning now and then being in a position to make the right funding decisions when the funds become available.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions. Thank you for your answers and the clarifications on where this money is going to be spent, and wholeheartedly looking forward to some resolution. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee of this item? Okay, and so, Mr. Mitchell, this is really to help provide infrastructure for to modernize the way we communicate across the state, and it's using federal funds through your office, which is funded in part by state funds. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairman Brooks, and Brian Mitchell for the record. And really, I think that our goal is to make a lasting investment using these funds, and one that will be able to leverage for years to come. You know, when we don't want, upon the expiration of these federal funds, we don't want to have to come back and in 5 or 10 years and say, you know, we don't have the infrastructure that we need in order to, you know, provide telemedicine or allowing citizens to access government services from home, or even just to be able to stay in touch with family and friends if unfortunately we have another pandemic kind of situation, right? So really this is about putting in the ground the kind of infrastructure that we are going to need as a state for economic development, for education, for telehealth, that we'll need for the next 30 to 40 years.
No, I appreciate that. It's a federal investment in infrastructure to modernize the way that we do something. with some ongoing state funds associated with it that really largely benefits rural parts of Nevada and connects our state. Now, what if I wanted to consume media in an old-fashioned way, like go to the movie house? Or what if I wanted to send communication via passenger pigeon or Pony Express? Would this new fancy elite way of communicating, would I get any, does their state funds only apply to that? Or would I get, who's paying for me to do Pony Express or passenger pigeon?
Senator Brooks, that's an excellent question. Brian Mitchell for the record. You know, my office is the state broadband office, and you know, there may be an opportunity for a legislature to propose the creation of the state passenger pigeon office, perhaps, and I would be more than happy to work with them to the extent that they need any telecommunications infrastructure to enhance their services.
Well, Mr. Mitchell, I appreciate that. I think that that might be something that hopefully we never discuss. But with that clarification, I'm curious to see how the members of this committee vote on this modernization of infrastructure. So any other questions from the committee on this item? I see none, so I would be prepared to take a motion from Assemblywoman Titus to approve this expenditure on the modernization of infrastructure.
Absolutely, I'll move to support. And just clarification, Chair, this helps all Nevadans from north to south and not any one group. So I will happily move to approve or support F22.
Second.
And I have a motion to approve from Assemblywoman Titus, and I have a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of this motion, aye. Okay, thank you. Now, any opposed? This is where it'll get interesting. Look at that, none opposed. So the motion passes unanimously, and we can move on to our next agenda item, which is, I believe, and have to keep me straight here, I believe it is agenda item F239. And yeah, if we're taking them in order. And so I want to do F239 and 40 and then take a break. And we'll see what time it is when we get to that after this, these two agenda items. And then we'll take a 15-minute break and come back. But if we can hit F39 and 40, and just to give the agencies a heads up, I believe when we come back, we'll be hearing F50. And so let's take 39 and 40. And with us today to present these, we have Director Scolari and from the Division of Tourism. And we have, I believe, Angie Mathiasen and Mary Ellen Kachak as well to help present these two items. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Good afternoon. For the record, Brenda Scolari. In addressing item 39, as you know, the Division of Tourism is funded entirely by 3/8 of 1% of statewide lodging tax. The agency builds.
And I hate to interrupt. Can I interrupt real quick? 39, 40, and with 40, we're going to take 105 as well. And I apologize for not mentioning that. So we'll take those three items all together, please.
Okay. The agency builds its proposed budget by modeling future projections of room demand. Normally, those projections are quite accurate, but COVID has been an unpredictable variable. When compared to a healthy lodging tax year in FY20 and 21, the department has operated with revenue losses of almost $20 million. The request before you adjusts our collection authority to add an increase in lodging tax collections to budget account 1522. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now, do we have any questions from the committee on these particular items?
Chair Brooks?
Go ahead, Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you very much. So I would like to know that because we had such a volatile lodging tax that were collected over the last couple years, is there any way for us to have an update on revenue projections and where we'll be going in the future?
Well, thank you, Senator Dondero-Loop. We do our best to keep up with projections. We do have a lag in actual lodging tax collections that are 6 weeks and more sometimes. So this was our best projection as of submitting this work program. We'd like to update it at the end of the fiscal year to see what our actual collections are, and we'll make additional corrections at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I believe I have a question from Assemblywoman Miller.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, for the opportunity to ask the question. My question sounds a bit interesting, seeing that we're all in Nevada, but it's a very important question that we all need to hear the response to. So for the division, what is your planned marketing strategies and the actual strategy to promote Nevada as the entertainment and adventure destination?
Well, we're operating from our strategic plan approved by the Tourism Commission. I'll ask my Deputy Kowchak, former Chief Marketing Officer, and she works very closely with the Travel Nevada marketing team. She can tell you a bit more about those details.
Thank you, Director Scolari. This is Emmy Kowchak, for the record, Deputy Director from Nevada Division of Tourism. We meet with a marketing committee quarterly to make updates. We do a plan for the entire year. And of course, our plans have changed as people are coming back to travel. So we are working with the best budget that we can. We go to markets that we feel have the highest propensity for travelers to come visit Nevada. We do a lot of research. Those reports are all available on travelnevada.biz, and I would be happy to send those to you. We do a lot of digital and broadcast television, some print advertising. We've been involved in a lot of the sports marketing as of late, knowing that Las Vegas is, of course, coming up quite big in the last couple of years, and we want to continue supporting that.
Great, thank you so much for that. And with that, Chair Brooks, can we request that those reports be sent to the entire committee?
Absolutely, appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
And I have a question also, I believe, from Assemblywoman Howdegee, and then hopefully we can get Colin Robertson from the Division of Outdoor Recreation up as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. I had myself muted, but what's the division's plan to resume its international marketing efforts? And would this plan require additional resources given the intent to repurpose an existing vacant position responsible for international marketing activities?
Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, it will. We consider our international markets part of our overall, marketing consideration always. Of course, international visitation was deeply affected by the pandemic. Some of those markets are returning, though Omicron has kind of thwarted some of those efforts as well. In Canada, Mexico are two of our active markets currently. Prior to the pandemic, we had a presence in 10 international markets, and our goal is to assess visitor intention and really survey their interest in Nevada and see how that develops as we move through this transitional time.
Follow-up, Chair. Just, will you need, if you are going to resume focusing on international marketing efforts, will there be additional resources required since that position is being moved into that destination development manager position?
Our destination development manager position and program is a grant program meant to allow tourism partners and communities to invest in tourism infrastructure in their community. So we have a longstanding existing marketing grant program, as you know. This is new and more to serve communities' consideration of long-term gaps in their tourism economy and how they might diversify it.
Okay, and so there's not going to be additional resources needed once you resume international marketing?
It will be a part of our overall marketing and budgeting consideration, but I don't feel that international markets are a focus of need right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And if we could, for item 105, which we'll hear together with this, if Mr. Robertson's available to go over 105 with us, that'd be great. Oh, I think I do see on the screen.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks. Colin Robertson, Administrator of the Division of Outdoor Recreation, here for the record.
Thank you. And if you wanted to briefly talk about agenda item 105 and the Department of the grants that will become in the Department of Tourism, Cultural Affairs, and how you want to use that for outdoor recreation in Nevada, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Colin Robertson for the record. The item F2.105 is a portion of the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration funds coming to the state of Nevada for the tourism and outdoor recreation notice of funding opportunity. Director Scolari and I have worked closely with the EDA representatives from our region and a variety of other partners and collaborators along the way to identify how those funds would be utilized in the course of the next 60 months. One portion of those funds is what item F2.105 addresses, which is $1.1 million of the total for 4 different projects related to the Division of Outdoor Recreation, which I am administrator for. Briefly, those are for outdoor recreation infrastructure projects, for an outdoor recreation economic impact analysis, for a dark sky tourism and outdoor recreation economic study and asset map, and for a planning project for the Tahoe Meadows along the Mount Rose Highway to try to address the burden of extra participation in outdoor recreation in that highly visited area of the Lake Tahoe Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Thank you for that brief description. Do we have any questions from the committee on any of these agenda items for anyone from the division? All right. So I'm sorry, did I miss somebody?
Sorry, I have my hand out, but
oh yeah, go right ahead.
Sorry, I apologize. Quickly, each one of these 3 lists the international advertising and understand it and related to tourism. Our state has been struck. Fortunately, we're seeing our revenue from our gaming industry increase, our visitation increase. That's all great news. One of the things we saw in this pandemic was the increase use of our outdoor recreation, and we're almost loving Nevada to death. And I'm worried that with this additional funding and advertising the outdoor activities in Nevada that I know I love dearly, I'm worried that there may be not good use or overuse of our state. And are any of these funds going to be used? Because I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that you're doing studies with these funds, especially in 105. And I appreciate that the concern over Lake Tahoe, that the visitations just escalated and I fear we're damaging it. What about are you doing any of this with our state parks department to make sure that we have the availability to move folks out in the rural, out with this outdoor recreation and not harming it at the same time? I'm just very concerned about that. So great that we have money to bring tourism here, but then what do we do with those tourists when we ourselves as a state are using our own backyards more to get outside? So can you address that?
For the record, Brenda Scolari, the Travel Nevada is extremely aware that with our outdoor spaces being our premier asset, that our role is to educate visitors and residents about how to have the best experience enjoying them, but then also to deliver a message of conservation and preservation for future generations. So these programs we're initiating are very much addressing those things that we're now looking at management of outdoor recreation as a tourism asset, but that's a tourism asset that directly serves residents as well. I'll allow Administrator Robertson to weigh in on that subject.
Thank you, Director Scolari. Colin Robertson, Administrator of the Division of Outdoor Recreation, for the record. I would just add that the portion of item 105 is for outdoor recreation infrastructure projects, including trail projects and opportunities to either enhance and build additional or to rehabilitate underutilized opportunities for outdoor recreation infrastructure with the intention of trying to create more opportunities and thereby decreasing pressures on some of the sites that Assemblywoman Titus is, I think, referring to, because we are acutely aware of the impact of the great additional participation in outdoor recreation across the state, which is tremendous, but it has had impacts that are not addressed through budget processes of some of our partner agencies like the Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management, who are underfunded and under-resourced to help in some of those regards. I would also just, well, I think that addresses the question. I'll stop there.
All right, well, thank you. What you didn't really address is, are you partnering with like our state parks? Because I have real concern that you're encouraging folks to go out there, you're doing these studies, and then our poor state parks then are overrun by folks. And so I didn't hear that there's really that partnership. You mentioned BLM, you mentioned federal agencies, but I want to know what our own state agencies, are you working with them?
Understood. Thank you for the clarification and question. Colin Robertson, for the record. I work very closely with the Division of State Parks, and we collaborate on a number of different projects, not the least of which is the current revision of the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, which specifically does address the concerns about stewardship of our outdoor recreation infrastructure. And that is a prime focus of the revised SCORP, which is out for public comment currently through the Division of State Parks website. The additional item I would mention is that the Division of State Parks and the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources have put forward requests for funding through the Nevada Recovers portal to support significant infrastructure improvements and maintenance, backlog maintenance needs of the state park system to address this specific purpose.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions, and thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on item 3940 and 105? It does not look like we do, so I would take a motion to approve those three items.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton, a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on the motion? I do not. So all in favor, aye. Thank you. All opposed, nay. And that motion passes unanimously. And so that would move us to our next agenda item, but which is going to be item 46. I'm sorry I said 50 earlier. It'd be item 46, but we will take a break before then. It's 12:52. I'd like to take a 20-minute break. That brings us back at 12 after 1. And so if we could make sure that we are in our seats, cameras on, and ready to roll, 1:12, that would be great. And we can take a break now, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. We are now live to the broadcast, and you may call your meeting back to order when you are ready.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order after that quick lunch break, and thank all the members for hanging in there. And we will now address F246 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services regarding the Desert Regional Center. And with us this afternoon, we have Administrator Dina Schmidt and her team. And if you want to present 46 whenever you get the chance, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. This is Jeff Haig for the record. I serve as the Deputy Administrator of Aging and Disability Services. Agenda item F246 is requesting a transfer of $334,722 for the jobs from the jobs and day training category. This work program is the result of federal funding that was identified for this project earlier on in the pandemic, unfortunately fell through. The division was in a position to have substantial savings within the jobs and day training category that's allowed us to request a transfer of these funds to pay for an outdoor improvement project for the intermittent care facility, which is a residential facility that does a regional center, operates at the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Campus. This is phase one of a two-phase project that will improve the outdoor living space of the campus to allow residents to spend more time outside and to mitigate the spread of COVID in the indoor environment, which they were adversely confined to over the course of the pandemic. This transfer from the jobs and day training category will not result in any diminishment of JDT services for residents. We unfortunately have a shortage of providers and a shortage of staffing within existing providers that's driving the savings in this category. And even with this transfer, there will be adequate funds to serve any constituents who needs JDT services over the course of the remainder of the fiscal year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. I do have a handful of questions from the members and possibly myself. I think I'll start with Assemblywoman Gorlow, if you still had a question on that issue, and then I'll move to Senator Harris.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just wondering if the agency could discuss more the plan to fund the construction of the shade structure and fencing project, and if budgetary savings in fiscal year 23 are insufficient.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Jeff Haig, for the record. We do anticipate, based on historical revenue projections in this category, to have more than adequate funding for this project. Appreciate the opportunity to describe the enhancement to the campus. It's pretty exciting, and it goes well beyond the fence and shade structure that's outlined in your summary. This project will actually provide opportunity for the residents of the ICF to enjoy the totality of the campus in a safe and secure manner. It will create outdoor environments for us to bring activities to the campus where the residents live and allow them to have outdoor activities, again, in a more safe and protected manner than what they're able to do now. This is phase one of a two-phase project. Once projections are realized next fiscal year, we anticipate taking or coming back to this body with the remainder, asking for the remainder of the funding, which we project to be roughly $2 million. It will be the balance. The project at this point is anticipated to be completed early in calendar year 23.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And Senator Harris.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. And I apologize if you've already addressed this question, but, and I have two, if that's okay, Chair. My first is, could you guys discuss the agency's plan to fund the construction of the shade structure and fencing project if the budgetary savings in fiscal year 2023 are insufficient?
Thank you, Senator Harris, for the question. Jeff Haig for the record. At this point, the project will not continue until adequate savings have been identified. The appropriate work program has followed the approval chain and come before this body for ultimate approval. So the work program before you today and the $334,000 that we're requesting does fund work, unfortunately, that has been completed to this date. And that work that has been completed is the design phase and the construction documents. So this is a completed body of work that is ready for us to move forward, but we will not move forward until adequate savings have been identified and the proper approvals have been achieved.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, I have one more question, if that's okay. Thanks so much. So can you tell me a little bit about why it's necessary to fund this project in this biennium? And what would be the consequences if the project was delayed and considered as part of the 2023-2025 biennium?
Thank you, Senator Harris, for that question. Jeff Haig for the record. So the benefit in moving this project forward now, obviously, as all of you know, we are still fighting the current pandemic. The population that resides at this facility continues to be adversely impacted by the pandemic. Without this project, they are unnaturally confined to an indoor space and not able to access the outdoor living areas that are available within the campus. As a result of being confined to indoor spaces a disproportionate amount of time, we've seen an increased spread of COVID within the facility. And we feel that this project will serve as a significant COVID mitigation effort as we work to respond to the current pandemic and as we ensure that we're prepared for future pandemics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. I believe that Vice Chair Carlton might have a few questions on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm good here. Let me make sure all these screens are working appropriately. Thank you. So in reviewing everything, and from what I heard you just say, you've gone ahead and done the design work. Is that correct?
Thank you, Vice Chair Carlton. Jeff Haig for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if my recollection is correct, and I think the notes substantiate this, that this was included in the CIP request for the last budget cycle, but the governor decided not to include it in his request. Is that correct?
Jeff Haig for the record. Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So my curiosity is, how did you pay for the design?
So the design phase will be paid for as a result of this work program. The work was done initially under the understanding that it was paid for with federal funding. And unfortunately, after the work had begun, we were told by that federal entity that the funding would not be able to be used for this purpose.
So the money has already been spent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have it clear exactly where we are. My concern, Mr. Chairman, is, I think this is a very worthy project. And, I know a lot of our facilities. I've toured a lot of our facilities, and I can visualize this just a bit. But last legislative session, we actually started a new program with Public Works in allowing them to be able to, as they saved money in different projects that they did, to pull things up and to get more maintenance projects done. And it just seems to me that this sort of circumvents that new policy that we have and would make it tough for us to evaluate how did that really work. I'm always cautious when we start using vacancy savings for things. Ultimately, we're in for the amount for the design right now, but there's still a lot more money that needs to be spent to be able to complete this. And I just feel like we've set a standard on how we want to move forward with some of these CIP projects, and the fact that this was not presented to the legislature last time, so we never really had a chance to vet it. I have some concerns about moving forward with this at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have any other questions from the committee on this particular work program?
Clarification.
I do not. I'm sorry, who is that?
Assemblywoman Titus, sorry.
Assemblywoman Titus, yeah, please go ahead.
Follow up on Vice Chair's line of questioning there. We've already spent this money and now we're trying to help. So how do we spend it if we don't have?
Assemblywoman Titus, Jeff Haig for the record. So the work has been done. The approval of this work program will allow us to pay the vendor for the work that has been done, but it does not obligate us to any future work.
What happens if we don't approve this and you can't pay what you've authorized apparently?
Jeff Haig for the record, Assemblywoman Titus, that is correct.
I'm concerned, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if I may.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so I must have misunderstood at the beginning, but we committed to something. So actually you're planning on paying for it with federal dollars and the feds backed out?
Jeff Haig for the record, to Vice Chair Carlton, that is correct. We had worked with our colleagues over at DPBH earlier on in the pandemic to identify this project as to be funded with ELC funding through CDC. We felt that this project fit very well within the COVID mitigation guidelines that they had provided with that funding opportunity and moved forward accordingly. And unfortunately, it wasn't until well after work had begun that we had heard back from CDC that this was a project that would not be funded. It would not be able to be funded by this source. And I see our colleagues from DPBH have joined if they have anything else to add.
Yeah, Julia Peak for the record. I'll say the same in one of the
and
most
Ms. Peak, if I may,
Sorry.
Ms. Peak,
Nope,
thank you. If I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the latitude. So this is one of the frustrating things that I have found is we've been put in a position of denying a vendor to be paid for work that they were committed to, but yet we're using vacancy savings to pay for it. We will now be in possession of a design document with no real commitment moving forward through the CIP process that this project will ever go forward. So we will have taken $334,000 in vacancy savings and used it towards something. So we've been put in a very awkward position, Mr. Chairman. I really don't want to support this moving forward, but I do not want to penalize a vendor who worked in good faith to be able to get this done. I would like to hold on to this one for a little bit, and I'd like to, if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk to Public Works about some of the savings that they have in this new maintenance project that we have. If there's any dollar savings there that could be used towards putting towards this, if there's any other options out there to pay for this, but I would not deny a vendor their payment that is due. So this is a little more complicated than the writing that I have in my notes. So I'm not sure how we approach this, but I do feel very strongly that the vendor should be paid.
Thank you. And Ms. Peak, were you gonna clarify something?
Julia Peak for the record. I can if it's helpful, but I also defer to you if you want to continue.
No, please do. I mean, if you think that there's something that you can add that might clarify some of those questions, I appreciate it.
Yeah, Julia Peak for the record. So as you guys are well aware, we got a good amount of epidemiology and laboratory capacity funding throughout the pandemic. And one of the largest challenges is we got the NOGA often before we got the guidance, or they occurred simultaneously. And so we had the funds and were expected to report on spending and success in real time as we're developing a work plan for a grant. This never happens. We typically apply for a grant and then CDC approves or disapproves the line items prior to giving us the NOGA. So we were, for all intent and purposes, building the plane while in flight. And so one of the things that we did initially is reach out to our sister agencies and say, here's the scope. Please let us know if there's a project that applies. For this specific project, it indicated that we could do building modifications for high risk settings. We'd already had outbreaks in these settings, so we knew they were high risk. So offering a suggestion to move living space outdoor and to reduce the census within these high risk settings. This is not the only project that we put forward in this vein. And CDC did take, honestly, months to review. And so we said, you know, like the design was appropriate. And then the build, we'd have to wait for approval. And ADSD was working under that assumption as well as was Public Works. We thought that this did qualify as a really good use of those dollars under that scope. It's really a difficult situation that all of us were put in, and CDC as well, because we were asked to spend money and report on deliverables in real time while waiting on those approvals.
Thank you for that. So my question is, and maybe I just didn't hear the answer when Vice Chair Carlton asked it, but so has the design has been done? Has the vendor been paid? Is my first question. And then the second is, so would this then just leave a budget hole? And I'm assuming it's at Aging Disability. Would it leave a budget hole for the amount that they've already paid the vendor if this isn't approved?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, for the question. Jeff Haig for the record. To date, the vendor has not been paid. And in approval of this work program and enabling us to compensate the vendor does not create any budget shortfalls for the division.
But if the vendor is paid, does it create the budget shortfall for the division?
It's vacancy savings.
No, Jeff Haig for the record, Chair Brooks, no, sir, it does not. With this work program, the $334,000, 722 is being proposed to be paid out of the jobs and day training category. Even with approval of this work program, we're anticipating reversion in this category in the millions of dollars.
Right. So if this isn't approved, the vendor still needs to be paid, and then that would come out of your budget, which then would theoretically leave a budget shortfall for that amount. This is if this wasn't approved. So this you're kind of making it based on the assumption that this is approved. But if this were not, what would be the scenario?
So if this work program is not approved, then the vendor has performed work that we're unable to compensate him for.
So I mean, that's not the way I understand contracts to work. I think that it's not the vendor's problem where your funding comes from. I'm sure you have a contract in place for the vendor for services rendered, and that needs to be paid. Is that correct?
So the contract with this vendor is actually held through State Public Works. So we work through them on this project. And so I would assume that they would be obligated to realize these expenses, but would have to circle back with them to confirm. I apologize, Jeff Haig for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could clarify one other item, please.
Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the work has been done. How much do you actually owe? So if the whole project was $334,000, do you owe the whole amount Or is there only a portion of that that is actually owed right now?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. For the record, this is Robin Hager. We have currently spent to date $85,693.32. So that is what is owed to the vendor as of today. So if nothing else, that would be the bare minimum that we would need approved today with this work program, so we could at least pay the vendor.
So the full, let's just make sure the record is absolutely clear. So we do not owe the full $334,000 at this time. The current bill is just about 85,000 whatever dollars that is actually owed.
Again, this is Robin Hager for the record, and I see Daniel Marlowe has jumped in, so maybe he has different information than I do, but I'm looking at the documents I had gotten from State Public Works that said as of 12/31/2021, we owed $85,693.32. Again, no additional work has been done on this project, to my understanding, because we knew that there was no funding approved for it. So we were waiting for this work program to be approved. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to either Director Freed or Daniel Marlowe in case they have a different figure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Daniel Marlowe, Administrator for Admin Services Division. This is what we consider an agency project within the Capital Improvement Program. So the payments and obligations due for the agency project are not processed through the CIP and under State Public Works. They are transferred over essentially to the agency and paid for out of their account directly by the agency.
Thank you for your clarification. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, then I suppose it's a little less than $86,000 that is actually owed. So I would be comfortable. I mean, I don't think the state should ever back out on money that we owe. Even if we didn't make the commitment, we still have to stand behind it as the body that appropriates money. So I would say that I would still be curious if that $86,000 could be absorbed within the new maintenance system that we have. Not sure if there's many other questions, but ultimately, if we do anything, we definitely, I believe we need to do the $86,000. I don't know why we would pay $334,000 for something if we only owe $86,000 at this time. And this just seems to get more confusing as we ask more questions.
And I have my other question is, have there been any conversations whether or not this could qualify for potential, based on the logic of why we want to make these improvements, that would qualify for any of the other federal relief funding that we've gotten, whether it be within our more flexible funds that we discussed earlier today, or through some very targeted and structured funds that have come into the agency, federal relief funds outside of the state funds that we discussed earlier today. Has that conversation been had, and is it applicable? Could it be applicable for any of those funds?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, for the question. Jeff Haig for the record. We have not explored any other fundings. ELC was the appropriate funding stream that we had identified early on in the pandemic. When we learned that wasn't going to be approved, ultimately, we felt that this was a viable resource. But based on feedback from this committee, we're happy to take this item back and reevaluate with Public Works, both to Vice Chair Colleton's point, the ability to leverage CIP dollars, or to your point, Chair Brooks, to explore any other federal funding that may be applicable for this project.
Thank you. So I think Vice Chair Carlton and myself are kind of heading in the same direction here, and that is for the approval of the monies already spent, because it was a very logical explanation that we were given, because we've we've watched the guidance change and had to make some decisions that the guidance then came back and was different from the decisions we made, and we had to change. We had after the fact change some of the things that we've done through in IFC and through the budgeting process. Understandable, completely understandable, but don't know that necessarily want to fund CIP projects with savings that would revert to the general fund based on program savings on CIP projects that weren't approved in the GovRec CIP, or weren't even submitted in the GovRec CIP budget. So I think that sets kind of an interesting and maybe not the best precedent, but totally understand that scenario we find ourselves in today. So I think I would be comfortable moving forward a motion that addressed the money spent, and then so we can discuss and research a little bit more how to go forward with this project. And do I have any other comments, questions from the committee on this Senator Londero?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think this was answered, but I just was curious when we started talking about the timeline, and then later on when we had further information, you said, did I understand you to say that that was the amount due as of January 2021?
So Jeff Haig, for the record, the $85,000 was as of December of last year.
I don't know if you can hear me, but my video has frozen. Can you give me a thumbs up or a...
Yes, ma'am. This is Jeff Haig, for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just can't open my video all of a sudden. So it just closed on me. So I will talk behind the screen. December of last year, so December of 2021. Is that what you said?
Jeff Haig, for the record. Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, all right. I heard January. For some reason, I thought you said January, and I was trying to figure out why it had not come before us at the legislative session. But if it was December, I understand it was after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any other questions from the committee?
Not a question, Mr. Chairman. Just going to try to hazard a solution, attempt a solution here, if you give me the opportunity to.
Absolutely. I think I'm hoping we're on the same page here, but
yeah,
yes,
I think we are. And if we aren't, you don't have a gavel there, but I'll get the hint. So I guess what I need to confirm with staff is the exact amount, because I want to make sure in the motion I have the exact amount. I heard 85,000 and something. So I just want to make sure that I have the correct number that is actually owed.
Jeff Haig, for the record. Vice Chair Carlton, the amount that we show is $85,693.32.
Got to get that 32 cents in there. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion here, and then you let me know if you even want to take a second. So my motion would be for this work program to be adjusted to the $85,693.32 to pay the vendor that is owed, with instructions to the folks to go out and see what other options they have moving forward, and then come back to us at another time if they need to continue the funding on this. That gives us the option to, so that'll be the motion, and then I'll make a statement under comments when you're ready.
Thank you. I like that motion, and would look for a second.
I'll second.
So I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on that motion?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, I would really really appreciate if they go out and take a look to see if there's any other dollars. It's not the project that I have a problem with. I think the project is probably very worthwhile. I think anything we can do at this facility is a positive step forward. It's just the way this thing has evolved, and we have to be careful of how we fund things and the precedent that we set moving forward. And I always am cautious about using vacancy savings because those are jobs. And I understand it's hard to hire people right now, but once you start something like this, there's phase 2, 3, 4, 5. So with that, I want to make sure the vendor gets paid. I'd love to see the project go forward, but I think there might be other opportunities to fund it in the future.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this motion? All right, I'm not seeing any. So all in favor, aye.
Chair Brooks, I am going to vote yes. And then when we're done with this vote, with your permission, I'm going to shut down and come back in.
Okay, I will do that. And so any opposed, nay? Assemblywoman Titus, are you trying to get my attention, or was that a holdover from the vote?
Slow video feed, thank you.
Oh, no problem. So the motion passes, and we can move on to the next agenda item, excuse me. And am I on video? I'm getting a message that I'm going on and off video. I don't know. Give me a thumbs up if you can see me. All right, cool. Appreciate it.
Sure.
So we will now move on to agenda item 50, I believe. And that is from the Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare Financing and Policy. And if we had anyone from the agency who could come up and present that, I believe Assemblywoman Titus requested that one be pulled.
Good afternoon. This is Philip Burrell from the agency.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you for, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Burrell, Deputy Administrator here for the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. With me is Tiffany Lewis, our ASO4 and CFO, and Kristen Coulomb, our Social Services Chief over the program. They'll be here to answer any questions. Specifically, this work program, C57518, is the addition of Title 19 federal funds to fund a projected shortfall for the state fiscal year, specifically for ground emergency transportation, also known as GEMT. This program is for federal funds and does not affect state general funds at all. GEMT providers certify that they have the non-federal share as part of participation, and the division works with them and a third-party vendor to work through the lengthy audit and verification process for the expenditures and cost settlements that relate to the program. I'll stop there and open this up for questions.
Great, thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me these questions. Looking through your statement and who are getting these funds, the term was used for settlement. So are these for, and it's for ambulance services, ground transportation throughout this state, from my area, Mason Valley and Smith Valley, all to Las Vegas to Washoe County. And this is to reimburse the EMS system for ground transportation. And I understand these are federal funds, but in the terminology, I'm seeing that this is settlement funds. So could you clarify, or were these their actual cost of transportation, or did these EMS departments, ambulance departments submit bills and then they settled on a lower of their actual cost of transportation?
Good afternoon, Assemblywoman Titus. Thank you for the question. Tiffany Lewis for the record. These are for public providers who participate in our Certified Public Expenditure Program. So in their budget, they, as Mr. Burrell indicated, they certify that they have the share to put up for the federal matching of the funds. And then they are billing based on a cost-based rate. And at the end of each period, we get a certified audited cost report through our vendor that contracts with the agency to help perform these auditing services. And at that time, the agency and the public entity settle, so whether they they estimated their costs being too high and ultimately they owe money back to the agency because they overbilled, or if they estimated their costs being lower than what they turned out to be for that year, then the agency would true up and pay them the additional funds.
I see. And so are these for transportation for any reason, not just people related to the COVID pandemic?
Correct. It's for any ground emergency transportation. Sorry,
And then
Tiffany
this
Lewis
must,
for the record.
this must be ongoing then, that they're able to get reimbursed. And so this will be an ongoing situation for reimbursed. And then I would assume they don't bill. They haven't tried to bill private industry, the private insurance providers. These would be for uncollected funds or for just anybody who was transported.
Tiffany Lewis for the record, thank you for the question. These are exclusive to Medicaid recipients. So they're only eligible for Medicaid reimbursement. If it's for an individual who has Blue Cross Blue Shield, they would still bill the private insurance for the service.
Understood then. So this offsets our Medicaid cost, and so only for Medicaid recipients is this allowed. So, and is that clear? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification. And if there's no other questions, when ready, I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee on this item? I do not see any, so I take a motion from Assemblywoman Titus.
Second.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Titus to approve, a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? I see none. All in favor, aye. Thank you. All opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously, and we can move on to the next item. The next item was also requested to be discussed from Assemblywoman Titus, and that's item 84. And let me make sure I'm in order here. Yeah, 84. And so that is from Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, Employment Security Division, regarding unemployment insurance. And so if we have anyone from unemployment that can present that for us and answer any questions.
Good afternoon, this is Elisa Cafaretta from Dieter. Just making sure you can hear us.
I can hear you just fine. Right. Go right ahead, Ms. Cafaretta.
Thank you. Just briefly, throughout the pandemic, we have received additional funding every few months to implement and administer the various unemployment programs based on sort of the extensions that we've gotten or the number of clients that we are serving. So this is one of those additional administrative funding amounts. This work program brings in the dollars for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program Administration. This money mostly we're using at this point to cover contract staff who have been and continue to help us go through the process and pay legitimate claimants, investigate and turn over fraudulent payments to law enforcement. A portion of the funds are being used to ensure we can allow the remote access that these contract staff need to assist us. And as is typical, the final portion of it is to obligate remaining funds for future costs so they don't revert to the federal government. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So my question really is, I needed that clarification. And it's my understanding then from what you just said that none of these funds are actually going to go to paying unemployed folks due to the pandemic. Is that correct?
Oh, Elisa Cafaretta for the record. So in the, there are still folks who are awaiting appeals in the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program or Board of Review. Those benefits are actually paid from a different federal funding source. They don't come into the state fund. We just draw them down as they're needed and people get their benefits directly. So these are strictly for administration of the program.
So none of these funds will go to paying anybody that's unemployed. So do we have to pay these funds back? Because there's certain type of programs that we've gotten from the state for unemployment that we're obligated to pay back, that's not the case with this one, correct?
Elisa Caffaretta, no, we do not have to pay these back.
So how long will we still be able to apply for this PUA funds? Is it going to be when the pandemic is over? Is there an end date to this?
Elisa Caffaretta for the record. I'm more familiar with some of the specific programs, like the Lost Wages program had a very specific period of performance and payment that will end. But these, as we understand them, as long as you go through the process and you're found eligible, again, we can draw down those benefit dollars for folks as they get through the process.
Thank you. One final question. You mentioned in your statement that these funds are using for some of the investigation for the fraudulent claims. Could you give us an update on how many fraudulent claims you've identified, how many have been resolved, and any retribution?
Elisa Caffaretta for the record. I don't have exact numbers. It is an ongoing process in terms of the number of fraudulent claims. I think we've given you some of the high level sort of overview of the millions of imposter claims that came in and that we stopped. So the largest portion of these we stopped before they were ever paid. We are working with law enforcement to turn over claims as we get them and identify them and put together the information that law enforcement needs. The federal government also has task forces and programs that are looking at fraudulent claims that involved multiple states. So it's an ongoing effort, and I don't have exact details. We can pull together information for you on where we are and provide that to you if you'd like.
More than I would want. I think that everybody on this committee, and I think the state deserves some kind of actual figures at some point sooner than later. And I know they're ongoing. I know that there's a lot of investigation going, but I would like to know an actual figure to this date and time. How much is estimated, at least fraudulent claims have been that you're looking at, that you're investigating, an estimation on how much have actually been paid out fraudulently. And I know these have been turned over to the AG, and I know that there's federal investigations, and I know that our AG, there's a task force on this on a national level, a lot of moving parts. But at some point you have to have in your finances some actual numbers, or at least close to numbers, on what you feel as an agency has been applied for fraudulently, whether we get that back or not. But I think we deserve to have some actual figures, so I look forward to those numbers. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I have to say, but looking forward to some absolute hard numbers on where you are applying, how much our investigation. You certainly have those numbers. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know that you've provided some of that in the past, and it's a evolving situation, and I look forward to maybe getting some updates on that in the future as well. So thank you for the item. And I think I have Assemblywoman Kasama has a question as well. Go ahead, Assemblywoman.
Thank you, Chair. Along with that update, if perhaps you could just also include how many, if any, backlogs we still have, a comparison from during the session. I know it was completely overwhelming. Thank you for your work in helping to get answers to these people that have needed it, and maybe just an update of, you know, how many cases we're still behind. We have contract workers going on. Just a general update on how we've been improving. I know we have been, and just how much longer you think you might need all this additional contract workers to catch up, and just kind of an update for us in general on it too, if you could include that. Thank you.
Senator Catro.
Thank you, Chair. My question is along the same lines, and thank you for all the work you guys have done on getting us through this, but around the fraud and recovery of that. Also, is there anything being done to help the victims who have had their identity stolen and to rectify that with the IRS and the state?
Lisa Cafferetta with Dieter. Thank you for the question. There are a couple of activities or ways we're responding to this. So the first one is you may be hearing from constituents who have received an overpayment notice for funds that they never received, and that's how they find out that there was an imposter claim filed in their name. And or they may have received a 1099 that similarly describes benefits that they did not receive. If they go to the Dieter website, there is a tab that they can click on, which gives them step-by-step sort of the process for reporting that fraud to us and requesting a corrected 1099. We went through this last year around tax time as well. The IRS is very well aware of the level of fraud, and we don't believe they are going to be pursuing individual taxpayers. But if they request a corrected 1099 and they keep a copy of that documentation, should a question arise, they can show that to the IRS to demonstrate that they've taken the steps that they need to take. On our website, there are several other resources for people who believe they have been victims of identity theft and fraud with reporting to the IRS and other websites that they can use to sort of take the steps that they need to take to protect their identity in the future.
Thank you. And if I may follow up, Chair.
Please do.
Thank you. And what kind of time frame should somebody expect to hear back from the agency if they do report that their identity was stolen or misused?
Elisa Cafferetta for the record. We typically have not followed up individually with folks. What happens is you can fill out a form to let us know that your identity has been fraudulently used or to request the 1099. We have a response to you that is automated that you can keep for your records should you need it. But we have focused our staff throughout the pandemic on trying to resolve and pay out benefits to legitimate claimants. And we have not had the staff to be able to follow up with everyone who contacts our agency. So that's what we've been doing so far. I would expect that to continue to be the case for most of this year, just because we're still finishing up and cleaning up.
That staff's doing is fact finding for that too.
And we would add that what happens if you notify us of a fraudulent claim, then we are, part of the staff is going through and verifying that, identifying those claims that have been filed fraudulently, doing the investigation and the fact finding that's needed to turn it over to law enforcement. So really that's the focus, is getting people paid or trying to recover money or stop payments that should not be made.
Thank you. And my concern on this is I'm one of those victims, and it's been going on for a long time. And I've received, first notice that I received unemployment benefits, which I never did. I immediately filed complaints with your agency, the FBI and the IRS, and then continued to receive debit cards and a variety of other things that kept coming, and then also followed up on those and still received information saying that I'm receiving unemployment, I have received it, I've been overpaid on it. So I think not following up with the people, for me at least, it's been concerning, and I'd like to see something to help folks be at least responded to, that their claim is being looked into. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any other comments or questions from the committee on this item? Senator Harris.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. Just a quick comment. While I understand and agree that fraud is a serious problem, we need to do everything we can to prevent I am also very well aware that there are still claimants who are waiting months to get their claims processed. And so I guess I'd like to see, in conjunction with some of the data that Assemblywoman Kasama requested, what the average claim processing time is like now compared to pre-pandemic, and of course, compared to the heights of the unemployment claims. I still have Nevada, I don't know about, the rest of the members on this committee, but I still have Nevadans reaching out to me on a semi-regular basis, saying that their claims are taking upward towards 6 months or more to process. And so I would implore you all to keep an eye on the fraud, but also keep an eye on trying to process those claims quicker. I'm always letting folks know that DETR is doing its best, and I believe that, but the best doesn't pay the bills. So anything you guys could do to assist those folks who have legitimate claims would be helpful. Thank you.
This is Elisa Caffaretta with DETR. Yes, our focus, our priority has always been on getting people that may potentially have a legitimate claim to keep the focus and the priority on them. Just for folks who might not have followed our staffing sagas from the beginning, as many of you, I believe, know, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were given some flexibility in the staffing we could use to process standard unemployment claims. And that flexibility expired with the expiration of the federal programs in September. And so it has to be a DETR staff person now. We can't contract out those eligibility determinations, which has slowed things down a bit. And as you know, we're now primarily handling regular unemployment claims, and the cases where we need to do the adjudication, it's because there's been an employer might say one thing and the person who is laid off might say another. And so we need to actually do an investigation. So those are the longest, they take the most amount of time. And we are sort of closing the gap and reducing the number of days, but it still is outside of what we'd like it to be. So it's definitely our priority. We know that the folks who are eligible for this money really need it. And that's where the focus, our number one priority is and continues to be.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to the entire team over there at DETR. And we've all been in this together with our friends and family and constituents for the last couple of years, and have seen the volume change and the efficiencies improve, and just catching up really with such a huge wave of applicants that hit you. But we still get some calls, and we'll still continue to communicate with you, and hopefully we can help some of our constituents find a resolution. Any other questions or comments on this item? All right, if no further questions or comments, I would take a motion. Assemblywoman Titus, since you pulled this up, if you would like to make a motion to approve. And
absolutely, I will. I didn't realize it was going to bring along so much comments, but I'm glad I had it pulled, and I thank everybody for their great questions. It's an important issue across the board, from the recipients to those paying to those still waiting. So thank you all, and I move to approve this item.
Second. I have a motion to approve, and from Assemblywoman Titus, a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? I see none. All in favor, aye. Thank you. Any opposed, nay? Motion passes unanimously. And now I think I made a mistake in a previous item 46. So I took a motion to add a dollar amount with cents attached to it, we don't process cents in IFC. We only round up to the nearest dollars. And so I need to take a motion to reconsider item 46, and then we would have to vote on that. We'll open that back up. We'll correct the dollar amount, so I think I have a motion from Senator Hammond.
Yeah, I motion that we take the cents away from your original motion from Senator Brooks, cents, and then just do a dollar amount.
So that motion doesn't work. I need a motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the vote on item 46.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Liu.
I'll second that one.
I have a second from, I think I would like a second from the Assembly.
Second.
And I have a second from Assemblyman Roberts.
Yep.
All right, great. So all in favor of reconsidering item 46, aye?
Aye.
Oh, no, excuse me. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Nope, we do not. All right, so all in favor, aye? Thank you. Any opposed, nay? That motion passes. And so now we can reconsider item 46. And item 46, I would like to take a motion to approve that item with the dollar amount of $85,694.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the dollar amount for $85,694 and from Vice Chair Carlton, and a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that item, on that motion? Excuse me.
This motion makes no sense. Chair. Joking.
I am slow this morning or this afternoon because it took me a while to figure out what you meant, but thank you. It no longer makes any sense. So any other discussion on the motion? All right. All and staff, does that motion work?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. I appreciate that. And so all in favor, aye. All right, thank you. Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes, and I apologize for the inconvenience, and we can move on to our next agenda item, which I believe, if we're taking these in order, would be agenda items 109 and 110 as identified by Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson. And we will go to the Office of the Military. Oh, no, sorry, wrong one. Department of Veterans Services for the Southern Nevada Veterans Home and the Northern Nevada Veterans Home.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Kat Miller. For the record, Director, Nevada Department of Veterans Services. Both of these fall under me. Oops, sorry, my phone's making noises. The first one, item 109, we're requesting a transfer of $590,535 to the operational category from medical services due to some increase in temporary staffing costs. We're also requesting a transfer of $249,462 also from medical services category to the food services category due to increased costs in food. And I stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Miller. And that was just exactly it. It just caught my eyes. Interesting that the food costs were off budget by about $250,000. I was kind of just wondering what was happening with that.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Kat Miller. For the record, big increases in eggs, milk, meat, you name it, across the board, anything that's shipped. So it's not just the perishables. We're seeing an increase in food costs across the board. So it's not cost and increase in staffing as much as is the actual commodity.
So it's a commodity and not staffing like we see in other places. Okay, that was it. I was just wondering why we're running about $250,000 for
Cat Miller for the record.
on that.
We also
It's a
did
fixed unit with a fixed number of beds, so we know it's not necessarily the change in the flow, but the number of people that are being served. So that was it on that one. On 110, this is just, if I'm reading the work program information right. So because of the higher than anticipated pass-through revenue, it's causing an insufficient amount of money authority, I see you say in category 4. So is this an actual deficit then, or is this just kind of an accounting problem where dollars have to move around, but it's not necessarily like a lack of specific overall resources?
Cat Miller for the record. We just need the authority to accept more money. We received more money in federal revenues than we had anticipated. Of course, on the flip side, our costs are much higher. But all this work program is asking for is the authority to accept these additional federal revenues.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Miller, and thank you, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions from the committee on these two items? I do not see any. Thank you. So, Assemblywoman, I would take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve items 109 and 110 from Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson and a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? All right, no discussion on the motion. All in favor, aye. All right, thank you. Any opposed, nay? Motion passes unanimously. And we can move on to our next agenda items, which is agenda item 111. And 111 is Public Employees Benefit Program. And we have with us Executive Director Laura Rich to walk us through that.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. For the record, Laura Rich, Executive Officer of the Public Employees Benefits Program. The work program before you today in item 111 balances forward realized funding of approximately $8.6 million from FY22 to FY23. This stems from a decision made by the PEB board to use a portion of the excess reserves that have accumulated largely from claims suppression as a result of the pandemic shutdowns in order to fund the restoration of medical benefits that were cut during the last legislative session. So the approval of this work program will allow PEB to almost fully restore the plan design and the health insurance plans to pre-pandemic levels. That $8.6 million is only about a third of the total amount that the PEB board approved to allocate, since the idea behind this is to be able to fund these benefits for 3 years to avoid that yo-yoing of benefits and instead offer stable and consistent benefits to those members that are covered by PEB so that they can depend on that stability. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. I believe we'll have some questions from Vice Chair Carlton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Rich. It was nice to see you yesterday. We had a conversation in IRBC about a number of these issues. So just to clarify some things for the record for this committee. So the use of these dollars is due partially to the utilization issue because folks didn't actually utilize the benefits. So are there any other factors that you'd like to put on the record that contributed to this, to these dollars being able to be used for this in the future as we move forward?
For the record, Laura Rich, the vast majority of that is due to claim suppression. So, it's from utilization that didn't happen, people that didn't go to see their dentist, that didn't have their procedures done. So the vast majority it comes from that. But I would say that there's a small percentage of it that can be attributed to the fact that we've gone out to bid for many of our contracts, and we've had a lot of contract savings as a result of that. Most of that you're going to see moving forward because a lot of these contracts begin July 1st of this year. But we did have a few contracts that were effective last year that we're starting to realize those savings. But yes, the majority of that claims, or the majority of the excess was accrued through claim suppression.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple quick others. So you're talking about using $8.7 million. We know you really can't pin this down because of the way deductibles and all the different health plans work. So what are your plans if that $8.7 million doesn't hit the mark, either high or low?
For the record, Laura Rich, this is why we've chosen to spread it out through 3 years. And it was a safe bet as to, where can we land? What is a conservative number? We're not using the entire amount of excess, obviously. We're using those 3 years equal 26 million. And the reason why we're only using 26 million over the 3 years is because of the volatility in healthcare. So whether we can guarantee that it's going to be, we're going to fall right on that mark of $8.6 million, there's no guarantee. And I don't think anyone would be willing to say there's a guarantee on that. But I think what we did is we took a conservative approach to ensure that we are able to spread those costs out throughout those 3 years. And we're going to have sufficient access to be able to cover that, given what we know today.
One final question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So you're comfortable that if the actuaries come back and give you another number that you'll be able to adjust but not cause a huge shift again? It's just one thing families need is stability in their healthcare cost. And if we do something like this, I just want to make sure that we can substantiate it for a while or sustain it for a while, so that next 2 years from now, all of a sudden their healthcare doesn't go through the roof again when wages haven't. So you're comfortable with the actuarial projections on this?
So far, yes, we are, Laura Rich, for the record, we are seeing, obviously, trend is, as I said, very volatile. We're seeing a spike in claims. There's some questions out there, just, industry-wide, how long is the spike in claims going to last, right? We had a claim suppression period that lasted several months, and some plans, even it lasted almost a year. So it depends on what that looks like. And if we had a crystal ball, there'd be a lot of us who would be rich, especially a COVID crystal ball. And so it's difficult to really confidently say anything with the ever evolving landscape of COVID these days. But from what we know today, that we feel comfortable with using those $26 million over 3 years.
Don't we all wish we had a fiscal crystal ball? Try to say that one quick, Barry. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. If the committee decides to move forward on this one, I would just ask that we keep updated by PEB so that we don't get any surprises and families don't get a healthcare bill shock 18 months from now. So that would be my only request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. To that point, if we approve this item, I would request that we PEB come back with an informational item once the final number is established by the actuary, and you could send that to us as an informational item. And so any questions from the committee on this item? And I know a handful of us on this committee spent quite a bit of time discussing this yesterday in the IRBC committee. So I see no questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Rich.
You actually have several.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it on my screen. So I have Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that Majority Leader also, Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson also had a question, but thank you for recognizing me. Vice Chair Carlton made a comment about not wanting folks to have a healthcare bill shock later on. And I will say many of my constituents have already had a healthcare bill shock when they would charge a surcharge for not having the vaccine or some sort of thing during this pandemic, COVID pandemic. And I'm wondering, with this extra monies that you're bringing forward, is it still necessary to charge these folks that additional premium that they really are struggling with? And so can you tell me how that all came about?
Sure. So Laura Rich, for the record, the surcharge actually hasn't taken effect quite yet. It won't be effective until July 1st of 2022, so the beginning of the upcoming plan year. The surcharge actually came about as a result of employer-wide testing. So the governor's office has implemented a policy to where unvaccinated employees are subject to weekly testing. Now, the testing obviously is costly, and prior to PEB taking this on, this was something that the Department of Health and Human Services was administering, and it was getting funded through CRF dollars. That has since ended, and so this is now transitioned over to PEB. So PEB has purchased tests and contracted with the vendor to purchase those tests and to be able to distribute the test among all agencies across the state, not just state agencies, but we're also including anyone that's covered under PEB. So the LCB, System of Higher Education, right? All of the boards and commissions. And the reason that we did this is because essentially PEB is paying for testing regardless. And so we want to make sure to steer these folks that are subject to weekly testing to lower cost testing, right? So the testing that we are offering is about $33 a test. It's proctored, versus if you go to, let's say, you're an urgent care center, or you go to even a CVS, that test can cost, if it's billed to PEB, can be somewhere around $130 for a PCR test. And so we want to make sure that if we are, regardless, testing is required by insurers to be paid for at 100%. Diagnostic testing. This would be surveillance testing because it's employer mandated. So what we're trying to do is offer this to employees and offer an easy, convenient solution to meet the policies that the governor has implemented, and do so at a cost at a lower cost than what we would typically pay for should someone go out to a CVS or a Walgreens to get this test. Since PEB is not just administering the program, but we're also taking on the cost of that program, given the information that we had and the volume of unvaccinated employees that we have at the state, we projected, with the help of actuaries, a cost of about $18.5 million a year. And so PEB is not budgeted for that. That is an expenditure that we don't have. And so we had to determine what kind of mechanism we could implement in order to bring in that funding. And the surcharges are a result of that. The surcharges will or should cover the cost at least of testing, but then there's also the added extra cost of hospitalization and treatment of those unvaccinated members as well. And so it's meant to really cover that entire cost. And without that, PEB would be short at least $8.5 million if this policy continues throughout the year.
So thank you for that attempted explanation. But I still have concerns when we heard earlier today regarding the testing and availability of these tests. And I recognize that the state has required those to be tested once a week. But I heard you kind of interchange the diagnostic testing versus surveillance testing and the significant difference in the cost, and what that actually we heard earlier today, a surveillance test could cost as low as $6.50 versus $8. And if they're requiring observed testing, certainly they could take them to work and have it done at work if they have to be observed, versus that PCR test, which I recognize is very expensive. So is the state agencies requiring PCR diagnostic tests once a week?
Laura Rich for the record. So this is actually a rapid antigen test, and so it's proctored. And so originally when this policy was being implemented, the OSHA mandate was still wrapped up in the courts. And so we were planning, because we didn't know what that outcome was going to be, under that OSHA mandate, it requires that an employee, if they self-administer, they can't self-read. And so while we were looking at solutions that may potentially meet that OSHA mandate, we were looking at this option, which we've implemented, which is essentially it's a rapid antigen test that a member can do, or an employee can take anywhere. What they use a telehealth solution to proctor that test to ensure the validity of the results. So there's that factor, but then there's also the additional factor of reporting, right? So now we get an additional, we're able to, agencies can track who has tested, who has not tested, and there's a mechanism to do that. Otherwise, there is no mechanism. If you've got an employee who's got an over-the-counter test and is self-testing, they can bring a test into the office, and show their supervisor, but who knows who's taken that test? It could be, that their spouse took it, or it's the same test every week, right? And so it was a mechanism to try to implement some sort of consistency. And at the time, knowing that OSHA mandate may or may not make it out of the courts, we had to plan around that as well.
Thank you. I just have concerns that the states, that PEB is punishing people for individual healthcare choices, and they're singling out a certain group of people to punish them for that and charging the surcharge but I'm not so sure you charge a surcharge for folks who perhaps have diabetes and choose not to follow their doctor's advice and other things, because healthcare decisions are, again, so individual that I'm just wondering about this particular decision. I would hope that as this all evolves and some of the mandates that we have, such as I hear our mask mandate may be changing. There's been some more information about that, and a new thing the governor's doing this afternoon. So as this evolves, if we are not doing this weekly testing, perhaps we could make that up to the employees that have been penalized and had the surcharge. So as we see you have some extra funds, you're giving that back. I would hope to have further discussions regarding the choices that the state is making. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question.
Thank you. And I believe I have a question from Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just had a quick question, and I did look for the minutes from the meeting from yesterday aren't available, so I'm probably asking something that is known, but I just needed a data point, and that was on the out-of-pocket maximum for the individual and family. I was just wondering, kind of per plan, what percentage of the participants end up hitting that maximum. And if you have that in your head, great. If not, it can just be something that's relayed to staff.
Laura Rich, for the record, I would hate to give you the wrong number. I know I have that, so I can easily pull that up, but I would hate to give you the wrong number and you know, publicly give a number that is incorrect. So I'd rather send that to you. What I do know, it's a pretty small percentage of people meet their out-of-pocket max. Obviously, on the HMO plan, where you are subject to copays, it's very rare that people meet those out-of-pocket maxes. Whereas on the high deductible plan, it is much more common, even though it's still a pretty low number overall. Now the deductible, on the other hand, that's a higher number for sure.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other questions from the committee on this item? I see Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a question that I should have asked yesterday, but it skipped my mind while we were talking about this proposal. I had a question on the low deductible copay plan changes. During session, we talked about the difference between copay and what goes to a deductible versus what goes to out of pocket. And my memory is that the copay goes towards out of pocket, but it did not go towards the deductible. So in this new scenario where our deductibles are reduced to 0, those copays all just go towards the out of pocket. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other questions from the committee on this item? All right, it does not appear as if we do. So I would take a motion to approve this item.
I would move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair, this is staff. You'd mentioned previously an interest in a report from PEB on the final amount if this moves forward.
Yeah, so should I include that in the motion?
Yes.
Okay, great. So could Vice Chair Carlton, if you want to pull your motion and make a new one that includes including a report once the final actuary amount is determined.
And happy to, Mr. Chairman. I would withdraw my previous motion, and the next motion would be to approve this item with reporting back to IFC on any changes. Is as an informational item.
As an informational item, yes, please.
I second that motion.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Carlton and a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye. Oh, there we go.
And
old habits die hard. What can I say? There you go.
And all opposed, nay. That item passes unanimously, and thank you, Mr. Thorley, for catching that before we got too far down the road. And that brings us to our next group of items. That is agenda item F2, 113, 114, 115, 116, 119, and 120, all from the DHHS healthcare financing, Medicaid, and all of those items. And so we'll hear all of them together. And we have with us today to help walk us through all of those, Suzanne Bierman, the administrator for the Healthcare Financing and Policy, Nevada Medicaid. And if you want to walk us through that, Ms. Bierman, we'd appreciate it.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Suzanne Bierman, the administrator of the Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy. I appreciate the opportunity today to provide a little bit of background information on our work programs. All of the work programs we're presenting in this block are related to Section 9817 of the American Rescue Plan Act. This particular section of ARPA is specific to Medicaid and can only be used to support home and community-based long-term services and supports. While the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, has been committed to supporting home and community-based alternatives to institutional care for quite a while, this opportunity represents a historic and unprecedented level of investment for these services and the workers who provide them. We know that consumers value having options in how and where they receive needed long-term care services, and this opportunity enhances and strengthens the services available to Nevadans to help them stay in their homes and communities. So I'll provide a little bit of information on how the funding under this section of ARPA works. It provides states with a temporary 10% increase to the federal medical assistance percentage, or FMAP, for certain Medicaid HCBS, home and community-based services, expenditures made between April 1st, 2021 and March 31st of 2022. Services eligible for this enhanced match include home and community-based services. So things like home health care, personal care services, behavioral health, rehabilitative services, and many other things go into making this the services that are eligible for this 10 percentage point enhancement in FMAP from the federal government. This program allows the state to reinvest savings from increased federal match, that increased 10%, on those services to strengthen and enhance the HCBS system. So basically that pot of money has to be reinvested into the state's behavioral health system, including behavioral health. So home and community-based services is defined in this section of ARPA, and that outlines the expenditures that count for the reinvestment funds and also the services that are allowed to be funded with these reinvestment funds. The reinvestment funds are treated like state funds and can be used as the non-federal share of Medicaid expenditures. So these can be matched with federal funds at the appropriate match rate. So 50-50 if it's an administrative expenditure and higher for medical expenditures. But these initiatives use no state general funds. They're funded with the HCBS ARPA reinvestment funds. The division has been working closely with stakeholders on these initiatives since the summer, and today all of these work programs are related to this initiative that will support the state's home and community-based services. I'll now hand our presentation over to Deputy Administrator Phil Burrell and the rest of our team to discuss each of these work programs in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Phil Burrell, Deputy Administrator here from the Division for Healthcare Financing and Policy. With me is Ellen Chrysilis and Kristen Kulam, who will also be available for questions specifically to this work program. I'll start with agenda item 113, C57670. This is the HCBS Supplemental Payment Work Program for personal care services and IDD services. This work program is, as Suzanne was mentioning earlier, Administrator Behrman was mentioning earlier, no state general fund applied to it. This is through the reinvestment funds that are awarded to the Medicaid program through the 10% FMAP adjustments, federal medical assistance percentage adjustment, to allow for additional reinvestment into the home and community-based services and programs. This specific work program is a supplemental payment for providers for personal care services and intellectual or development disability providers. This initiative will allow us to temporarily provide payments as a percent increase from the current reimbursement rate to adjust for a incentive to support. This will include provider types for home health care, as I mentioned, PCS, personal care services, adult day or adult day health care, and IDD. To determine these amounts, we did do a calculation for supplemental payments from our existing data and our existing history of supplemental payments out to these provider types for data periods of April 1st, 2021 to February 28th of 2022. As I mentioned, there's no state general fund appropriations being requested, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman and Ms. Burrell. I appreciate that. I think we do have a couple of questions. First one would be from Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm that that 10 percentage point home and community-based service FMAP increase can be used as the state funding for the purposes of receiving additional federal Medicaid matching funds. Yeah.
Philip Burrell, Deputy Administrator, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I have a question from Assemblywoman Miller as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you explain how did the agency select and prioritize programs to be supported with home and community-based services with the reinvestment funding?
Absolutely. Philip Burrell, Deputy Administrator for the division, for the record. So this came after a lot of stakeholder engagement. We had stakeholder sessions and open forum activities for our provider community specific to this group. And we reached out for additional thoughts and guidance. We also did a number of research opportunities within the division to better understand what other states were looking to do with this historic program, and together pulled this information to identify activities and programs to help support this, this community.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions from the committee on these agenda? Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Thank you so much. I've got a comment and then a question. So the one comment I have, it's just about helping sometimes as legislators to see the big picture of things, that there's going to be funding for a PACE program, which we've been trying to get off the ground since 2009. And my legislator processor before me passed legislation on, and has been something that I think was been talked about, and the fact that we're putting money in it now more than a decade down the road, 13 years down the road, is just exciting. So very happy to see this. I know it's temporary. You know, we got to figure out still how to support it in the long run. But just really excited to see that made that in here. So that's the comment. So the question would be, with the provider cuts through the waiver program, so the proposal of supplemental payments to restore those waiver provider cuts. So this is a one-time, it looks like, payment or one-time impact, the cost being $628,000. So we know that for some of those cuts we put in place, some providers weren't impacted, that kind of the paper trail didn't catch up in time to the actual payment cut. So with these ones, the cuts actually did get enacted. So there was a reduction. So I guess how are we going to be getting this back to them? I guess for the providers, is it going to be kind of a one-time, or is it going to be spread out through a one-time rate increase? I guess tell me how this works mechanically.
So if it's permissible, this is for a separate work program, but in the same bucket, C57923, the 6%. If it's okay, can I just kind of talk to that real quick?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. So this will be that specific work program that we're talking about is reflection of the 6% cut from the reductions for the waiver provider types. We're anticipating, as you mentioned, 640,000 or so supplemental payments specifically for about 350 providers, which will average about $1,800 for each provider to supplement for what had happened during the course of the early stages of the pandemic. The goal is to do a direct payment out through this program and through the work program here presented, and to actually to help support and rectify what took place during the period of the 6% from I believe it is December 1st of 2020, reflective to June 30th of 2021. As of date, and after that point, we were able to restore the 6% back for those providers. And so that has been adjusted, but this will be, a specific work program will address the period of time where they did have that 6%. I hope, does that address the question?
I heard direct payment, so, all right.
Great.
If I could just add to, oh, sorry.
I was going to say thank you, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other questions from the committee?
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Sorry about that. My screen keeps going wonky on me. Assemblywoman Titus?
Thank you. And this is really a follow-up on Assemblywoman Benicio Thompson's question. I see you're going to pay this, but it's really one provider type that you've identified that you're going to pick up that or pay back that 6% rate or make them whole type of thing. But I'm just curious, is there planned for, and I know this is just for the providers, the home providers, those type of things. What about all the other whole list of providers that had that rate cut? Are they going to be, are there future plans to make them whole? Or are we looking, this is literally just one provider type. So what's that, where is that in the process?
Sure, yeah, Philip Rowe, Deputy Administrator for the record. I'll start and then ask our actuarial economist to provide a little additional detail. For the specific work program for the 6% adjustment, that is actually for, I believe, 2 provider types reflective of those waiver providers that had been affected during that period of time during the economic conditions. I believe we can go back and check, but I was looking at this earlier. For those providers, we do have the setup to address, but I'll check to make sure that we didn't miss anything. Ellen, can you jump in for a second?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Ellen Chrysilius for the record. So in the process of getting CMS approval for the 6% rate reductions from Assembly Bill 3, the only ones that we got approved through CMS before the legislature reversed course on that were these specific waiver provider types. So these are the only provider types that actually did get the 6% cut. That's why we're trying to, make them whole now.
That's the answer I was looking for. So thank you for responding. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. Do we have any other questions from the committee on these items? All right, I see none. So thank you, Ms. Bierman and the entire team over there for putting together this work program and coming today to explain it to us. And if there are no further questions, then I would take a motion to approve items 113, 114, 115, 116, 119, and 120. And my vice chair, who usually makes those motions, had to step away for 1 second.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
So I think I have a motion from Assemblywoman Titus and a second from Senator Dennis.
Yep.
And to approve those items, is there any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. All right, and thank you. Any opposed, nay? And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we can move on to our next items. Thank you, Ms. Bierman, and appreciate your work today. We'll move on to our next items, which are 117 and 118. And 117 and 118 are from the Department of Public Safety, Division of Parole and Probation. And we have with us this afternoon Chief Tom Lawson and his team to answer some questions for us and to present those 2 work programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
regarding these two work programs. And I'm kind of viewing these also really as three different topics. The first two are the work programs that are in front of you, and also kind of as an informal update to our RMS system update. Last time we spoke in December, you asked us to keep the committee updated. And while that isn't on the agenda today, I think that information relative to that program is a key piece of information that you would need to make a decision on this one. Because when I evaluated, and tried to anticipate what questions might come up, the biggest one that I've thought you might ask is, why should we fund this when you haven't proven to us that you can afford that one? And so I like to provide you information on that to show that we are able to live within the means of what you've already approved for us in terms of our RMS update as well, and give you the short of the update for that is that the contract has been signed by all parties and has been sent to the finance office for review for placement on the BOE agenda in March. And so we're very close to having that contract in place. And then I'd like to first talk about if the chair would agree to first kind of go over the policy elements or any operational comments or concerns that the committee may have with these two work programs. And then once those are addressed, I've got a spreadsheet I'd like to share to show the cost breakdown for the new RMS contract and show how we're going to fund that project without, how we can afford all three things, the RMS system, the officer mobility that's before you today, and the body cameras, all within our savings for this year. Next year, there would have to be a decision unit regarding savings again, as well as the money that's been approved already to the division for the RMS system. Would that work for you, sir?
Absolutely. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So to start off, the officer mobility, we'll start with that topic first. And officer mobility is really all encompassing. There's a number of elements to that. First is to upgrade the equipment, the computer equipment that is being issued to our sworn staff so that we can really take our supervision out into the field more efficiently. And I mentioned in December, one of the goals of our RMS update was to provide us the opportunity or the ability to really reduce the hurdles to supervision, i.e. some offenders have a difficult time getting to the offices for check-ins and whatnot. And so this allows us to be more active and mobile and get to our offenders to see them in their natural environment, to go and make contact with them so that, as I mentioned in December, they're not having to traipse across the Las Vegas Valley in 120 degrees in the winter, or for our rural offenders not having to try to catch a ride because they live 20 miles outside of town in the winter. So we want to be able to be more available to the offenders for supervision. Part of that is also this plan would also include the ability to print from the field. And so our RMS system is going to be remote accessed. So we'll be able to update our offender contacts from the field. If an offender doesn't have a copy of their parole agreement or probation agreement, we'll print it for them right there in the car using a thermal printer. If there are evidence items, the device becomes the camera for documenting evidence. If there eventually, with the implementation of the RMS, if there's a need to collect supervision fees or restitution payments, one of the requirements of the system is that there needs to be a standalone credit card portal that can be accessed from a tablet or actually the offender's own personal device. And it goes to a secure site where they can make a transaction over that secure site. And then again, we could print the receipt for them in the field. In cases where property were seized, if there was a sex offender who, for instance, that we were seizing their phone to do a search for, pornographic materials or something like that, then we would print a receipt for them right there in the field for that property that was taken. And so this alleviates the need to go back and forth to the office or to delay in giving the offender documents and things like that. Another part of the mobility is that as part of our COVID response and having to decentralize our offices and move people out of the offices, is that we received a federal grant for to get cell phones for all of our officers. Only the command level of our agency were budgeted for cell phones. So we used that grant to be able to give us the communication for that in the field. And that's been very successful, because now instead of an offender calling an office phone and it being hit or miss on whether they actually get in touch with their supervising officer, now they have a direct cell phone number. They can leave a voicemail. We're more responsive to the offenders in that way. Text messages also, in case they can't answer the phone right away. And so part of this is to really have that element, the cell phone element, included into a budgeted item instead of being grant funded, because eventually the grants are going to run out. We won't have it. Yes.
Mr. Lawson, I need to interject for a second. If you can just limit our conversation this afternoon, because of what's on the agenda, just to those two work programs. I understand how there's some interrelation there and how they kind of work, especially from a cost saving standpoint, stuff like that. But we just need to limit to these two work programs, because that's what's been agendized.
Very well. And I guess the last element for the mobility that I guess is pertinent to your decision making is that the mobility decision unit allows us, or work program allows us to comply with the elements of AB 440 from the last legislative session, in that certain offenses must be issued a citation in lieu of arrest. We didn't have any mechanism in place to comply with that, and in conversations with Senator Harris during the session, we were specifically carved out from the applicability of that statute until such time as we were able to comply, or until next July, when the full legislature would have the ability to take that on and address that need at that time. So we're trying to be proactive and comply with that statute before the time runs out for us to comply for that. And then for the body-worn cameras, the driving force for that is there's several things. First and foremost, transparency. I think the public demands transparency in law enforcement actions, and in this case, we agree with him. We submitted a paper with the work program that looked at Georgia parole and probation's use of body cams. And an interesting finding I found in there is that when the public was asked about body cameras, they felt that the devices were there to protect them from the police. And I think that's a valid claim. But at the same time, when they asked the law enforcement officers, the law enforcement officers felt the same, that the body cam was actually a protection for them from some claims against the public. And that's, I guess, reducing tort risk is very important. And I guess an anecdotal example of that is we had a situation in Las Vegas where we had an offender run out of a convenience store away from our officers. And if the camera from the convenience store was facing the door directly, and from that camera view, you can see the offender run through the door going outside, our officer reaching out physically, trying to grab them, and all of a sudden the offender falls down and ends up hitting their head on the ground and needing medical attention. And so from just that one camera angle, there is, I guess, the view is, did the officer push them? Is this a use of force? Is this a excessive use of force? Well, thankfully, in this situation, there was a second camera angle that was parallel to the doors, not perpendicular like the first one. And as the officer reaches out, it's very clear that the officer was roughly 2.5, 3 feet away from the offender when they fell down. And so although they were reaching out for them, trying to grab them as they went through the door, there was never any contact made and the offender just tripped. And so the body camera, absent that second camera view, would provide that evidence that there was not contact between the officer and the offender in that case. And, that's a situation that could easily head off a unreasonable tort claim for excessive force when we have that sort of evidence in place. But again, going back to the public's notion and desire is transparency. And I guess, we as law enforcement professionals, want that element of public transparency. There is an element of public accountability. And, I've said it before that, our power is derived from the people. And so if the people do not, believe in what we're doing, and they do not trust what we're doing, they don't They need to have review of what we're doing. This is a way for that to be in place. And from the law enforcement side of it, it's very clear that video has exonerated far more officers than it's ever indicted. And to be quite honest, the ones that have been indicted and disciplined for that, good, very good, because that helps build public trust with law enforcement. And no law enforcement professional wants to work with somebody who is working outside the lines that way. And so in those cases where they've been terminated or criminally charged, good riddance, honestly. We want to protect the public, we want to protect the officers, and body cams is an important tool for both sides of that equation. Would you like to, are there any questions now about policy or operations, or should I roll right into the money element?
No, I think that, and we've got that information in front of us. I think this might be a good time to just kind of see if the members have any questions on these two work programs. And because you've done a pretty good job explaining to us the policy justification, so I appreciate that. Our first question that I have is from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lawson. We've heard on the media and in several conversations today about the vacancy rates, and a lot of the things in these two agenda items are about vacancies. Can you give us kind of an overview of the impact of the current vacancies on your division? And can you tell us what you believe the primary contributors are to this large vacancy? And then do you anticipate the same level of vacancies going into 2023?
Great question. Thank you very much. Last week, we talked with staff about this exact issue, and we tried to reconcile what staff was seeing in the data warehouse versus what our real-time data is. And we were very close. Understand, though, that the data warehouse is a little bit behind of what we show as our actual vacancy rate on a day-to-day basis, because, again, as we have personnel transactions, we update our records, and there's a lag time for things to get entered into the data warehouse. But we were pretty close. Right now, as of February 7th, we just updated in anticipation of this meeting, we have 122 vacancies out of 582 allocated. And I guess just for full disclosure, one of those we're an authorized an overfilled position because we have a senior commander retiring, and we brought somebody in a little early to help cross-train them. So our normal number will be 581 for this year. And then come July, we have a few caseload adjustment. I think 5 or 6, remembering off the top of my head, we'll add 5 or 6 bodies statewide for caseload adjustments for year 2 of the biennium. And so overall, our vacancy rate for our sworn is 18.2%, and for our non-sworn is 24.1%. And a big element of our, I guess, reduction from last year to this year in our sworn vacancy rate was the approval of the low-risk supervision pods that the legislature approved last session, where we end up downgrading 19 officer positions that were historically vacant. We were unable to fill them into specialist positions to help out with the administrative supervision functions of low-risk offenders. And so a large portion of those still remain vacant, because as soon as the budget were approved and active on July 1st, now there was a delay experienced in getting those positions activated in the data warehouse, and then they had to go through classification. And so we're recruiting. We have a couple of those that have already started, several others that are still in backgrounds, but we're progressing forward with filling those low-risk supervision elements or ones. And we're still, I guess, recovering from the number of positions that we had to freeze in terms of the budget cuts to make our budget cut number back in the spring of 20. For our non-sworn, I think that our vacancy rate will decrease considerably in our non-sworn. And again, because a large chunk of those positions that are vacant were just reclassified, and we haven't been able to fully recruit and fill those yet. And so we're making progress for that. The rest of our specialist classes, we're recruiting. We do have turnover in some of our specialist classes, specifically the PSI, the pre-sentence investigation positions, because that is a very difficult job. It's hard to find people that want to spend a lot of time in pre-sentence investigation when part of that job is sitting across the table from a murderer or a sex offender and really listening to their life story and explanation of why they committed their crimes, and then having to relate that to the judge for sentencing information. It's very difficult, and it takes a toll mentally and emotionally on our staff. So that contributes to our vacancy rate in those positions. For the sworn positions, the answer is simple. We're just not competitive in the market. When the other agencies pay 100% of retirement, and with us, the employees have to contribute to their half of their retirement, that's immediately a 20% adjustment in pay compared to somebody else. And beyond that, their starting wages are higher as well. So there's a significant difference in our pay and benefits compared to our competition, allied agencies, and the local and the county level. And until we're competitive, then we're not going to be able to fill those positions. Additionally, there's just a general public shift, and less people are willing to work in law enforcement. Some of that has to do with, just, I guess, the social view of law enforcement overall. Some of that has to do with, I think there's also a change in society's morals. Fewer people qualify. It's more accepted in society, just, I guess, anecdotally from my view of, some elements that, drug use is up amongst people, and that some of those behaviors are not compatible with working in law enforcement. So all those things contribute to our inability to hire and retain people. But I would say probably the biggest one is our lack of we have no competitive advantage compared to our allied agencies. But so I guess to sum up, I do, and like I said, I have some numbers prepared. I'll share with you if you still have time for those, to show that yes, we're asking for a considerable movement of money this year based on salary savings, and those projections, while I think they'll be less than in fiscal 23, what we're seeing this year, they'll still be substantial, and they'll still far cover what we would need in year 2 to carry forward the maintenance for all 3 of these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson, for that explanation and the honesty of it. I'm not sure if we have the time for you to share those numbers, but if the chair is willing, I would love to have those numbers sent to us later. I know it's getting late in the day, but I appreciate your honesty and the reasons of why the vacancies are there. I'm encouraged to see that you are recruiting, you're getting a few people that are interested in the position, but I would agree with you, it's very hard to find people who are qualified to put on the uniform right now in today's society. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman, and thank you, Chief Lawson, for that response. Next, I have Assemblyman Watts. He has a few questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lawson, for that information. One of the questions I have, I think, is noted in some of these materials that, there's some additional personnel time that would be needed to work with the body cam system. You expect that to be absorbed, I think, into existing staff. Just want to second the issues that you've already raised and the concerns that my colleague Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno has been talking about for quite some time, just in terms of the workload that this is creating, and how that's contributing to some of the vacancy issues. But there's also some other kind of budget issues in terms of hardware replacement and some of the services. So how does the agency plan to ensure that you'll have enough savings in fiscal year 23 to support those known and any unknown ongoing expenditures related to administering the body cam program?
Okay, that's a great observation. If since the time I've been at parole and probation, I started here coming over from Highway Patrol in 2017. On average, we're reverting well over $1 million. Sometimes probably closer to two, sometimes over that, $2 million. Just kind of, that seems to be I guess, an average. I don't have those formulas. That's just thinking off the top of my head here. For fiscal 22, we're projected to revert $6.5 million because of savings and from vacancies. And so when we look at what the cost would be in year 2 for maintenance of the mobility unit, we're about $150,000. And that's for extra paper for the printers next year that isn't budgeted this time. And that's for, let's see, what was the other element of that? There's another, the cell phones, right? The cell phones, part of the mobility, the service charges for the cell phones in the second year. So $150,000 there. For Axon, that's the body-worn cameras, the cost is about $384,000 in the second year for licensing. And then I guess, it ties into consideration is that at some point in time, well, I guess I'll say this and I'll qualify it at the very, very end here. For the RMS system, we'll need to do a decision unit to adjust based on our projections about $450,000 of money for next year. And so for all total, we're looking at $984,000, which is 15% of the amount of money we have in savings this year. So hypothetically, let's say, I guess a conservative estimate is we only need to revert half of that next year, which I think will be low. $3 million, we're still looking at reverting just over $2 million after we pay for these other elements. And so very confident the money will be there. I'm sad to say that I'm confident the money will be there just because I would rather have the bodies and chairs and doing the work. But I think this is an opportunity to, I guess, advance us technology-wise. And in terms of the personnel, yes, the optimum solution, if we were submitting this as a decision unit for the budget, we would include some additional administrative staff trying to perform some of those support functions specifically for these programs. Our RMS system is going to take us out of the Stone Age, and it's going to provide a lot of technological advancements and opportunities for technology efficiencies for our staff. And so the hope is that we're really counting on is that, some of those efficiencies recognized through the RMS system will assist us in the short run, somewhat in the short run in year 2, for those support functions where we can evaluate and put forward a decision unit for appropriate staff in the next biennium, should that be accounted for. Now, I did mention, we would need to look at a decision unit next year of about $450,000 for the RMS. That's really the necessity to kind of shuffle money between years. And so my spreadsheet will show you how that based upon the money that has already been voted on and approved by the legislature and looking at the money that would have been in place for 24 and 25 based upon the previous contract that was terminated and taking into account the money that was inadvertently reverted with the decision unit to try to shift money forward from last biennium to this biennium, we're able to fully pay for the RMS system through completion of fiscal 25, through the next biennium with all the maintenance that goes on for that, without asking for an additional penny of money. Everything that you've already approved to us is accounted for. We just need some assistance and some legislative action to adjust the monies across budget years and fiscal years and to go into 24 and 25. But all told, we'll be able to actually give back $100,000 from what you've already voted to approve upon while paying for the new system through completion of fiscal 25. And I think that's a pretty good accomplishment given the hurdles and setbacks and, kind of the lost money that was attributed to the Tyler contract.
That's great. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lawson. Appreciate that, and certainly agree. We'd love to have the bodies, and again, just want to express, I think on behalf of all of us, our appreciation for all that you and other folks are doing in public safety, especially given some of those conditions and vacancies. So just to put a really fine point on this, and you can give kind of a yes or no answer on this. So the agency would not delay or refrain from filling any vacant positions in order to generate the savings needed for this, because the estimates are conservative and you're already doing all that you can to fill vacancies where you can. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We would not stop recruiting just to create savings for these programs. Absolutely not. The body is more important.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman, and thank you, Chief, for the replies. I want to just reach out and see if the committee has any other questions specific to these two work programs. I think that I had one, and it was very much answered throughout the presentation. I'll go with Assemblyman Roberts and then Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just one on the tablets. I know that you're supposed to be up and running and issuing citations. When do you anticipate that you'll be able to do that? And have you factored in any ongoing costs past that?
So I guess the first hurdle would be, once we have approval, assuming we have approval today for that, is that we are ready to submit the order. Our representative from the the manufacturer is ready to receive that order, and it's just a supply chain and delivery item there. They've assured us that there won't be any problem getting the full order to us, by the receipt date at the close of the fiscal year. I'm expecting that we'll probably see those devices come in batches, with several shipments. And then it's a matter of having them properly imaged through EATS, going deployment, and then doing some in-house training with our officers, to get them up to speed on that. The element of citations is really not that complex. I've been involved in 3 different iterations of the citation project with NHP. I was one of the developers of the Brazo system, the latest iteration that we'd be using with them. So very familiar with that system. And honestly, we're not going to issue a ton of citations. The point of this has never been to turn us into citation writers and traffic enforcers and things like that. It's just to provide those opportunities to avoid unnecessary trips to jail for things that we can handle at a lower level while still addressing the crime. So all totaled, I would say that we'll have devices in hand very, very quickly. We have a hard and fast deadline for that. We have to have devices in hand by around the 12th of August, or the money expires really. So if we don't have that, then we have other problems that we'll need to address. But like I said, as soon as we get those out, we'll start deploying them office by office. Expect to and really the cycle times will somewhat depend on EATS' capability to image those 300 plus computers and push them out to the field. But we don't want them sitting around. We want them in hand and deployed as quickly as possible, because again, that's the foundation for our technological efficiency improvements.
So you have a Gantt chart that shows a projected implementation time. So I mean, August obviously would be the latest. Anything before that?
We don't have it charted out yet, because we don't have a delivery date projected from the manufacturer on total date. So
good. And then last one, Sheriff, you will indulge me. It's like, I know you said you probably don't anticipate writing many tickets or citations. Have you examined the workload for that to really see how many you might be, and is an automated system really the way to go? Could you have gone paper instead? Or are you getting other things with this technology other than citation?
Right, absolutely. We're absolutely getting other things besides that. But the issue with paper is that that's more staff intensive behind the scenes. And so one of the big pushes for electronic citations was creating efficiencies for the courts and the prosecutors as well. And so, when we were addressing this and really pushing e-cites and e-crash all the way back into the late 90s, when we first started looking at this, that was an element that was sold to the courts, was you won't need dedicated data entry folks. And so if we were to go to paper, then we would need dedicated data entry folks to take those paper tickets and convert them into an electronic ticket for transmission to the court, because the courts don't have that capability and the staff to do that data entry themselves anymore either. So obviously we lose the technology efficiency part of it. We would create additional piecework for our staff, and in that case, we would not have the staff to be able to go to paper tickets now. We would have to have additional bodies for that data entry element alone.
Well, if you're not, I mean, the actual first question was how many do you anticipate you even issuing? I mean, if you only issue 5 tickets or whatever, you know, a month per employee, that's really not a huge workload. But if you're getting other technology, that's fine. But how many do you anticipate issuing?
I don't know. We looked at what would the volume be, because that was one of our determinations about staff too, because whatever tickets we send out, we can expect a return number of subpoenas for court cases and things like that come back. And that's one of the reasons we felt we could absorb that with existing staff in the short run, was that we don't anticipate issuing those. The majority of those will be cases where we're at a house, we find evidence of a crime. Here's the thing: do you address that low-level crime with a 5-hour trip to the jail and booking and reports and this, that, and the other thing, and possibly have this person get fired from their job because they're away from work? Or can we address that quickly and easily with a citation? And secondarily, the person is the third party who's at that house. We find evidence of a crime by that person. Now we can address their crime, whereas before our option was to request a warrant, which is just as time intensive, or a summons, arrest them, which doesn't save us any time, or ignore it. And so, being able to address those crimes quickly, efficiently, with, once you're up and running on that citation system, issuing a citation even for criminal instead of traffic, that's less than a 5-minute transaction, right, as opposed to hours upon hours in booking, right, and reporting and things like that. So even if we only
really don't know at this point.
I don't have a hard number.
Okay.
I can take a stab in the dark.
Good. I mean, we're getting other technology out of it, so that was just it. But so thank you. Hey, look, I support you having the best equipment out there. I certainly feel comfortable that you're not going to stop recruiting, and you're still continue to fill those vacancies. And look, I'll pledge my support to fix whatever we can on the pay issues to help recruiting and retention, because I think your agency is suffering from our lack of support there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. And I have a question from Senator Harris. And Senator Harris, if you could keep it concise, and Chief Lawson, if you could keep your answers incredibly concise. We've spent a lot of time on these 2 work programs and have a lot more to go here at 3:30 in the afternoon. So Senator Harris, yes, please. And then after that, I have Senator Dennis.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks. I will keep it extraordinarily brief. I just wanted to thank Director Lawson for our conversations and for being proactive in implementing some of the legislation we passed last session. Believe it or not, that is not always the agency's position. And so I really appreciate you coming out and trying to get ahead of this. Thank you so much. And I think I might take you on a cross-state tour to talk about the cost of incarcerating folks and what we're trying to do with giving people these tickets. So thanks so much.
Thank you. I appreciate working with you and your openness to our conversations.
Thank you. Senator Dennis.
Thank you. So real quick, so is ITES going to do the support of these devices?
For the tablets, they do support in terms of our desktop support. We pay them for desktop support on a per device or per person level, part of our base allocations. They do the initial imaging and control of all that, because we don't have the administrative rights to do that ourselves. So, but that's all part of our typical EATS allocation.
And did you include that cost in whatever your allocation is, the cost of these 307 devices?
No, because we're already paying for that on an annual basis per employee. So each year we have to pay EATS based upon for support, desktop support, on a PCN basis. And so that's, I guess, included in that. Shouldn't be any additional cost associated with imaging these devices because we're already paying them each year for that service.
Well, these are additional devices though, right?
Well, it's, yeah, they're assigned, they'll be based upon a PCN, right? So we're paying them X number of dollars per PCN per year for them to perform desktop services and support. And so whether they're imaging that or it's the help desk or a computer breaks and they have to image one, that's not additional cost because we're already paying them per PCN for that service.
Okay. I was just didn't want to see you coming down the road saying we need all this extra money now to support these devices that aren't working. So that's the only reason I asked that. The other thing, these use cellular to connect to the network?
Yes, we're going to use the cellular phones as the hotspot because we do not want our officers using open Wi-Fi as a connection point. There's a lot of security issues there. Each one of the devices will have a VPN with dual factor authentication. Criminal history security is paramount. And so these will have all the security elements in place to ensure encrypted transmissions and everything else that's required by the FBI for criminal history transmissions.
You're not going to have any additional costs with the additional usage of the cell service for that?
No, the state contract is unlimited data without throttling. And so that connection is available to us. The only thing that's going to limit us in terms of connectivity is terrain. Obviously, our rural areas don't have the same coverage as our urban areas, but we'll work around that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And do we have any other questions on these two work programs from any members of the committee? And did Assemblywoman Kasama?
I'll be real brief. I'm just really concerned about the 20% vacancy that we're seeing plus or minus, and just request that you put in extra funding that you need to fill these positions to make them more compatible with other areas. And no need to respond, just saying, please put in the request, and hopefully we can use some of this funding we have for that as well.
Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. And do we have any other questions from the committee on these two work programs? All right, I do not see any. And so with that, we could, I would take a motion to approve items 117 and 118.
So moved.
Second.
I think that was a motion from Assemblywoman Moreau Moreno and a second from Senator Dennis. All right, and so do I have any discussion on that motion? I do not see any, so all in favor, aye. All right, thank you. Any opposed, nay? And motion passes unanimously, and I appreciate you coming in, Chief Lawson, and presenting these to us today and walking us through them, and appreciate everything that you and PMP does. And so have a good afternoon. And we can move on now to our last agenda item, or our last work program under agenda item F2. This was identified by Senator Gocochea, and this would be F2 124. And that is from the Department of Agriculture, the Livestock Inspection Unit. And so if you're available to present that, I would appreciate that.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. Katie Jamison with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. I'm the fiscal administrator here for the Department of Agriculture. I can do just a brief overview and then open it up for questions. So this is a technical adjustment to our budget. Okay.
I'd like to keep this really brief, and I know I promised you I would. At the last meeting, I voiced my concern about being able to pay ag enforcement personnel out of the livestock inspections and didn't think it was going to work. I'm just concerned, is this this transfer of reserves, around 270,000, and is that going to be adequate to get you over the hump?
Thank you, Senator Gocochea, for your question. Over the hump as far as being able to make the transition for the manpower staff into full-time staff? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because we don't see a lot of changes happening in the brush. I've got inspectors that have been, I call them fee inspectors, but part-time inspectors, and they haven't been notified yet. They don't know what their status is. And we're getting 30 days from now, we're in the spring run, and we don't have inspectors out there. It's required by law to have the inspection. Is this going to get these people in place, and are we going to get the program up? And we'll even move away from the fact that I don't know how you're going to pay for these guys. The ag enforcement guys aren't doing the inspection that we're having to pay for. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you, Katie Jameson, for the record. We have worked closely with the governor's finance office to monitor these projections and also put into the queue if we need to make another adjustment to get us over the hump. We right now believe it will, and we've made this a priority for the agency, and we're working with DHRM, and we are working through the recruitment process. We've crossed quite a few of the bridges to do so, which is to open a recruitment and work through that. There is a lot of moving parts and a lot of things out of our control because we have to go through the recruiting process and staffing shortages and quite a few pieces that like having to do interviews, the paperwork, et cetera, to onboard them. But they assure us that they can work with us in a 60 to 90 day period to try to onboard them as fast as possible.
All right, thank you. And we'll have another IOC before then. I hope you're not transferring more reserves. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Thank you, Ms. Jameson, for coming in and answering the questions for us today. Appreciate that. Any other questions from the committee on this item? I do not see any. So did somebody chime in there? Nope, I don't think so. I take a motion to approve item 124.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Dennis. And I have a second from Assemblywoman Moreno. And any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair, I believe that was Senator Gocochea making the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it was. It was Senator Gocochea made the motion and seconded by Assemblywoman Moreno. And any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. Thank you. And anyone opposed, nay? And that motion passes unanimously. And that does it for agenda item F, 1 and 2. And we can now, I believe, unless, and if Mr. Thorley, correct me if I'm wrong, that covers everything that we needed to cover in agenda items F1 and 2.
Mr. Chair, that is everything I had on my list.
Okay, great. So that will move us to our next agenda item, and that's agenda item G, which is the statement of contingency account balance. And Mr. Thorley, if you could give us the update on the statement of contingency account balance, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. The contingency account statement can be found in volume 3 of your meeting materials under tab G, beginning on page 353. I will keep this extremely brief. Before any actions by the Interim Finance Committee today, the total funding available in the IFC contingency account is $36.9 million. That is made up of $26.1 million in the unrestricted general fund portion, $1.6 million in the unrestricted highway fund portion, and $9.1 million in the restricted portion of the contingency account. There are 3 requests before the committee today for allocations from the contingency account. All 3 requests are for allocations from the unrestricted general fund balance. The total dollar amount of the 3 requests combined is $7.3 million. If all 3 items are approved by the committee today, there will be $18.8 million remaining in the unrestricted general fund portion of the IFC contingency account. Add that with the unrestricted highway fund portion and the restricted portion. If all the items are approved, in total in the IFC contingency account, there will be $29.6 million remaining in the IFC contingency account, and happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thorley. Do we have any questions from the committee on the IFC contingency account? All right, I see none, and so there is no action on that line item or that agenda item, so we can move to our next agenda item, and that is agenda item H. We have 3 items under agenda item H, and this is the request for allocations from the IFC contingency account, the general fund portion. And we have 3 items, and first up is item H1, which is the Office of the Secretary of State, which is requesting an allocation to cover costs associated with implementation of Assembly Bill 321 from the last legislative session. This item we have with us today from the Secretary of State's office, Deputy Wilashin, who's here to talk about this request, as well as I believe Deputy Bowman. And so I see Deputy Wilashin on the screen. So please go right ahead and explain this to us if you would.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mark Wilashin. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. This request for $2,206,158 is to cover costs associated with the implementation of Assembly Bill 321 from the 2021 legislative session. This request for contingency funds was developed through numerous discussions with our 17 county election officials and is purely for the necessary items and services needed to successfully implement AB 321 for the 2022 election cycle. The Office of the Secretary of State anticipates identifying the requirements for the 2024 and future election cycles as part of the agency's budget proposal during the 2023 legislative session. That being said, I'm available for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilashin. I do have some questions. I think the first question comes from Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilashin. You know, I really have 2 questions, but I'm just going to, in interest of time, condense them into one. I'm particularly interested in the sorting of the ballots and the equipment that's being requested, the sorters, extractors, and counters. Obviously, in 2020, the counties did not have this equipment. So my question is sort of part 1, how did they do the counting and sorting, extracting without this equipment? And then the second part of that question would be, what issues did they experience in the 2020 election cycle, if any, as a result of not having that equipment?
Mark Wilashin for the record. Thank you, Assemblyman, for the question. 2 parts. First of all, how did they do it in 2020 when they did not have this? First of all, they did it manually, as you may suspect. That led directly into your second question. What issues and concerns came out of it? Well, one, again, they were able to meet their statutory timelines, which was an important factor. Recognizing, again, with the implementation of Assembly Bill 321, the processes that we all experienced as election officials in 2020, and recognizing that that was now codified and would be the case for future election cycles, and anticipating an increase in the number of voters who are using mail ballots, that's really what drove this requirement. The clerks recognize that as voters continue to increase the number of mail ballots that are cast across each county, that these requirements for the sorting by precinct are going to continue to go up, which will be, again, either more manpower intensive or again, could be mitigated by the use of these type of machines. Does that answer your question?
It does answer the question. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And do we have any other questions from any of the committee members on this particular item? I do not see any. My question is that, you know, this came, some of the lessons learned came out of 2020. This was presented in the 2021 legislative session. There was a fiscal note generated. It came through both money committees and policy committees. And so just, I'm curious as to, you know, why this, you know, why this comes up after the fact and you're looking for contingency account monies when some of those the lessons learned that would have generated this request were learned before the legislative session, and then there was a fiscal note associated with it. So I'm trying to just want to understand the timing a little bit better.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, for the question. Mark Voloshin for the record. To be clear, and you're exactly right, we did provide a fiscal note during the 2021 legislative session relating to Assembly Bill 321, of course. That information that we provided was the best information we had available at the time, you know, given, again, the situation and what we had learned from 2020. Since then, both at the state level as well as the county levels, we've been working very diligently to talk to the other states who have experienced and have employed vote by mail. Not necessarily to learn how it's done in Oregon, you know, or Utah and these other states, Colorado, for example, but really to hear what they did and then to view it through the lens of the Nevada electorate and the needs of the county clerks. In those discussions, we identified a number of factors that, again, aren't specific to those other states, but really were lessons learned after, you know, doing vote by mail for maybe 5 or 6 years. You know, the sort of things that they wished they had been told or understood early on in the process. Those conversations helped shape and refine our understanding of the process and helped illuminate, you know, really the items on this request that I don't think would have been possible. And while we certainly tried and did our best during the legislative session, these conversations resulted in the information that we have here in front of you today.
Thank you. And this request reflects the full input and cooperation with the counties and what they feel their needs are as well.
Absolutely, yes, sir. And there were certainly some nice to haves that we had discussed that may come, you know, further on down the line. But this request is specifically the essentials for the 2022 election cycle, based on input from all 17 of the counties. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the committee on this particular request from Mr. Voloshin? Assemblyman Hafen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could get my mute button to work. I just wanted to have a little bit further discussion on the signature curing software. You know, I know that the Attorney General is now prosecuting individuals for at least one falsified ballot. And so will this new software help the Attorney General's office, you know, prosecute people in the future? Or will this try to help cut it off at the forefront so those ballots don't even get counted initially?
Thank you, Assemblyman, for the question. Mark Voloshin for the record. The signature curing software is actually not intended to assist the Office of the Attorney General. It's really instead focused on voters. As you may remember, during the 2020 general election cycle, there were approximately, well, there were actually 12,584 ballots that were required signature curing. Those ballots, when they came into the clerks, there was a question about the signature. The clerks and their staff reached out to the voters and asked them to confirm that that was in fact their ballot and then to talk to them about the signature. Of those ballots that required signature curing, there were 2,887 that were not cured. The voter was not able to get back in touch with the clerk's office, did not reply to the phone calls, text messages, postcards, you know, those different types of notification systems that were employed. So as a result, this system this text to cure is another tool to enable voters so that they can increase the odds that as they're notified, either again through one of these different means, it increases the odds that they are going to be able to successfully cure their ballot and make sure that that ballot is counted and cast appropriately. Does that answer your question, Assemblyman?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Assemblyman. Do we have any other questions from the committee?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Assemblywoman Titus.
Would you clarify again the numbers that folks that ballots were not counted because they couldn't be cured statewide?
Yes, ma'am. Certainly, Assemblywoman. Mark Voloshin for the record. There were 12,584 ballots during the 2020 general election cycle that required signature curing. And of those, 2,887 were not counted because the signature could not be confirmed and the voter did not respond to our efforts to reach them.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And do we have any other questions from the committee? And the later in the day it gets, the less my computer wants to cooperate. So I'm sorry about that. All right. I don't think I see any questions, and holler at me if I'm wrong. But I really appreciate what you're doing and what the Secretary of State's office does and what you do, Mr. Voloshin, and you know, safe, secure, free, and fair elections should be one of our top priorities in our state, and I think that this kind of goes a long way into making all of those things a reality. So I appreciate your work on this work program and your work on elections in general. So any other comments from anyone on the committee? If not, I think I would take a motion to approve this request for allocation from the IFC contingency account.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, and I have a second from Senator Dennis. Do I have any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, aye. And thank you. And any opposed, nay. And that motion passes unanimously with the members present. And we can move on to our next item. Thank you, Mr. Voloshin, and thank you everyone from the Secretary of State's office for helping today. Our next item is item number 2 from the Department of Indigent Defense Services. And it is a request for an allocation to fund data analyst contract position. And we have with us today Executive Director Rpen to walk us through this request.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. My name is Marcy Rpen, and I serve as the Director of the Department of Indigent Defense Services. Here today, we have a request for funds for the department to hire a data analyst to conduct a salary survey to equalize compensation for both institutional and contract public defenders, analyze whether there's a shortage of rural public defenders, and determine the best way to create a pipeline to get public defenders into those rural counties, and design an oversight process for our department to provide oversight of contract public defenders throughout all of the counties. We believe that this is necessary for our department to comply with the mandate set forth in NRS 180, as well as the requirements of the stipulated consent judgment that was filed in the Davis v. State case. And with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Executive Director Rpen. And do we have any questions from the committee today on this item? All right. See, this is what happens. You get this late in the day, no questions. So thank you, Ms. Rpen, for coming in this afternoon and making this request. And with no questions, I would take a motion to approve H2.
So moved.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. I have a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on the motion? I see none. All in favor of the motion? Aye. All right, thank you. Any opposed to the motion? Nay. Motion passes unanimously with all the members present, and we can move on to H3. And H3 is from the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry, and it's an allocation to cover emergency response expenses within the Forest Fire Suppression Budget account. And we should have Casey, State Forester and Fire Warden here and to present that for us.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and committee members. I'm here, Ryan Shane, Deputy Administrator for the Division of Forestry, standing in for Casey. And we are here asking today for $5,020,828 out of the IFC contingency fund for the purpose of paying emergency response costs in the form of bills on hand, as well as bills projected to come in through April of 22, and to fund the agency's personal protective equipment for the firefighters that will be responding this year to wildfires. A few informational items to follow for your knowledge and background. Nevada's fire season is no longer a season. It's in fact extending throughout the year. Part of that is a response to climate changes that we are experiencing, and examples of that are recent 20-acre fire near Pyramid Lake and 125-acre wildfire in Elko County recently. While we saw December snowpacks build in northern Nevada, in general, the state is still in a drought condition and an extreme drought condition in the south central portion of the state, making it particularly prone to wildfire in the woody vegetation types such as woodlands, forests, and heavy brush ecosystems. Overall, if we do, we've had the driest January on record, and if we do get some much needed late winter or early spring precipitation, it could result in grass growth, which would put the rest of the ecosystems in the lowlands at risk for wildfire. Just a kind of a reminder on how our billing system works. Generally speaking, most fires are multi-jurisdictional in the state, so we go through an adjudication process where those affected jurisdictions pay according to the impacted lands in their area. And that adjudication process can be lengthy, typically about 1 to 2 years in length. If we do respond outside of Nevada to a wildfire, those costs are reimbursed to the state of Nevada. And I think I'll leave it at that. Everybody seems to be abiding by your request to remain short, and I appreciate your consideration of this item and appreciate all your support in the past. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Shane, and thank you for reminding us that there's no such thing as fire season anymore. It seems like it's 12 months out of the year, and your work just keeps getting harder. And so I don't have any particular questions, but I think Senator Dondero Loop has one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for that information and the reminder to all of us that you're right, there is no fire season. Would you be able to provide a quick update on the reimbursement revenues that you anticipate receiving during the remaining of the fiscal year, and how you will address any remaining budget shortfalls in the fiscal year 2022?
I can do my best. For the record, Ryan Shane with the Nevada Division of Forestry. Thank you for the question, Senator Dondero Loop. I don't have a specific number on the reimbursement projections. What I will say is we worked with the LCB, GFO, and others to come up with the projection that we did to create this request. I did do some snooping around, looking at our numbers earlier, and it looks like we have somewhere on the order of 1.5 hanging out there in bills to be adjudicated in the future within this fiscal year. And our plan is to attempt to, like we always do, get the reimbursements that we do and balance those against the costs that have incurred, and hopefully lessen the impact on the contingency fund. If you wanted absolute numbers, we could provide those at a later date.
Thank you very much. No, I don't need absolute numbers. I was just curious, and thank you for all you do and to your team, and be safe out there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any other questions from the committee for Mr. Ryan? Mr. Shane, excuse me. All right, I do not see any, so I would take a motion to approve this item H3.
So moved.
Second. Oh, that was.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Luke, and I have a second from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes unanimously with the members present. Thank you. And we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item I, which is a request for approval to accept gifts and grants from the Department of Wildlife. And this is a request for approval to accept a donation from Nevada Gold Mines. And we have with us today Deputy Director Long and Deputy Administrator Scott and the rest of the team at the Department of Wildlife. So please walk us through this request briefly, if you could.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator for Nevada Department of Wildlife. We're coming to you this afternoon for a request of the Interim Finance Committee to approve the donation of $46,476 provided by Nevada Gold Mines to implement mitigation adjacent to one of their projects in central Nevada. Basically a rehabilitation project in Mule Deer Winter Range. It's an ongoing project that NDOW has been working with the mine on, and we're just seeking this approval pursuant to NRS 353-335. If you have any questions, I can give you more information.
I have just the only question I have is and I always ask this is this part of a remediation agreement, some sort of a mitigation plan, or any sort of a settlement otherwise?
Not part of a settlement. It was part of a voluntary agreement by the mine as they were going through their NEPA process. They realized the consequence of the project and were looking for an offset adjacent to a project that they had to deal with impacts to community.
Thank you, Mr. Janae. I appreciate that. Do we have any other questions from the committee? Senator Gocochea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Alan, just exactly where is this site?
This site, thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Alan Janae. This site is actually just south of the Cortez project. It was the Deep South project at the time. It's just at the very north end of the Toyabe's, real close to the Lander-Eureka County line.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Janae on this item? All right, I see none. So thank you, Mr. Janae. Thank you to the rest of the NDOW team over there, and we'll see you soon. I would take a motion to approve item I.
Motion to approve. Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you.
Second.
I'm having a hard time seeing where the voices are coming from. So thank you. I have a motion from Assemblywoman Kasama and to approve, and I have a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I see none. All in favor, aye. Thank you. All opposed, nay. And that motion passes unanimously with the members present. And we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item J. And agenda item J is a request for transfer from the Interim Finance Committee's account for foreclosure mediation assistance. And this request, we have Shannon Chambers, the Labor Commissioner, who's also on the board for Home Means Nevada, here to explain to us this request for transfer.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Shannon Chambers, for the record, Nevada Labor Commissioner and President of Home Means Nevada. So this request is very straightforward, just requesting $175,052.67 from the account for foreclosure mediation assistance to Home Means Nevada to continue to fund the foreclosure mediation program. And in the interest of moving this along, I will drop the request for the 67 cents and we can round it to just $175,052. And again, would ask the committee for approval of this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chambers, and wanted to turn it over to the committee and see if anyone on the committee had any questions.
Chair Brooks, I do, if I can jump in.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I missed you. Go right ahead, Assemblywoman Hedege.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Chambers. So nice to have you on here with us. I just had a quick question. Could you walk us through what your plans are on how you would remain solvent if fees don't come in to keep you guys going? I know I was looking at the numbers, and although it looks like the last quarter, and I know we've only accounted for 2 months of the last fiscal quarter, NODs have continued to go up. So you guys are collecting an increased fees than you guys were in the last fiscal year. But are there any concerns that there won't be enough fees, sufficient fees to cover the program expenses?
So for the record, again, Shannon Chambers, President, Home Means Nevada, and thank you, Assemblywoman Howergy, for the question. So you're absolutely right on point. So the good news is notice of defaults are going down, and just before I started testifying here today, received a notification that actually delinquencies are down to pre-pandemic levels. So that's the good news. The bad news for the foreclosure mediation program is it is funded by notice of default fees. And unless the legislature potentially raises those fees going into the 2023 session, or there is another source of funding, quite frankly, the program will not be solvent. And that is the honest truth. And each time I've come forward to request money, I've been saying that. And again, it's one of those things, the good news, notice of defaults are down, but that is what funds the foreclosure mediation program. So that potentially will need to be a discussion point going into the 2023 session. Home Means Nevada, because it is a nonprofit, it cannot bring forward a bill draft request. So that potentially would have to be something that I would be happy to discuss with any legislator or any industry representatives, but that is the reality of kind of this situation. And, you know, I will tell you that from the Home Means Nevada side, as the president, we literally are 3 people. There's only 3 staff. We have not brought on any new staff because I kind of saw where this was going, even when I took over this organization in 2017. But your points are absolutely right on point and relevant, and will have to probably be discussed in the 2023 session.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. And I remember what the creation of this program, it was out of need, out of the Great Recession. And even when at the height of our foreclosures, not 100% of homeowners actually took advantage of the foreclosure mediation program. So seeing the numbers and seeing the notice of defaults just down so much to pre-pandemic levels, you know, I agree. I think we're going to have conversations as to whether the program still needs to exist. Because I mean, if we're having just a couple hundred NODs and knowing that a small percentage of those actually end up participating in the foreclosure mediation program, it might be something we have to look at. Thank you, Ms. Chambers, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. I have a question. Assemblywoman Kasama has a question as well, I believe.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman Howdy for that segue. My question is, can we get a report on how many people have actually tried to use the program, and what was the result of using the program? I think that would be great just for us to have information on what is the usage of it, what's the success of it, how many people have, you know, been able to make a change by going through the program. If we could get an update, a report to all of us on that, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Kasama. So actually in your informational items in agenda item M3, there is our annual report in there, and it has the numbers for the last year. So the reality of it is there's basically 6% of homeowners that participate in the foreclosure mediation program, but I'm happy to provide that to the committee, but it is in agenda item M3, our annual report. Those numbers are in there, but it is, and I've looked at it historically, even in the height of the mid 2000s when there was the, you know, the first kind of housing crisis, the participation rate in the program goes anywhere between 3% to 6%. So again, I'm happy to provide that, but it is in our annual report that was approved in the informational items, item M3.
I apologize if I missed it. I'm looking at what I have in front of me, but obviously I've missed it, so thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Commissioner Chambers, for doing what you do with Homeowners Nevada, but also for presenting this today. Do we have any further questions from the committee on item J? All right, I don't see any, so I would take a motion to approve item J.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno and a second from Senator Dennis. Any discussion on that motion? I don't see any discussion, so all in favor, aye. Thank you. And all opposed, nay. That motion passes unanimously with the members present, and we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item K. Thank you for joining us today, Commissioner Chambers. And we'll move on to agenda item. Excuse me?
Just saying thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so we have today on agenda item K, a request for approval to revise amounts authorized for environmental improvement program projects in the Lake Tahoe Basin pursuant to Senate Bill 432 of the 2011 legislative session. We have with us Administrator Donahue from the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of State Lands. And if you could present this request, please, sir, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. I need to compliment you on your stamina. This has been a long agenda. My name is Charlie Donahue. I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. The Nevada Division of State Lands implements the Nevada Environmental Improvement Program in the Lake Tahoe Basin. This program is primarily funded through the sale of general obligation bonds as authored by legislation. The purpose of this request is to enable the agency to fulfill and expend EIP bonds sold in 2019 in order to successfully transition to the 2021 bonds without interruption to project delivery. Pursuant to good accounting principles that we've established with the Treasurer's Office, we like to move with reimbursements first in, first out. So we're unable to expend 2021 bonds until the 2019 bonds are fully spent. We're currently nearing the end of expending bond funds sold in 2019 under SB 438 from the 2011 session. SB 438 in the 2011 session imposes expenditures authority limits on EIP program categories, including forest health, recreation, water quality, sensitive species, invasive species, and contingency. We have hit the maximum authority in the recreation program category and are nearing the maximum in the forest health and contingency. Our proposed solution before you today is to transition all remaining authority in each EIP category to the contingency category. This will allow the agency to expend project funds in any EIP program category, granting it the flexibility to fully expend 2019 bonds before and enable a seamless transition into the 2021 bond series. And how that happens is we would actually, if we had a reimbursement request, we would work with the Treasurer's Office to move that out of contingency in the custodial accounts that they hold for us and into a specific project category, depending on which program area that invoice or reimbursement request came in, and then keep a ledger on that until the 2019 series was fully expended. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Do we have any questions from the committee? I do not see any questions from the committee, so I appreciate you coming in, Mr. Donahue, and sharing that today. I would take a motion to approve item K.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno and a second from Senator Dennis to approve. Any discussion on that motion? I see no discussion on the motion, so all in favor, aye. Thank you. And all opposed, nay. And that motion passes unanimously with the members present. And we can move on to the next item. We already covered item. Yes, sir.
Just want to say thank you to you and the committee members.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and appreciate you coming in today. We already covered item L earlier in the meeting, and so that brings us to item M, which are our informational items. And we had pulled at the beginning of the meeting when we were discussing items to be heard, we had pulled item 1B, which is going to be an update on the Smart 21 system upgrades. And then also Assemblyman Watts requested that we pull item 4A. And so those are the two items that we'll be hearing this afternoon. So today to present item 1B, Smart 21, we have with us, and I'm sorry, in my notes, I don't know who's presenting that to me, but I can see on the screen.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. I'm Paul Nix, the Director of the Office of Project Management within the Governor's Finance Office. And today we're talking about agenda item M1B. And this is the July 2021 through December 2021 IFC project update for the Smart 21 project, and also the LSI consultant report on the status of the Smart 21 project as requested during the October 21st, 2021 Interim Finance Committee. On the line with me today, I have Melissa Lawfer-Lewis, who is the administrator of OPM. I have Scott Muir, the Executive Program Director from LSI. I have Paul Miner, who is the Senior Director of Gartner Consulting, and Yvette Toledo, the Managing Partner of Gartner Consulting. I'll do a very quick update of where we're at with the project and then open it up for any questions before passing it over to Mr. Muir to present for LSI. Currently for Wave 1.1, which is Employee Central, we have 38 open tickets that are related to the bugs. Once all of these bugs are resolved, the support for the Employee Central module will transfer to the state and LSI will continue to support patches and system updates. Wave 1.2, recruiting, onboarding, and learning management. We currently have 63 open tickets for bugs within this wave. 56 of those tickets are related to recruiting, 6 are related to onboarding, and 1 is for the learning system. Similar to Employee Central, once all the bugs are fixed, support for these modules will transition to the state. Going on to our current implementations, Wave 1.3 payroll. We're currently finalizing the System Integration 3 testing and also doing the new timekeeping system testing within that. We're currently moving forward based off of the new go live date that was discussed during the October IFC meeting, which is now July 2022 instead of January of 2022. Wave 0.4 is talent management, and that includes talent management, grievances, case management, discipline, employee health and safety. Wave 1.4, as we were talking during the last IFC meeting, hadn't been re-planned at that point. So at this point, we have re-planned Wave 1.4, and we've split it into 3 different sections. So the new Wave 1.4 includes grievances, case management, discipline, and compensation management. The workshops for these were kicked off last month, and the go live for this piece is planned for September of 2022. Wave 1.5, which includes employee health and safety. The workshops are planned to start in October of this year, and then the go live is planned for October the following year. Within employee health and safety, we have risk management, FMLA, and workers' compensation. And then the last piece of what was 1.4 is what Wave 1.6. This includes the talent management, and the workshops are planned to start August of this year, and the go live for this piece will be November of 2023. Talent management basically includes employee evaluations and succession planning. For Wave 2.0, which is our finance wave, we've completed SIT 1. The finance implementation, as I mentioned in the October IFC, was planned for July of 2022. The state and the Office of Project Management didn't have a high level of for success for that go live due to the lack of time for training. And so we worked with LSI to relook at the planning for Wave 2.0 finance. And so we've decided to move forward with a July 1st of 2023 go live for finance. Basically what this extension will do is it'll enable the Office of Project Management in conjunction with LSI to do enablement sessions out with the agencies to give the agencies an idea of what the new structure will look like, and also provide us plenty of time for training, given that that year will be a legislative year, and so we'll need more flexibility to ensure that our state employees are fully trained within the system. And as I mentioned, we have enablement sessions. These enablement sessions will start once we've once the final chart of account structure is approved by the state controller and the governor's finance office. And with that, I will open it up to any questions, or we can pass it on to Mr. Muir.
I think, thank you, Director Nix. I think we'll go on to Mr. Muir first, and then if we have any questions after both the presentations, we can ask.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Brooks. Let me share the PowerPoint here. And let me know when you all can see that. And let me put it in presentation mode, then you guys should see that full screen.
We can see that. There you go. Perfect.
And hopefully that's a little bit better. So thank you, Chairman Brooks, Vice Chairman Carlton.
I like it better the other way.
I'm sorry?
I said I liked it better when it was a full took up the full screen. Now we have a split screen. It's a smaller window. I don't know if that.
Hang on one second. Better?
That's good right there. Thank you.
You're welcome. So thank you to the IFC committee for the opportunity to present to you today. Very appreciative of this opportunity. I want to kind of just start out. I know we're late in the day. I know you all have been, it's been shared with you the presentation that I'll go through. I'm going to go through the high points here and then take your questions at the end. Before I do that, I just want to kind of set the stage here around what we're trying to achieve. The Smart 21 project initiative in its nature is a very complex and far-reaching enterprise initiative for the state, which will touch every employee, and if not the majority of all the agencies, a great majority of all the agencies and departments. What we're doing here on Smart 21 with the state is not unlike what we're doing with other states. And I think what you'll see in terms of the update is it reaches beyond just technology. It also involves organizational business process management changes and really kind of transforming the way the state does their business by still keeping in mind the regulatory and statutory requirements that the state has. Projects of this nature that you'll see kind of in the presentation here are somewhat unpredictable when you're in between two systems, which we are in some cases along the project execution timeline. But my team and the LSI and Video LS organization is very proud of what we're doing here and proud to continue to partner with the state to deliver this project. I'll also kind of conclude before I get into the content here. We all are aware of the COVID-19 impacts we've all had to endure. I just want to say thank you to the Office of Project Management. We work with them on a regular basis to mitigate and find innovative ways to work around any of the COVID impacts. And finally, before I get into the content, as you'll see in here, we obviously have had some challenges on our side. We own up to those challenges, and we are here to make whatever corrective actions we need to fulfill our obligations, be a great partner to the state, and continue on with the Smart 21 project. So with that, I'm going to just skim through and go through the high points in the essence of time. You can ask any questions if you'd like. In the presentation, we tried to give you a context for those of you who are not familiar with the essence of the Smart 21 project, but basically this is changing and really enhancing and modernizing the entire state financial management, human resource management, and all the related systems that go along with that to help the state really achieve the following objectives. So when we are executing this with the state and with Paul's office, the project management team, and all of the key stakeholders within the state, this is the project charter, or really the Smart 21 objectives. And I'm not going to read all of them. You can all kind of see those for reference, but they're very achievable and they're very, I think, impactful for the state as we go forward in deploying more and more of this solution. I think this will help. Whoops, let me go back. So this kind of puts into context what Paul was showing or was kind of articulating verbally. But if we look at the overall project master plan right now, this visual will give you a perspective of what was originally planned, which were the green and the blue areas, what was extended or replanned, which was the yellow areas, and then I guess the brown or the goldish areas, those are hypercare areas, and then any extensions to that. So while this project has had some required extensions of the original go live dates, I think in general, when you look at projects like this around the United States, relatively speaking, these extensions are not that broad, and certainly we all want to stay on project schedules and timelines. But I think in the overall ability to manage this project and deliver this for the state in the budget that was established, I think both the OPM organization, the key stakeholders, and my organization has done a great job of kind of finding the right balance here, and that's what this master plan really goes to show you. We tried to boil this down into really three areas. that would be important if I was sitting in your chair. Budget, I think outside of some minor adjustments, relatively speaking, and Paul can speak to these, the project remains on track overall. As I mentioned, you can see some of the relative extensions, required extensions, and then there we call these replanning, where both organizations, the state and my organization, have come together and found that balance point of what is the optimal deployment of this. And then it's important, I think, to note that there is a lot of this, there is a number of these pieces of the solution that are live today. The state is using what we call Wave 1.1, as Paul mentioned, for over 19,000 employees to do personnel administration on a day-to-day basis, as well as enterprise learning management and training, as well as doing all of the recruiting management and talent acquisition requirements. So if we look at it from a budget, timeline, and utilization perspective, that's kind of where we're at. I'm only going to cover this on a brief basis. If you have questions, I'm happy to dive in there in the essence of time. But we do have bugs. In any project like this, you're going to have areas to be looked at, areas to be fixed. And I think the message here is that we're working closely with the Office of Project Management and the key stakeholders. We're working well together in terms of mitigating these as quickly as we can, and to make sure there's no operational or business impact for the state. And we have a plan where we're meeting and collaborating on a daily basis, as well as every twice a week basis from a working session perspective to get through this. So I'm proud that I'm not proud that we have all these bugs, but anybody would. I'd rather have zero. But in the case of working together and getting through this, I'm happy that we found that good working relationship with the state to get through this. This gives you kind of a perspective of what has been deployed, where the tickets or the issues kind of lie in terms of what modules, what the priorities are, and then kind of segregating in terms, whether it's a bug, a task, or an enhancement. So relatively speaking, we want to make sure all these get down to zero, and we're working through that. Actually, these numbers are coming down as of today. We're probably about 10 less than we were when I put this presentation together back last week. Updated this. There are some challenges around recruiting, and we're working very closely. There's part of this is functional based, part of it's business process based, part of it's change management based, and we absolutely recognize we need to make sure that we're supporting DHRM and helping the state improve its overall recruiting capabilities and talent acquisition. So this remains a high and critical area for my organization to help fix. And we're committed to resolving all of this by the end of the month. Outside of what we control on the functional side, but we are all committed to resolving this just as quickly as we can. This is we talk about the cure letter that was issued back in September. This is an excerpt visual out of Gartner, and I know they're on the line here, so they can speak to that. We track this together between Gartner, state OPM, and my organization. The good news, I think, here is there are no red. We're all working together. Three of the 10 items are fully complete. The remaining 7 all have action plans, and we're fully engaged on mitigating all of these, which were mainly around quality of deliverables and more in some of the functional aspects of the project. And I'll let Gartner kind of speak to that when you have your questions. This is a key area for the committee. In the next piece of Smart 21 that will be deployed it's people's pay. So we're basically transforming the entire payroll system of the state. A lot of activity going on right now, which will lead to a lot of testing to make sure payroll is absolutely accurate, absolutely precise, and all the timekeeping that goes into that. So I'm not going to go through all the details here, but just to kind of show you the level of execution that's going on right now between my organization and Paul and other. And I want to, the state payroll office has been a great partner in all of this as well. There are risks, but I think, and again, I won't go through each one of these, but this is part of just showing the committee that we're not unaware that there are risks in any project, and we're working together on mitigation together proactively to make sure that we're all ahead of this so that we don't get to a point where we can't, go live, or we can't make decisions that need to be made to protect go live or extend go live, whatever the case may be, collectively. But for right now, I think the general feeling is that while there are certain aspects of the project that are green, there are certain aspects that are more leaning orange or red. In general, it's right in the middle. And confidently, I can speak on behalf of my organization that we are still on target to allow this part of the Smart 21 project to go live for first payroll run in July of 2022. And the little sub-bullet under there, and again, just to be fair, we recognize the state payroll department has a day job. They do it every day very well. But we need that subject matter expertise, obviously, as we transform the system and get their concurrence before we go live. So we're trying to balance their time and availability and working through that with them. And again, this is kind of the countdown. I'm going to say this in the essence of time. And I'm going to go a little bit faster here because these are some of the details. Relationship management, just for the committee, it will be important for DHRM as the state really moves into the collective bargaining era, if you will. So this will absolutely support the whole what we call employee relationship management. So this is grievance management, corrective action management, all of that type of functionality. And that's scheduled to go live right after payroll in this year. And I'm going to skip over this in the essence of time. This is health and safety, which this is one of those replanning efforts to extend out. And this was more of a balance point of state availability of resources and what was best fit here. So we made the decision collectively to move this out into more of a next year go live 2023. And then talent management we've identified some business process modeling and reengineering to help the state realize the most amount of value for this application. So we've also moved this out into the 2023 timeframe. This is as Paul mentioned, this is the financial ERP and financial operations management wave we call 2.0. As part of the replanning, this is a great example of collaboration between the two, the state, myself, my organization, and Gartner, in terms of finding a great go forward execution where we could take the time and really and make sure we call these enablement sessions, make sure we have complete alignment, complete, to the extent possible, comfort and acceptance by all the key stakeholders as we move forward into the final execution pieces of this part of the project. And these are some of the risks on that one. I want to conclude by, I think one of the things, Chairman Brooks, that you asked last time was just our observations. And I kind of mentioned some of this, owning our project and staffing challenges in the COVID-19 world. And we've been as creative as possible. We've made key resource changes as requested by the state when needed. And really owning our improvement for quality and timeliness. I think, that's just a given. And hopefully Gartner, I think through their reports, will continue to validate our progress in that area. I think if I were to ask, right, I think these are we're starting to see these become really important for the state, and that's the sponsorship and support of the Smart 21 project charter. And I know we've seen this with other states. It's very tough when you're doing things for 20 years and technology moves forward, but it's really kind of holding on to what was originally the Smart 21 project charter and making sure we're all following that and supporting each other around that. Adopting new technology and business processes is never easy. So this is a real effort with your state organizational change management group, but really helping the state achieve that true transformation. And as I mentioned before, we don't like delays. We try to mitigate them as much as possible, but they're not. If you look at other projects, these incurred delays are consistent, but certainly we want to make sure that we don't incur any more of those. I know I kind of zoomed through a lot of this, but I was trying to be respectful of time. So with that, I'd like to again say thank you for the opportunity to come to the committee and present on behalf of my organization. And I'd like to turn it back over to you all. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Muir. I appreciate the update. And we do have the slides and that provide, you know, quite a bit more detail on the data points that you just briefly described to us, but we appreciate you summarizing that due to the fact that it's so late, and I hope you're not on the East Coast. And so we have also, I believe, Mr. Miner from Gartner that if you have anything to present.
Actually, this is Yvette Toledo from Gartner, and Yvette Toledo from Gartner, for the record, thank you. Gartner provides independent verification and validation. So we're an independent consulting firm overseeing the engagement. And over we have been providing oversight risk on a monthly basis to the project and how it's being along. And to date, there certainly has been progress made on resolving the issues that Mr. Muir just presented. There are a number of items that are still outstanding that needs to be resolved, but there certainly seems to be a plan in place. Progress in particular is tracking better over the past month, but there continue to be some medium risk items related to the payroll go live, which is item 1.3 that should be resolved, that they're working towards resolving. So that's really our overview of it, unless there's specific questions.
No, thank you. And if you just hang around, I'm going to turn it over to the committee for questions, and I think you might be able to help us. All right, well, thank you. So we've got the update and from the Office of Project Management, as well as LSI Consulting and Gartner. And so I want to see if the committee has any questions. I think that Senator Dennis had some questions.
Yeah, with the time that we have, I'm going to limit my questions. I probably have a million questions, but I think the first thing is, you know, we've got modules that we've already gotten. Are those the ones that are deployed? Are they working the way they were intended to work? I want to start there, I guess.
Sure, Senator Dennis, Scott Muir for the record. Yes, if we measure that as a function of what the requirements were, right, of the project versus what was delivered, yes.
Okay.
Now, there are a couple, like the bugs, what we talked about. There are some things that we're still fixing around that, but for the most part, it is operating as intended.
Well, I mean, it's expected that you're going to have bugs and get those fixed, but I mean, are these more than what you would anticipate you would have at this stage in development?
Yeah, again, Scott Muir for the record. I would say yes, and in specifically the area of recruiting. I think that's probably been one of the most, to be completely transparent, that's been one of the most challenging areas for us and for the state. And I think that's the ability to kind of work together to get through those challenges. But yeah, that's what I would say.
So when you say recruiting, are you talking about folks that you hire to help in this process?
No, I'm sorry. Recruiting in the sense of the technology. So everything from the career site to the applicant tracking to interview management to onboarding, all of the steps required to acquire talent into the state to process them to actually be an employee.
Okay, so that makes sense. I just wanted to be clear on that. So I guess, I mean, and I appreciate you going through and explaining, you know, you've changed, you know, you've come up with a new drop dead date. You know, I think the thing that we're just leery about is, you know, you changed it once, so you're going to change it again. I guess I just need to feel comfortable that, you know, that what you're doing is going to be successful and it's going to you know, based on these delays and things that you've had, that you're going to be able to be successful, you know, with all the challenges that you have.
Yes, Scott Muir for the record again. Great question. I think that I feel very comfortable with what we have in front of us and what we're doing together. I feel comfortable based on the level of collaboration, the level of relationship we have with the Office of Project Management. I feel comfortable based on the relationship that we have with the key stakeholders in the state, the agencies and departments that are using this. And I'm comfortable in the sense of making sure that Gartner's checking us on the back end, that we are all working together when we see potential risks or delays. We're all getting ahead of that now to make sure that we don't have any catastrophic delays of the project going forward.
Yeah, I in just reviewing what you've done, I mean, I like that process. I just, you know, I'm just holding my breath to see what's going to happen here as we come up to some of these deadlines. Because I mean, I know it's a complicated system, but you know, I mean, you bid on the project knowing it's going to be a complicated system. And you know, you didn't know that there'd be a pandemic and make it harder, you know, with employees and that kind of thing, right? But I guess I'm just going to be looking at that, kind of keeping track to see what's going on, and you know, I like the fact that, you know, we got Gartner kind of keeping an eye on, you know, kind of over your shoulder to make sure this gets done. And so, anyways, I'm looking to, you know, I think this will be a great project when it's done, and hope we don't have any more delays as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. Do I have any other questions from any other committee members? And seeing none, I just have a very brief question, and this is for Director Nix and possibly for Ms. Toledo from Gartner. I mean, how confident are we, based on the delays we're seeing and just some of the obstacles that we faced, and we're a little bit further down the road than we were last time we had this conversation, how confident are we that this project will be successful?
So, Paul Nix, for the record, how do you define successful? Are you talking about a successful implementation of 1.3 in July, a successful implementation of finance in July of 23, or are you talking about the initial metrics that were originally associated with the project and seeing decreases in time?
Well, I think I'll just like step back a few steps, and I'll define successful as like a functioning government agency, a functioning executive branch, and all the agencies that are part of it. That's where my bare minimum, I think, definition of success would be. And then we could get far more granular on the individual milestones and modules and things like that. But like overall, do we still have a relatively high expectation that we're going to be better off than before we started after we are done?
Trying to figure that out. I have my book in the car on my big.
So I would say with the new system, with the way that it's designed, we would have success at the end. There's going to be items, as Mr. Muir had mentioned, and as DHRM is experiencing. There are things that a software as a service will not do as well as a custom system that was built for the state's processes. You know, the intent behind the project was to adopt processes inherent within the system, and by doing that, we get the efficiencies out of the system. In some areas, yes, we'll definitely get some efficiencies. In other areas, we won't be as quick as the legacy system was, because that legacy system was designed for the state's processes. Over time, if more processes are adopted within SAP, we would continue to see more efficiencies there. So, you know, having a functioning state agency, yes, I believe we can get there. some of the challenges we're going to have, even more so, is on the finance side, where the chart of accounts is significantly different than what the state is currently doing. And so ensuring that the state of Nevada employees that work in the finance area understand what they're doing and how to work within the system is going to be challenging. And having that extra having that extra year will definitely allow us to get to hopefully having the people trained to the point that they need to be trained to be able to be functional in the system. And then with that, I'll pass it over to Yvette or Paul, whoever wants to speak from the Gartner standpoint.
Hi. So essentially Gartner has a medium level of confidence in currently where the system development and integration is, due mostly to the fact that some of the delays that have happened, just to summarize it for the committee, the greatest is creating a lot of strained resources on the state. So multiple work streams and implementation is happening at the same time. Like I said, we are seeing improvement, we are seeing progress, but having that desired outcome and getting through, as we classify what we call these waves, so 1.3 being the payroll time management component of it, that we're seeing some strain in the resources, and that's where our independent concern comes from.
Thank you. That explanation really is helpful to me and makes a lot of sense. And I have a follow-up question on that. And this is this can be trying. I've been through this at a much smaller scale, and this can be trying on the individuals who have to interface with it on a daily basis at the agencies, and especially if you have been around the agency or the state for a long time and have done things a certain way. Where do you see the morale of the folks who are having to interface with this every day? Are they still, or have they ever been, part of the vision of where we need to go, modernizing our processes, or are we losing them? And because the longer these things go on, and the more kind of disjointed and redundant certain processes are, as we adopt things, the less buy-in you get, and the lower morale is. And so, what's your observation as an independent observer of the folks that are working with this on a daily basis?
So organizational change management is definitely something that's being addressed actively as part of this project, and ensuring that that component of it and all of the change that happens is part of it. And certainly, though, there are, like in any organization, it's a long haul to put in these systems. It's a big effort. So obviously there are times for strain, but there is a team in place that's helping to manage some of that. And if Mr. Nix wants to comment as well, I'd welcome that, but that is continuing to be addressed as part of the effort.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And then just from my experience with the agencies that we're working with, and I'm sure DHRM can contest to this, is we've been all over the map when things rolled out and processes weren't working for them. They were not happy. As things started improving, there was a kind of a sense of hope and happiness there. We have one of the things out there that's called the Center of Capabilities. It's basically a library of the different classifications that will end up closing about 16 of the bugs associated with recruiting. There's been a very positive reaction to that, and how that will benefit them in creating the recruitments. Unfortunately, that piece is actually outside of our control right now. It's sitting with SAP to resolve a bug within that piece. But it's a day-by-day thing. You have days that people are definitely on board, excited from different agencies, and you have days that are significant, a lot of stress and disappointment associated with, current process or the new process taking longer than the historical process.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. That's, it's just tough all around, but the quicker it gets done, it's like ripping a Band-Aid off. The quicker it gets done, the less difficult it's going to be. So I think that's where our sense of urgency is and our biggest concern comes from. Do any of the committee members have any questions, any further questions? And I'm, sorry for digging in on this at such a late hour, but this is a very important process that we're going through, and we need to make sure we get it right. All right, doesn't look like we have any questions. As an informational item only, we appreciate there's no action needs to be taken, and really appreciate everybody who's worked on this and the patience and also the hard work that comes with it from Department of Administration and from the Office of Project Management, and also LSI Consulting and Gardner as well. It's quite a expansive team, so keep up the good work, and we hope to get some good news next time we hear from you. And with that, we can move on to our last agenda item before our final public comment, and that is item 4A. Assemblyman Watts requested to get an update on that, and the Department of Education probably thought they were going to escape a IFC for the first time in the history of ever, and instead they get the absolute last item. See how lucky you are? So if you could give us a brief kind of update on the Donors Choose program, which is informational item 4A. I think a lot of folks were very interested in that program. I want to hear how it's doing.
And sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. If it's all right, I'd be fine with just asking a quick question, and then if anybody else has any questions, they can throw those in and we can move on.
Yes, sir. Yep, go right ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the department. Apologies for having you wait so long. I reviewed the materials you sent, and this, I think, serves as a reminder to me that I can also email a follow-up question. I appreciate everything that you sent. I was just wondering, we had talked a lot about some of the equity issues when we were considering the approval of this program. And so I was wondering, I didn't see a breakdown of the Title I school breakdown. So like a breakdown of what percentage of kind of the projects were in Title I schools and what percentage that was versus the percentage of kind of the student body that we have in Title I schools. And so I think that would be something beneficial to our committee and to the public to know, to make sure that we're getting resources to the students most in need. I was really excited to see that a lot of those resources did go to some of our younger students to help get them off on the right foot. So that was kind of my question and request to you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and yes, I'm honored to attend and with our team another meeting. So with that, I'm more than happy to, actually, let me take one second, if I may. Thank you again, all of you, for supporting this project, for asking us the questions up front to get to where we are today. And thank you for allowing the teachers to drive and run the projects. They know what they need. They're very appreciative. We included some of those, my apologies, included some of their testimony in the backup material. But I'm more than happy to break out the Title I schools for you so you can see that breakdown specifically.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate all that you did provide in the backup materials and working with us to, to try and craft this program to be the best that it can be. And again, thanks for staying on to answer that question. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Do we have any other questions on the Donors Choose program from any other members of the committee? All right, I see none. And I also see we lost our baby, we lost our cat. We're starting to lose members. So thank you, Superintendent, for staying and answering those questions. And that is, if there's no further questions on that item, we can close that item and we can close agenda item M, and we can move on to our final agenda item, which is public comment. So thank you again, Superintendent, and thank you for everyone who's stuck around at this point. All right, so, Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go to public comment, I just had a general question, just informational, trying to understand where to go for information. Perhaps somebody could help. With the ARP funds, I know I've been kind of working with the City of Las Vegas on something. The CARES Clinic reached out from the Reno area. Requests have been made for, I guess there's the portal that people can apply for their choice for ARP funds, and where would we go as legislators to see the status of those? Are they being responded to? Have they been considered? When these people ask us for, do you know if I'm being considered? Is there any one source we could go to find those answers? Just looking for help to respond to constituents on that.
You are not alone. There are a lot of folks have had that question, and we kind of struggled through some of those issues. But our first choice would be our amazing finance staff, and Wayne Thorley in the Senate, and Sarah Kaufman in the Assembly, and all the other folks that work with Wayne and Sarah are our first stop. And they work for the legislature, and they are more versed in this than any of us on this in this committee. And so that's always my first stop.
Thank you. That gives me great direction. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. And so with that, we can move on to our last agenda item, which is public comment and broadcast services. If you could make sure that lines are open and the public in our agenda that was posted a few days back has the phone number and the information on how to participate in public comment. And so if you can open the lines and give it just a minute, and we'll jump into public comment.
Thank you, Chair. To participate in public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. Again, if you wish to participate in public comment, please press *9 to take your place in the queue. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening, IFC committee. Good morning, Chair. Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair Carlton and the committee. Could you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, for a minute I thought I was talking to an empty room, which is not unusual as a blind person. Anyways, my name is Dora Martinez, and I represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I just want to say thank you so much for all you all do for a long time today. I just want to reiterate what was said earlier this morning about the IDEA, the Individual Disability Education Act, with people with disability, students with disability in our school district. Please do not forget them. And I just want to make sure that all the Nevada Department of Ed are accountable for every single penny that is spent, because some of our students have been left behind, and these are the students with IEPs and special education. I just want to thank the research division for the LCB. They've been very helpful. I know they're in the background and they don't get a lot of recognition, but as a blind person and my peers with other various disabilities, they've been calling these people and they've been very patient and very accommodating. So I just want you all to know that. And thank you so much. And to Vice Chair Carlton, my friend Cherry, who is 96 years old, wish you best of luck and enjoy your retirement. She wish you didn't, but she's 96 years old and she's been watching you on YouTube. So thank you so much. Take care. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Appreciate that. And next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, but there are no more callers at this time.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you for all the staff that made this this meeting a reality and run so smoothly, and to all the agencies that came and presented their work programs, and to the members of IFC. This was a long one, and it was a very important one. And I'm glad that everyone stuck in there and participated, and I appreciate that. And I want to remind everyone before we adjourn that our next regularly scheduled meeting of the IFC will be Thursday, April 7th at 9:30 a.m. The current plan is to have it in person in Carson City, which is lovely in April, and remote attendance option will be available as well. But this is always subject to change, but that's our current plan. And with that, we can adjourn.